You probably know it as the unkillable houseplant sitting quietly in the corner of your office, but long before it was decor for the Sansevieria, the snake plant, was a warrior, bowstring, a healer, spiritual guardian against the unseen. Today, we are rediscovering the lost secrets of this ancient plant, from oral traditions to modern science. Pull up a chair by the fire. Perhaps click that subscribe button to join our circle for future stories. And let us uncover why this humble plant was once a matter of life and death. Segment 1, Deep Time and Oral Tradition. Good evening to you. Come, sit down by the fire, if you please. The hour grows late, and the shadows lengthen upon these old walls of my apothecary. I have trimmed the lamp low, for what I wish to speak of this night requires no harsh light, only the gentle glow of memory and the quiet voice of plants that have walked alongside mankind since time beyond our reckoning. Before you, in that earthen pot by the window, do you see it there, stands a plant of most singular character. Some call it the snake plant, for the patterning upon its leaves that brings to mind a serpent skin. Others name it Sansevieria, after an Italian noble of some centuries past. Though the plant itself knew not Europe until our modern age began to unfold, I have long been fascinated, you must understand, by this particular herb, for it is not as other physic plants that grace my shelves and gardens. No, this one carries with it a history that stretches back into the mists of antiquity, back beyond the time when learned men set quill to parchment to record the virtues of healing plants. Let me speak to you then of deep time, of oral tradition, of knowledge that passed from mouth to ear, from elder to apprentice, in lands far from these northern shores. The Sansevieria has been employed in African and Asian folk medicine long before any written botanical record was made, long before the great herbals of Europe were compiled and bound in leather, long before our taxonomists and natural philosophers sailed to distant coasts to collect and classify the world as green bounty, in the villages of West Africa, in the scattered settlements of the East, in the warm lands of the southern continent, and throughout the islands of the Indian Sea. In all these places the snake plant was known. It was known not as a curiosity, not as an ornament for the houses of the wealthy, but as a companion in daily life, a household medicine, if you will, a friend to the common folk. And how, you might ask, do we know of uses so ancient when no written record does survive from those early days? Here is where we must speak of oral tradition, that river of knowledge that flows from generation unto generation, carried not upon pages, but upon the living breath of human speech. The elders of African communities, and likewise in Asia, taught their knowledge to the young through careful apprenticeship. A grandmother might walk with her granddaughter to the place where Sansevieria grew near the dwelling, and there, amidst the sword, like leaves, she would speak of how the plant might ease a fever, or calm an aching belly, or draw the poison from a wound. This teaching was not done in haste. You must understand, it was a gradual unfolding, a patient revealing of secrets. The apprentice healer would watch, would listen, would commit to memory not only which plant to use, but when to harvest it, how to prepare it, which part of the plant held the greatest virtue for each particular ailment. And so the knowledge was transmitted, year upon year, generation upon generation, preserved not in books, but in the living memory of communities. The snake plant's virtues were thus kept safe, handed down through time by the voices of those who had experienced its healing touch. Consider for a moment the great span of years involved in such transmission. The use of Sansevieria in these traditional medicines does predate European taxonomy by many centuries. When I say predate, I mean to say it was ancient already when the first European naturalists began their work. The work of naming and classifying the world as plants in the systematic fashion we now employ. Our modern genus Sansevieria was not formally described until the late 18th century, a mere handful of decades past, and yet the plant itself had been a staple of household medicine in Africa and Asia for how long we cannot say with certainty. Perhaps 500 years, perhaps 1,000. Perhaps longer still, the plant was there, growing near the homes, valued and tended, long before any European scholar set eyes upon it, long before it received its Latin name, long before it was pressed between the pages of an herbarium or sketched by a botanical artist, or shipped across the seas to grace the conservatories of learned institutions. This is a humbling thought, is it not? That the knowledge we now seek to recover through our modern studies, the medicinal virtues of this plant, was well understood by peoples who left no written pharmacopoeia, no printed herbal, no systematic treatise. They knew because their ancestors knew, and their ancestors before them. Now, I spoke of the snake plant as a household medicine, and I would have you understand what I mean by this distinction. For in the world of physic and healing, there are plants that require the hand of a specialist, a trained physician, or an apothecary, such as myself, to prepare and administer safely. These are your powerful remedies, your dangerous herbs that, in wrong measure, might harm rather than heal. But Sansevieria was not of this character. No, it was a different sort of ally altogether. It was the plant that grew beside your dwelling, readily at hand when need arose. When a child woke in the night with an earache, the mother need not send for a healer from the next village. She could step outside her door, cut a leaf from the Sansevieria that grew there, warm it gently, and apply its sap to ease the pain. When a man suffered a cut whilst working in the field, he might bind a fresh leaf poultice to the wound, knowing it would help the healing and keep corruption at bay. When fever came upon a household, the family would know to prepare a decoction from the leaves or roots. According to the teaching they had received from their elders, this accessibility, this ready availability, was part of the plant, this great value. It was not a rare herb that grew only in distant mountains or deep forests. It was not a delicate specimen requiring special cultivation. The snake plant was hardy, resilient, content to grow in poor soil and harsh conditions, and so it could be kept near at hand, always ready, always willing to offer its aid. The resilience of Sansevieria ensured its continual availability across generations. This is a point worth dwelling upon for a moment, for it speaks to why this particular plant became so embedded in traditional medicine, whilst others did not. Imagine you're a family in a small village. Centuries ago, you rely upon the plants around you for medicine, for there are no apothecary shops, no physicians within easy reach, the knowledge of which plants heal which ailments is precious beyond measure. It may mean the difference between life and death for your children, your elders, yourself. But knowledge alone is not sufficient. You must also have access to the plants themselves. And here is where Sansevieria proved itself a true friend to humanity. For it is a plant that does not easily perish. It withstands drought. It withstands neglect. It asks little and gives much. A family might plant Sansevieria near their home, and it would persist there through dry seasons and wet, through times of plenty and times of hardship. Even if the family moved away and returned years later, the snake plant would likely still be growing there, patient and enduring. Even if a generation passed and the old knowledge began to fade, the plant itself remained as a living reminder, a prompt to memory. This reliability meant that the medicinal knowledge could be passed down with confidence. A grandmother, teaching her granddaughter, could point to the same clump of Sansevieria that her own grandmother had shown her decades before. The continuity of the plant, as presence, reinforced the continuity of the healing tradition. And so we come to understand that Sansevieria has been woven into the fabric of human life in Africa and Asia for longer than our written records can trace. It has been there in the background of daily existence, a quiet ally, neither dramatic nor glamorous, but steadfast and useful. The snake plant did not require elaborate ceremony to employ, though in some traditions it certainly had ceremonial roles as well, as we shall speak of in time. But primarily, it was a practical helper, a plant of the people, a medicine that belonged not to the wealthy or the learned, but to anyone who had the wit to grow it near their door, and the wisdom to remember how it might be used. As I sit here in my apothecary this evening, with my jars of imported herbs and my carefully labeled tinctures, I find myself thinking often of those traditional healers in distant lands. They had no such shop as mine. They had no books of botanical learning. They had no apparatus of distillation, no scales for precise measurement. And yet they knew their plants intimately. They knew the snake plant, virtues through direct experience. through trial and observation, through the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. They knew when to harvest the leaves for best effect. They knew how to prepare a poultice that would draw out infection from a wound. They knew which preparations to give for a child's cough, and which for an elder's aching joints. This knowledge, preserved in oral tradition, carried across centuries, is a treasure beyond price. And though much of it has been lost, as the old ways fade and the modern world spreads its influence, some of it remains. Some of it has been recorded by thoughtful observers who recognized its value. And some of it, I believe, is being rediscovered by natural philosophers who study the plant as properties with the tools of modern science. The fire burns low now, and the night deepens around us. But before we rest, let me return once more to the central thought. Sansevieria has been a household medicine, a companion plant, a healing ally to countless families across Africa and Asia for time beyond measure. It functioned not as a rare and precious remedy, but as an everyday resource, available, reliable, resilient. These qualities made it invaluable to people whose lives depended upon the plants that grew within reach. The knowledge of how to use it was transmitted through oral tradition, passed from elder to apprentice, from grandmother to granddaughter, from one generation to the next. This knowledge predates our European taxonomy by centuries, perhaps by millennia. It is ancient knowledge, preserved in human memory and in the living presence of the plant itself. And the snake plant, for its part, proved worthy of this trust. Its resilience ensured it would be there when needed, growing patiently by the dwelling, waiting to offer its aid generation after generation. It remained a green testament to the enduring partnership between humans and the healing plants that grow alongside us. So you see, when we look upon this humble plant in its earthen pot, we are looking at something far more than a decorative houseplant. We are looking at a living link to ancient traditions, to knowledge older than our books, to a time when medicine was a matter of knowing the plants in your own dooryard and trusting in their virtues. The lamp flickers, the hour is late, and I think we shall pause here in our considerations. But there is much more to tell of this remarkable plant, and in time we shall speak of it all. For now, let the fire warm you, let your mind rest upon these thoughts of deep time and ancient wisdom, and let the quiet presence of the snake plant remind you that some knowledge runs deeper than words, older than books, and as enduring as the plants themselves. Rest well. Segment 2, Early Symbolic and Protective Roles. Welcome back, friend. I see you have returned to hear more of our Sansevieria, our snake plant with its long and curious history. The candle has burned down somewhat since last we spoke, and I have replaced it with a fresh taper. The night is calm, the shop is quiet, and I find myself in a mood to continue our discourse. Pour yourself some of that herbal tisane from the pot by the hearth. If you wish, it is a simple blend: chamomile, lemon balm, a touch of lavender. Nothing so exotic as our subject this evening, but soothing nonetheless. Now then, we spoke previously of the snake plant as a medicine, as a practical household remedy, passed down through oral tradition in Africa and Asia. But there is another dimension to this plant, a story that we must explore, a dimension that sits somewhere between the physical and the spiritual, between the botanical and the symbolic. For you see, the Sansevieria was not valued solely for what it could do to the body, how it might heal a wound or ease a fever. It was also valued for what it could do for the spirit, for the household, for the invisible protections that people have always sought against misfortune and malevolent forces. Let us speak then of the sword, shaped leaves, and of the beliefs that grew up around them, like morning mist around a stone. The leaves of Sansevieria, as you can observe even in this small specimen before us, are most distinctive in their form. They rise upright from the base, stiff and pointed, tapering to a sharp tip. The growth habit puts one in mind of blades, of swords standing at attention, of a garrison of green soldiers keeping watch. This resemblance did not go unnoticed by the peoples who lived alongside the plant for generations. Form suggests function, even in the realm of symbols and beliefs. And so quite naturally, the sword-like appearance of the leaves inspired beliefs in spiritual protection in many parts of West Africa, and indeed in other regions where the plant became established. People began to see the Sansevieria not merely as a source of medicine, but as a guardian, a protector, a shield against unseen threats. The reasoning, though perhaps not articulated in these exact terms, followed a certain elegant logic. If the plant could protect the body from disease and injury through its medicinal properties, might it not also protect the household from spiritual threats? If its sharp leaves resembled weapons, might they not serve as weapons in an invisible war against malevolent forces? And so the snake plant became, in many traditions, a plant of protection. It was deliberately placed around homes and compounds, positioned near doorways and boundaries, set as a living barrier between the family within and the dangers without. These protective plantings served multiple purposes. You understand, they were both practical and symbolic, both physical and spiritual. Let me explain what I mean. On a practical level, having Sansevieria growing near your dwelling meant you always had ready access to its medicinal virtues should someone fall ill or suffer an injury. The remedy was quite literally at your doorstep. This was no small consideration in places where the nearest healer might be hours or days away. But the symbolic level was equally important, perhaps more so in the minds of many people. The belief that the plant could ward off evil influences, that it could turn aside bewitchment, that its sword, like leaves, could cut through malevolent forces. This belief provided a sense of security, of safety, of being protected. Now, you might wonder, sitting here in my rational apothecary, surrounded by the measured science of herbs and compounds, whether such beliefs have any basis beyond superstition. And I will tell you that this is not a simple question to answer. For consider, does a plant that brings comfort to the mind not also heal the body in some measure? Does a household that feels protected not perhaps sleep better, suffer less from the ailments brought on by constant worry and fear? The boundary between the physical and spiritual, between the measurable and the believed, is not so clear as we might sometimes think. But let us return to the specific practices themselves. In parts of West Africa, Dracaena trifasciata, which is one of the formal names now given to what was traditionally called Sansevieria trifasciata, was planted around homes and compounds as a protective charm against evil influences and bewitchment. The word bewitchment perhaps requires some explanation for those unfamiliar with traditional African beliefs. It refers to the idea that harm could be done to a person or household through spiritual means, through curses, through the evil eye, through malevolent magic directed by an enemy or an ill wisher. In communities where such beliefs were widespread, and they were very widespread indeed, protection against bewitchment was as important as protection against physical threats, perhaps more so. For a visible enemy can be confronted, but an invisible spiritual attack is far more difficult to defend against. The Sansevieria, with its upright blade-like leaves and its reputation as a powerful plant, was seen as offering this defense. It stood guard, so to speak. It created a barrier of protection around the home. Its very presence was thought to deter or deflect harmful spiritual influences. This role blended what we might call medicinal function with spiritual function. The plant was simultaneously a source of physical healing and a source of spiritual protection. It occupied a space that was both practical pharmacy and sacred guardian. Now, this protective role existed alongside the medicinal use, not separate from it, but intertwined with it. And this brings us to an important point about how traditional peoples often viewed plants and healing. In many traditional systems of medicine, there was no sharp division between treating the body and addressing spiritual concerns. Illness itself might be understood as having both physical and spiritual dimensions. A fever might be caused by an infection, yes, but perhaps also by spiritual imbalance or by malevolent influence. Therefore, a truly effective remedy needed to work on multiple levels. It needed to address the physical symptoms, certainly, but it might also need to restore spiritual balance, to cleanse away harmful influences, to strengthen the person's spiritual defenses. Sansevieria, in these traditions was valued precisely because it could work on both levels. You could use it as a medicine, preparing a leaf poultice for a wound or a decoction for a fever, and at the same time, the very act of using this protective plant could help restore spiritual balance, could strengthen the person's sense of being defended and safe. The practical and the symbolic reinforced each other. You see, the medicine worked better, perhaps, when the patient believed in the plant's protective power. And the protective power seemed more real when the medicine demonstrably healed physical ailments. The spiritual beliefs surrounding Sansevieria also contributed to its deliberate cultivation near dwellings. People chose to grow this plant close to their homes, to tend it, to ensure it thrived. And one reason for this careful cultivation was precisely these protective beliefs. If you believe that a plant guards your home against evil, you will want to keep that plant healthy and strong. You will give it a good position. You will protect it from damage. You will perhaps even speak to it or make small offerings to it, depending on your particular traditions. This cultivation, motivated by protective beliefs, had the very practical effect of ensuring that the plant remained available for medicinal use. The spiritual value guaranteed the physical presence of the remedy. You begin to see, I think, how these different aspects of the plant's role formed a coherent whole in traditional practice. Nothing was separate. The medicinal, the symbolic, the protective, the practical, all were woven together into a unified understanding of what the plant was and what it could do. There is another dimension to this protective symbolism that I should mention. The belief in the snake plant as protective powers contributed in many communities to a kind of informal conservation mechanism. If a plant is seen as sacred or as spiritually powerful or as a guardian of the household, people are less likely to harvest it carelessly or destructively. They are more likely to take only what they need, to harvest in ways that allow the plant to continue growing. This reverence, whether born from spiritual belief or from simple recognition of the plant, has great utility, served to ensure that Sansevieria populations remained healthy and available. The protective power that people attributed to the plant became, in a sense, reciprocal. The plant protected the people, and the people protected the plant. In some African communities, this reverence for Sansevieria continues to this day. The plant is not merely used, it is respected. It is not merely harvested, it is tended with care, and this respect helps ensure that future generations will also have access to the plant, its many virtues. Let us pause for a moment and consider what all of this tells us about the nature of traditional knowledge and the relationship between humans and plants. We often speak, in our modern way, of using plants as if they were merely tools or resources to be exploited. But in traditional systems, the relationship was often more complex, more reciprocal, more intimate. Perhaps is the word I seek. The Sansevieria was not just used, it was honored, it was not just harvested, it was protected, it was not just a medicine, it was a companion, a member of the household in some sense. This kind of relationship fostered a deep knowledge of the plant, deeper perhaps than what we can gain through scientific study alone. The people who lived with Sansevieria as a daily presence, who planted it near their homes and tended it through the seasons, who called upon it in times of need and thanked it for its aid. These people knew the plant in ways that went beyond the merely botanical. They knew its moods, if you will. They knew when it grew best and when it struggled. They knew which leaves to harvest and which to leave. They knew how to ask the plant for help and how to show gratitude for what it provided. This knowing was passed down alongside the practical knowledge of how to use the plant medicinally, and the protective beliefs, the symbolic meanings, were part of that knowing, not separate from it, but integral to it. Now, I sit here in my apothecary shop, surrounded by the methods and materials of European medicine and natural philosophy. I have my books, my measurements, my classifications, and these are valuable. Certainly, the systematic study of plants has yielded much useful knowledge. But I also recognize that there are forms of knowledge that do not fit easily into our European frameworks. The traditional African and Asian understanding of Sansevieria, which sees the plant as simultaneously medicine, protector, spiritual ally and practical household resource. This understanding is not lesser than ours. It is simply different, perhaps, in some ways richer, for it recognizes that healing is not only a matter of the body, that protection is not only physical, that a plant can serve many roles at once, and that these roles need not be separated into neat categories of medicine versus superstition, or practical versus symbolic. The sword-shaped leaves of Sansevieria inspired beliefs in spiritual protection. And whether one believes literally in the ability of a plant to ward off evil spirits, one can still recognize that these beliefs served important functions, providing comfort, fostering careful cultivation, ensuring the plant's preservation, and supporting the psychological well-being of the people who held them as the night deepens and the candle burns lower. Let me return to our central themes. The Sansevieria, with its distinctive sword-like leaves, inspired beliefs in spiritual protection across the cultures where it was known. Plants were placed around homes to ward off evil or misfortune. This protective symbolism existed alongside and was intertwined with the plant's medicinal uses. The spiritual beliefs contributed to deliberate cultivation near dwellings. People wanted this protective plant close at hand, and so they ensured it grew near their homes. And this cultivation, in turn, meant the plant was always available for practical medicinal purposes when needed. The symbolism also reinforced conservation through reverence, because the plant was seen as powerful, as spiritually significant. It was treated with respect and care. This helped ensure its continued availability for future generations. In traditional understanding, there was no contradiction between viewing Sansevieria as a medicine and viewing it as a spiritual protector. These were not separate roles, but aspects of a single, unified relationship between humans. And this remarkable plant, the snake plant, stood guard at the threshold between the household and the world beyond. Its upright leaves suggested strength, defense, vigilance, and whether one interprets this protection in spiritual or psychological terms, the effect was real. The plant brought comfort, security, and a sense of safety to those who grew it near their homes. The fire has burned down to embers now, and I think it is time for us to rest. We have journeyed tonight into the realm of symbols and beliefs, of protective magic and spiritual guardianship. We have seen how the Sansevieria served not only as a medicine for the body, but as a protector of the household and the spirit. Tomorrow, perhaps, we shall speak of other matters, of where this plant comes from, of how it spread across the world, of the many lands that came to know its virtues. But for now, let these thoughts settle in your mind like dust motes drifting slowly to rest. The snake plant stands in its pot by the window, its sword, like leaves silhouetted against the darkness outside. Is it protecting us? Even now, as we sit here in the quiet shop, perhaps it is. Or perhaps the protection lies simply in the comfort of its presence, in the knowledge that it is there should we need it, patient and enduring as it has always been. Sleep well, friend. The plant keeps watch. Segment 3, Geographic Origins and Spread, you return once more. Good, I confess. I find myself looking forward to these evening conversations. The rain has begun. Can you hear it? A gentle pattering against the windows of the shop. It is the sort of rain that makes one grateful for shelter, for warmth, for the company of quiet thoughts and slower contemplations. I have been studying a map this afternoon, tracing with my finger the long journeys that plants have made across the surface of our world. It is a fascinating exercise, to consider how a plant native to one region comes to be known and valued in lands far distant, how seeds and cuttings travel in the pockets of merchants, in the holds of ships, in the careful hands of those who recognize value when they see it. Our Sansevieria, our snake plant, has undertaken quite a journey across the centuries. And tonight I wish to speak with you of origins and wanderings, of native homelands and adopted countries, of how this remarkable plant spread from its birthplace to grace gardens and compounds across much of the warm world. Let us begin, as we must, with the question, where does Sansevieria come from? The snake plant is native primarily to Africa. This is its ancestral home, the continent where the various species of Sansevieria first evolved and established themselves over countless generations. When I say Africa, I mean to indicate a broad swath of the continent: West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and the great island of Madagascar as well. Picture, if you will, the diverse landscapes of that vast continent, the hot, humid forests of the west, the drier savannas of the east, the varied terrain of the south, where mountains give way to coastal plains, and Madagascar, that island world unto itself, where so many unique plants and creatures have evolved in isolation. In all these regions, different species of Sansevieria found their niches. Some grew in the shelter of trees, others in open grasslands. Some thrived in areas with regular rainfall, others in places where drought was common and water scarce. The genus adapted, diversified, spread across the African landscape in a variety of forms. It is worth noting that there is also native presence in parts of southern Asia. The plant is not exclusively African, though Africa is certainly its primary homeland. Some species establish themselves in the warm regions of Asia, finding conditions there suitable to their needs. But it is from Africa that most of the medicinal species we have discussed. Africa is where the long relationship between Sansevieria and human communities first began, where the traditional knowledge of the plant, S virtues, first accumulated, where the healing practices first took root. Now, plants do not stay in one place forever, especially when humans find them useful. And Sansevieria, being both medicinal and remarkably hardy, was a plant that people chose to carry with them when they traveled. The snake plant spread from its African homeland to India and Southeast Asia through human movement. Traders traveling established routes, migrants seeking new lands, perhaps even slaves taken from Africa to other regions, carrying with them what little they could, including knowledge of useful plants. We cannot trace these early movements with precision. They occurred long before any records were kept of such things. But we can infer them from the plant's presence in regions far from its native range, and from the existence of traditional medicinal uses in communities that clearly developed over long periods of time. By the time European naturalists began their systematic exploration and documentation of the world, Sansevieria was already well established in India and Southeast Asia. It was already part of the local medicine, already growing in gardens and around homes, already known by local names and integrated into regional healing traditions. The plant, as spread to these regions, was driven partly by its medicinal utilitarian value. People brought it with them because it was useful, because it could treat common ailments, because it was hardy and would survive the journey, because establishing it in a new home meant having a trusted remedy close at hand. Later, much later in the plant, its long history, it spread even farther, to the Americas, to Pacific islands such as Mauritius and Fiji, to tropical and subtropical regions around the globe. This phase of spread occurred primarily during the colonial era and into post-colonial times, as European powers established trade networks and botanical exchanges across the world. Ships carried not only goods and people, but also plants, sometimes deliberately, sometimes accidentally. Sansevieria was among the plants that made these voyages. It was valued both for its medicinal properties, which were beginning to be recognized by European observers who documented traditional uses, and for its remarkable hardiness. The snake plant could survive long sea voyages. It could tolerate neglect, drought, poor soil. It was, in short, an excellent candidate for transplantation to new lands. And so it traveled. Cuttings and divisions were taken aboard ships. Seeds were collected and stored. The plant was introduced to botanical gardens, to plantations, to the gardens of colonial administrators and merchants. From these initial introductions, it often spread further into local cultivation, as people in these new lands discovered its virtues for themselves. It is important to understand that this later spread occurred for somewhat different reasons than the earlier expansion within Africa. and to Asia. The early spread was driven primarily by the plant as medicinal and utilitarian qualities. People brought it because they knew it was useful, because their traditions taught them to value it. The later colonial era spread was driven by a more complex mix of motives. Yes, there was recognition of medicinal value. European botanists and pharmacologists were beginning to take interest in traditional remedies from around the world. But there was also simply the desire to collect and distribute useful or interesting plants, part of the larger project of cataloging and exploiting the natural resources of colonized regions. Sansevieria was promoted as a hardy ornamental plant, something that could add greenery to gardens in harsh conditions where more delicate plants might fail. It was promoted as a useful plant, though the specific uses were not always well understood or respected by those doing the promoting. And so the snake plant moved from being primarily a traditional medicine in village gardens to becoming also a botanical curiosity, an ornamental specimen, something to be displayed in conservatories and formal gardens. Its role began to shift, though its medicinal properties never disappeared. They simply became less central to why the plant was cultivated in these new contexts. Let us consider for a moment what this pattern of spread tells us about plants and human culture. The initial expansion of Sansevieria within Africa and to Asia was organic, driven by genuine need and accumulated knowledge. People who knew the plant as virtues carried it with them to new homes, integrated it into new communities, shared the knowledge of how to use it. The plant spread through networks of traditional knowledge and practical necessity. The later colonial spread was more imposed, more systematic, but also more disconnected from the deep knowledge that had originally made the plant valuable. Europeans might transport Sansevieria to a new land, but they often did not transport with it the full depth of traditional understanding about when to harvest it, how to prepare it, what ailments it could treat. And yet, interestingly, in many of these new lands, local people often rediscovered the plant as medicinal properties for themselves. Traditional healers in the Americas, for instance, sometimes incorporated Sansevieria into their own practices, developing new uses or adapting old ones to local conditions and needs. This speaks to something fundamental about the plant itself, that its virtues are real, observable, discoverable by those who work with plants and attend to their properties. The knowledge does not depend entirely on tradition being passed down intact. It can also be regenerated through careful observation and use. By the 19th and 20th centuries, Sansevieria had become truly cosmopolitan. It could be found in tropical and subtropical regions around the world. Botanical gardens from Kew to Calcutta cultivated various species. Urban homes in dozens of countries kept snake plants as hardy, undemanding houseplants. This global presence is, in one sense, a success story. The plant thrived, its range expanded enormously beyond its native habitat. But in another sense, something was lost in this expansion. As Sansevieria became primarily an ornamental plant in much of the world, the rich medicinal knowledge associated with it began to fade in many places. In Europe and North America particularly, the snake plant became known mainly as a decorative houseplant, valued for its interesting foliage and tolerance of neglect. Few people growing it in their parlors or offices knew anything of its traditional uses for fevers, wounds, coughs, digestive complaints. The plant was present, but much of its story was absent. Fortunately, in its native regions and in places where traditional medicine remained strong, the knowledge persisted. Healers in Africa and Asia continued to use Sansevieria as their ancestors had. The plant remained a part of living medical traditions, even as it simultaneously spread around the world in a more diminished, merely ornamental role. Today, there is growing interest in recovering this traditional knowledge. Ethnobotanists, scholars who study the relationships between people and plants, have conducted surveys in Africa and Asia, documenting how Sansevieria is used in traditional medicine. Pharmacologists have begun testing extracts from the plant to understand what compounds might account for its medicinal effects. This modern scientific interest represents, in a sense, the completion of a circle. The plant traveled from Africa to Europe as a curiosity and ornamental. Now, knowledge about its traditional uses is traveling back to European and American researchers who are discovering that the old medicinal claims have substance. that the traditional healers knew what they were about. But we must be careful not to romanticize this process. The power dynamics of who controls plant knowledge, who benefits from any medicines developed from traditional plants, who gets credit for discoveries that were actually made centuries ago by indigenous peoples. These are complex and troubling questions that our modern age must grapple with. The simple fact remains, Sansevieria spread around the world partly because of human recognition of its value, and partly through human networks of trade and colonization that did not always respect or preserve the knowledge that made the plant valuable in the first place. Let me draw these threads together as the rain continues its gentle drumming on the windows. The snake plant is native primarily to Africa, to West, East, and Southern Africa, and to Madagascar, with additional native presence in parts of Southern Asia. This is where the plant originated, where it evolved, where the long relationship with human communities first began. From these origins, it spread to India and Southeast Asia through human movement, carried deliberately because people recognized its medicinal and utilitarian value. This early spread was organic, driven by genuine need and traditional knowledge. Later, it spread to the Americas and Pacific Islands, and eventually around the world during the colonial and post-colonial periods. This later spread was more systematic, driven by botanical networks and the promotion of the plant as a hardy, ornamental, and useful plant. Throughout this global journey, transport was driven partly by the plant, this medicinal and utilitarian value. People brought it because it was useful, but as it spread, especially in its later phases, some of the deep traditional knowledge became disconnected from the plant itself. The snake plant became known in many places primarily as an ornamental, while its rich medicinal history faded into the background. Yet the plant persisted, hardy and adaptable as always. And in many places, the knowledge persisted too, kept alive by traditional healers and communities that continued to value Sansevieria for what it had always been: a medicine, a helper, a practical ally in daily life. As I sit here listening to the rain, I find myself thinking about all the individual plants, all the specific cuttings and divisions and seeds that must have traveled these routes over the centuries, each one a small green voyager, carried in a pot or wrapped in damp cloth, surviving long journeys to strange new lands. I think of the people who carried them, the African traders, the Indian gardeners, the European ship captains, the colonial botanists, the migrants and merchants and slaves and adventurers who, for whatever reason, chose to bring a piece of Sansevieria with them on their travels. Some of them knew the plant intimately, treasured it for its medicine, carried it as a connection to home and tradition. Others saw it merely as a curiosity, a specimen to collect, a hardy plant that would survive the voyage. But regardless of their reasons, they all participated in spreading this remarkable plant across the face of the earth. And now, centuries later, we are the inheritors of that long, complex story. The snake plant sits in homes around the world, mostly unaware of the journey it has made, the knowledge it carries, the traditions it embodies. But we can remember, we can trace the path. We can recognize that this humble houseplant is also a traveler, a survivor, a carrier of ancient wisdom and practical virtues. We can honor both where it comes from and how far it has come. The rain is slowing now, dropping from steady pattering to occasional drops. The fire needs tending, and the night grows late. But before we rest, take one more look at our Sansevieria there in its pot. Those stiff, upright leaves. They grew first in African soil, under African sun. The species you see before you has journeyed far from that origin. But it carries Africa with it still, in its very nature, in the traditional knowledge that surrounds it, in the memories held by those who know its true worth. It has spread across the world, this plant, adapting to new lands while remaining fundamentally itself. And in that journey, it has something to teach us, I think, about resilience, about value, about the complex pathways by which useful things spread through human cultures. Sleep well, friend. And when you see a snake plant tomorrow, perhaps you'll remember its long journey and the many hands that helped it along the way. The rain has stopped. All is quiet. Rest now. Segment 4, Entry into Written Botany. Good evening once again. I trust you are comfortable. I have been at my desk this afternoon, surrounded by books and dried specimens, engaged in the work that occupies much of my time. The careful documentation of plants and their properties. There is something deeply satisfying about this work, the precise descriptions. The systematic arrangement, the binding of knowledge into volumes that will outlast us. It is a different kind of knowledge keeping than the oral traditions we spoke of earlier. Neither better nor worse, simply different. Each has its place, its strengths, its particular way of preserving what we know about the natural world. Tonight, I wish to speak with you of how Sansevieria made the transition from oral tradition into written botany, how it moved from being a plant known through direct experience and transmitted teaching into being a plant formally described, named, classified, and pressed between the pages of scholarly works. This is a story about the meeting of two worlds, the world of traditional knowledge and the world of European natural philosophy. And like many such meetings, it is complex, neither entirely positive nor entirely negative, but rather a mixture of loss and preservation, understanding and misunderstanding. Let us begin with the moment when European botanists first encountered this remarkable plant. Sansevieria was formally described in late 18th century Europe. The year that marks its entry into the official record is around the 1790s, not so very long ago, really, within the lifetime of some still living in our present day. Before this formal description, the plant existed, of course. It had existed for untold centuries, growing in African soil, known and used by countless people. But it did not exist, so to speak, in the European scientific record. It had no Latin name, no place in the emerging system of botanical classification, no dried specimen mounted on paper in a herbarium cabinet. The formal naming came through the work of European taxonomists, those natural philosophers dedicated to the great project of cataloguing and classifying all the world as living things. They were building, in those days, what they saw as a complete inventory of creation, giving each plant and animal its proper place in an ordered system. The genus was named Sansevieria in honor of an Italian noble, Raimondo di Sangro, who held the title of Prince of San Severo. This was a common practice in botanical nomenclature. To honor a patron, a fellow scholar, a person of importance, by attaching their name to a newly described plant. Now, Prince Raimondo di Sangro was himself a man of learning, interested in the sciences and in botanical matters, among other pursuits. The naming was not entirely arbitrary. He had some connection to the study of plants. But still, there is something curious about an African plant, used for centuries in African medicine, receiving its formal scientific name from an Italian prince, who likely never saw it growing in its native habitat. This practice of naming plants after European figures rather than preserving or adapting the names by which they were already known to the people who had long experience with them. This reflects the assumptions of that age. The European naturalists saw themselves as discovering and naming plants, even when those plants were well known and long used by other peoples. To be fair, they were working within a particular system, the Linnean system of binomial nomenclature, which required Latin names and followed specific rules. They could not simply adopt local vernacular names wholesale. But still, there was often a disconnect between the formal botanical name and the living reality of the plant in its native context. Sansevieria received its Latin name and its place in the taxonomic system. But the name carried no hint of the plant. Its medicinal uses, no reference to its role in African and Asian traditions, no acknowledgement of the knowledge that surrounded it. It was simply Sansevieria, named for an Italian prince, described according to its morphological features, classified by its reproductive structures. The traditional knowledge, that deep well of information about how to use the plant medicinally, existed in parallel to this formal botanical description, but rarely intersected with it in the early days. The European botanists were primarily interested in description and classification, not in traditional medicine, which they often dismissed as superstition or folklore. The early specimens of Sansevieria that entered European botanical study came from West Africa, primarily. Collectors often associated with colonial enterprises or botanical expeditions, gathered plants in the field, pressed and dried them, and shipped them back to Europe. One of the earliest formal records concerns the Sansevieria hyacintoides, which was described in 1799 by Carl Ludwig Wildenau, working from West African material. Wildenau was a prominent German botanist, a successor to the great Linnaeus himself in some respects, and his description helped establish the genus in European botanical literature. Imagine, if you will, the journey of that specimen. Perhaps it was cut from a plant growing near an African village, a plant that the local people used for medicine, for fiber, for protection. A European collector traveling through the region noticed it, perhaps because of its striking appearance, perhaps because someone told him of its uses. He took a sample, pressed it carefully between sheets of paper, labeled it with notes about where it was found. The specimen traveled by ship to Europe, surviving the long voyage in its pressed, dried state. It arrived eventually at Wildenau's study, where he examined it carefully, compared it to other known plants, determined that it represented a distinct species, and wrote a formal Latin description according to the conventions of botanical science. And so Sansevieria hyacintoides entered the written record. But the knowledge of how it was used for hemorrhoids, for fever, for digestive complaints, for magical protection, that knowledge did not travel with the dried specimen that remained behind in the oral traditions of the people who actually lived with the plant. As the 19th century progressed, more specimens of various Sansevieria species were collected and shipped to European botanical institutions. The great herbaria, Kew in England, the Museum of Natural History in Paris, institutions in Berlin and Leiden and elsewhere, gradually accumulated collections of pressed Sansevieria samples. These dried plants, mounted on paper and stored in cabinets, became the basis for botanical study. Scholars could compare specimens, distinguish between species, trace the geographic range of the genus, the morphology of the plants, the shape of their leaves, the structure of their flowers, the pattern of their growth, was carefully documented. Late 19th century collectors also shipped living material, dried rhizomes and leaves to places like Kew Gardens and other botanical establishments. The goal was to cultivate living specimens, to grow the plants in European conditions, to observe their growth and flowering over time. It was during this phase that botanists began to notice something interesting. The plants were rich in saponins. Saponins are compounds that produce a soapy lather when mixed with water. The name comes from the Latin word for soap, sapo. Early pharmacognosy tests on Sansevieria material revealed substantial saponin content in the leaves and rhizomes. This was significant because saponins were known to have various medicinal properties. Expectorant effects, for instance, which could help with coughs and respiratory complaints. The presence of saponins provided a potential chemical explanation for some of the traditional medicinal uses, though this connection was not immediately or fully explored. So we see that by the late 19th century, European botany had accomplished several things with regard to Sansevieria. The genus had been formally described and named, various species had been collected and documented, the plants had been classified within the larger system of botanical nomenclature. Living specimens were being cultivated in botanical gardens, and the first chemical analyses had been performed, revealing the presence of potentially medicinal compounds. But what was still largely missing was any systematic engagement with the traditional medicinal knowledge. Oh, there were occasional notes. A collector might mention that local people used a particular species for fever, or that the fibers were used for rope. But these were typically brief asides, not the main focus of the botanical work. The European scholars were interested primarily in taxonomy, in determining what species existed, how they were related to each other, what their correct scientific names should be. The medicinal uses, if noted at all, were treated as curiosities rather than as knowledge worthy of serious investigation. This reflected a broader pattern in colonial era botany. European naturalists were engaged in a grand project of cataloging the world as plant life. But they were not always interested in learning from the people who had lived with those plants for generations. The knowledge systems of indigenous and traditional peoples were often dismissed or devalued, seen as primitive or superstitious rather than as legitimate forms of expertise. And yet, the entry of Sansevieria into written botany was not entirely without value. By documenting the plant, by preserving specimens, by establishing clear species descriptions and scientific names, the European botanists created a permanent record that has proven useful in various ways. For one thing, the formal descriptions make it possible for people in different places and times to be certain they are talking about the same plant. When a researcher today wants to study the medicinal properties of Sansevieria trifasciata, they can consult the botanical literature to verify exactly what plant is meant, can examine herbarium specimens to be certain of the identification. For another, the botanical documentation has helped preserve knowledge of biodiversity. Some Sansevieria species have become rare in their native habitats, threatened by habitat loss and over-collection. The herbarium specimens and early descriptions serve as a record of what existed, even if some populations have since declined. And finally, the early chemical analyses, the discovery of saponin content and other compounds, laid groundwork for later pharmacological research. When modern scientists began to take traditional medicine seriously and investigate the chemical basis for traditional plant remedies, they could build on the earlier botanical and chemical work. The story takes another turn in more recent times within our own century. In fact, modern botanists working with new tools of analysis have re-examined the genus Sansevieria and come to surprising conclusions about its classification, using molecular phylogenetic studies, techniques that compare the genetic material of different plants to determine their true evolutionary relationships. Researchers have determined that Sansevieria should actually be included within the genus Dracaena. The plants we have been calling Sansevieria, from a strict evolutionary perspective, a type of Dracaena more closely related to other Dracaena species than the morphological differences would suggest. This means that formerly, the common snake plant is now Dracaena trifasciata rather than Sansevieria trifasciata. The genus Sansevieria as a separate entity no longer exists in the most current taxonomic schemes. This reclassification is interesting from a scientific perspective. It reflects our improving understanding of plant evolution and relationships. But it also illustrates how botanical knowledge is always provisional, always subject to revision as new information and new techniques become available. For practical purposes, however, much of the older medicinal literature still uses the name Sansevieria. When researchers review traditional uses or conduct pharmacological studies, they often retain the older genus name because that is what appears in the historical sources and traditional knowledge systems. And this brings us to an important point. Folk traditions are largely unaffected by taxonomic changes. The people who grow Sansevieria or Dracaena trifasciata, if you prefer, for medicine, do not particularly care what Latin name the botanists have assigned to it. They know it by their own local names, by its appearance, by its uses. They know it through direct relationship, not through abstract classification. When a grandmother in West Africa teaches her granddaughter about the snake plant, she does not say this is Dracaena trifasciata, formerly Sansevieria trifasciata. She says something more like, this is the plant we use for earache, or uses whatever local name the community has always employed. The Latin nomenclature is irrelevant to that transmission of knowledge. This is not to say that scientific naming is without value. It has great value for certain purposes, as I noted earlier, but it is to say that there are different kinds of knowledge, different ways of knowing plants, and they do not always align perfectly. The entry of Sansevieria into written botany created a new kind of knowledge about the plant, formal, systematic, documented. But it did not replace the older oral knowledge, practical, experiential, embedded in living traditions. Both exist, both have value, and ideally they should inform and enrich each other rather than existing in separate, disconnected spheres. Let me gather these thoughts as the evening deepens and the candle burns lower. Sansevieria was formally described in late 18th century Europe, entering the written botanical record after centuries of existence in oral tradition. The genus name honors an Italian noble, reflecting the practices of European botanical nomenclature rather than the plant. As indigenous context, early herbarium specimens were collected from West Africa and other native regions. These dried plants, shipped to European institutions, became the basis for taxonomic study and species descriptions. Living material was also sent to botanical gardens, allowing for cultivation and observation. Early pharmacognosy noted the saponin content of Sansevieria tissues, providing the first chemical insights into potentially medicinal properties. This anticipated later medicinal interest, though systematic investigation of traditional uses came much later. In recent decades, molecular studies have led to reclassification of Sansevieria within the genus Dracaena. The snake plant is now formally Dracaena trifasciata, though older medicinal literature still uses the Sansevieria name, and folk traditions are unaffected by these taxonomic changes. The entry into written botany represented a meeting of knowledge systems, traditional and scientific, oral and documented. This meeting brought both gains and losses, formal documentation and preservation on one hand, but often disconnection from living traditional knowledge on the other. I close my book now and set it aside. The pages rustle softly, settling into stillness. Outside, the night is quiet. No rain now. Just the deep silence of late evening in a sleeping town. What have we learned tonight? That knowledge can take many forms. That the same plant can exist simultaneously in different kinds of knowing, as a specimen in a herbarium, as a Latin name in a taxonomic system, as a living medicine in traditional practice, as a familiar helper growing by someone estor. The Sansevieria that entered written botany in the late 18th century was, in some ways, a different plant than the one that had existed for centuries in African and Asian traditions. Not different physically, you understand, but different in how it was known, what was considered important about it, what knowledge was preserved and transmitted. And yet the plant itself remains unchanged, regardless of what we call it or how we categorize it. It grows as it has always grown. Its leaves still contain the same compounds. Its medicinal properties still work as they have always worked. Our ways of knowing may change, but the plant persists, patient and enduring, waiting for us to understand it more fully. Rest now, friend, let these thoughts settle. Tomorrow, perhaps, we shall speak more of classifications and names, of how we organize our knowledge of the green world. But for now, let sleep come gently. Like the closing of a book at the end of a chapter. The candle gutters, the night embraces us. All is well. Segment 5, classification and modern naming. Welcome back, friend. I've spent this afternoon in contemplation of a curious question. What is in a name? It seems a simple matter at first glance. We call a thing by its name. And that is that, but when one delves deeper, particularly in the realm of natural philosophy and the classification of living things, names become rather more complicated. I have here before me 2 labels I have written for the same plant. One reads Sansevieria trifasciata, the other reads Dracaena trifasciata. Both refer to our familiar snake plant, sitting quietly in its pot by the window, and yet they suggest different understandings of what that plant actually is, how it relates to other plants, where it fits in the grand scheme of botanical organization. Tonight, I wish to speak with you about classification and naming, about how our understanding of Sansevieria has shifted in recent years, and what this tells us about the nature of botanical knowledge itself. Let us begin with what we thought we knew before the recent changes. For more than 2 centuries, from the late 1700s until quite recently, the genus Sansevieria stood as a distinct entity in botanical classification. It was recognized as a separate group of plants characterized by certain shared features: the stiff, upright leaves, the underground rhizomes, the particular structure of the flowers when they appeared, the general growth habit and appearance. Taxonomists identified numerous species within this genus: Sansevieria trifasciata, Sansevieria hyacinthoides, Sansevieria liberica, Sansevieria roxburghiana, and many others. Each species had its distinguishing features, its particular geographic range, its specific characteristics that set it apart from its relatives. The genus Sansevieria seemed solid, well established, clearly defined. Botanical texts described it. Herbarium specimens were organized under this name. Researchers studying the plant's medicinal properties referred to various Sansevieria species. It was part of the stable infrastructure of botanical knowledge, or so it seemed, but in natural philosophy, as in all genuine science, we must remain open to revision when new evidence emerges. And in the late 20th century and into our own time, new methods of investigation began to suggest that our understanding of Sansevieria was not quite correct. The new methods I speak of involve what is called molecular phylogenetics. The study of evolutionary relationships between organisms through examination of their genetic material. This is a technique that would have been unimaginable to the botanists of earlier centuries, but it has become a powerful tool for understanding how living things are truly related to one another. The principle is this: all living things carry within themselves a kind of chemical record of their evolutionary history by comparing the genetic sequences of different plants. Researchers can determine which ones are more closely related, which ones share a more recent common ancestor, and which ones are more distantly related. Traditional taxonomy relied primarily on morphology, on visible physical features. If two plants looked similar, had similar structures, grew in similar ways, they were assumed to be closely related. And often this assumption was correct, but sometimes evolutionary processes can produce similar appearances in plants that are not actually closely related, or can produce quite different appearances in plants that share recent common ancestry. Molecular techniques allow us to look beyond appearance to the underlying genetic reality. And when these techniques were applied to Sansevieria and related plants, the results were surprising. The molecular studies revealed that the plants we had been calling Sansevieria were actually nested within a larger group, the genus Dracena. That is to say, Sansevieria species were more closely related to certain Dracena species than Dracena species were to each other. Let me try to explain this more clearly. Imagine you have been organizing your books on a shelf, grouping together all the books you thought were about similar topics. You have one section labeled Sansevieria and another labeled Dracena. But then you examine the books more carefully and discover that some of the books in the Dracena section are actually more closely related in their subject matter to the Sansevieria books than they are to the other Dracena books. The logical solution would be to reorganize, to recognize that what you thought were two separate categories is actually one larger category with the Sansevieria books as a subset within it. This is essentially what happened with the botanical classification from a strict evolutionary perspective. Sansevieria could not remain a separate genus. It needed to be included within Dracena to reflect the true relationships revealed by genetic analysis. And so the reclassification was made. The genus Sansevieria, as a formal taxonomic entity, was subsumed into Dracacena. The common snake plant, which had been Sansevieria trifasciata, became Dracacena trifasciata. Other species were similarly renamed. Sansevieria hyacinthoides became Dracena hyacinthoides, and so forth. This reclassification is based on our improved understanding of plant evolution and relationships. It represents the application of more sophisticated analytical methods from a scientific standpoint. It is an advance. We now have a classification that more accurately reflects evolutionary reality rather than just superficial similarity. And this is important to understand, such reclassifications can create confusion and practical difficulties, especially in fields that rely on established names. Consider the medicinal literature about these plants. There are decades of published research papers, traditional knowledge documentation, pharmacological studies, and ethnobotanical surveys that refer to Sansevieria trifasciata or other Sansevieria species. If you want to find this literature, you must often search under the old name, because that is what was used when the work was published. This creates a practical dilemma. Should we insist on using the new taxonomically correct name Dracena trifasciata, even though this makes it harder to connect with the older literature? Or should we continue using the old name Sansevieria trifasciata, even though it is no longer taxonomically valid, because it maintains continuity with established knowledge? Different people and institutions have made different choices. Some botanical references have fully adopted the new nomenclature and refer exclusively to Dracaena. Others continue to use Sansevieria, sometimes with a note indicating the new classification. Still others use both names, writing Dracaena trifasciata, formerly Sansevieria trifasciata, to bridge old and new. There is no perfect solution. Each approach has merits and drawbacks. What matters, I think, is being clear about what plant we are discussing, and being aware that multiple names exist for the same organism. For my own part, in my apothecary work, I find myself using both names depending on context. When I am organizing my specimens or speaking with botanists familiar with the new classification, I may use Dracaena, but when I'm consulting older medicinal texts or speaking with traditional healers who know the plant as Sansevieria, I use that name. Flexibility serves better than rigid adherence to one system or the other. Now, let us consider what this reclassification tells us about the nature of botanical knowledge more broadly. Scientific classification is not a matter of discovering some absolute pre-existing truth about how plants really are organized. Rather, it is a matter of creating systems that best reflect our current understanding of relationships and evolution. These systems are tools, very useful tools, certainly, but tools nonetheless, for organizing and communicating knowledge. As our understanding improves, as our methods become more sophisticated, the systems must be revised. This is not a failure of science, but rather a strength. The willingness to change our minds when presented with better evidence. But we must also recognize that these revisions can be disruptive. They can break connections with older knowledge, they can create confusion, they can make it harder to maintain continuity in research and practice. The reclassification of Sansevieria into Dracaena is scientifically justified and represents genuine progress in understanding. But it also illustrates the tension between accuracy and continuity, between advancing knowledge and maintaining connection with what came before. There is another dimension to consider as well. I mentioned earlier that folk traditions are largely unaffected by taxonomic changes. Let me expand on this thought. The people who have used Sansevieria, or should I say Dracaena, for medicine over the centuries do not organize their knowledge according to Latin binomials and formal taxonomy. They have their own names for the plant, their own ways of categorizing it, their own understanding of what it is and how it relates to other plants. A healer in West Africa might call it by a name in her local language, a name that perhaps translates as sword plant or bitter leaf or mother. It's medicine, or something else entirely. This name carries with it associations, memories, practical knowledge about when to harvest and how to prepare. When European botanists decided to call it Sansevieria, that did not change the healer's knowledge or practice. And when modern taxonomists decided to reclassify it as Dracaena, that too makes no difference to traditional use. The plant remains what it has always been in those contexts, regardless of what Latin name appears in scientific publications. This is not to say that scientific nomenclature is unimportant. It serves vital purposes for communication among researchers and for precise identification. But it is to say that we should not mistake the name for the thing itself, or assume that our systems of classification are the only valid ways of knowing and organizing knowledge about plants. The older medicinal literature still uses the Sansevieria name, and this is likely to continue for quite some time. When researchers conduct reviews of traditional uses, when pharmacologists test extracts, when ethnobotanists document healing practices, they often retain the name Sansevieria because it maintains continuity with the historical record. There is practical wisdom in this. If you are trying to trace the history of medicinal use, if you are connecting traditional knowledge with modern research, if you are building on previous studies using the name that a previous work makes sense, it allows for clearer connection and easier synthesis of information across time. Some publications include both names, writing Dracosana trifasciata sin, Sansevieria trifasciata, where sin stands for synonym, indicating that these are two names for the same plant. This approach acknowledges both the new taxonomy and the need for continuity with older literature. Over time, as newer publications become more common and older ones fade into the historical record, perhaps the Dracaena name will become more firmly established, or perhaps both names will continue to coexist, serving different purposes in different contexts. We shall see. Let me share a personal reflection as the evening grows quiet around us. I have lived long enough to see botanical knowledge change in various ways. Names that I learned in my youth have been revised. Classifications that seemed settled have been rearranged. Plants I knew as members of one genus have been moved to another. This can be frustrating at times, I confess. It requires constant study to keep current, constant revision of one's internal catalogue. But I have come to see these changes, not as problems, but as evidence of vitality, the fact that botanical knowledge continues to evolve, that we continue to refine our understanding, that new methods reveal new insights. This is a sign of health in the field of natural philosophy. Stagnant knowledge, unchanging classification, rigid adherence to old systems in the face of new evidence. These would be far more troubling than the occasional need to learn new names and adjust to reclassified relationships. And so I embrace the change, even as I maintain respect for the older knowledge and older names. The plant itself remains constant. It is we who are changing, we who are refining our understanding, we who are building better systems for organizing what we know. As the candle burns lower and my pen scratches the last few notes onto parchment, let me draw these thoughts together. Sansevieria has been reclassified based on molecular phylogenetic studies. The genus Sansevieria is now included within Dracaena, reflecting evolutionary relationships revealed by genetic analysis rather than just morphological similarity. The common snake plant is now formally Dracaena trifasciata. Though it was known for over 2 centuries as Sansevieria trifasciata, other species have been similarly renamed. This reclassification represents scientific progress, but also creates practical challenges in connecting with older literature. Older medicinal literature still uses the Sansevieria name, and many researchers continue to use it for continuity. Folk traditions, meanwhile, are entirely unaffected by these taxonomic changes. Traditional healers continue to use their own local names and organizing systems. The reclassification illustrates both the provisional nature of scientific knowledge, always subject to revision with better evidence, and the tension between taxonomic accuracy and practical continuity with established knowledge. The fire has died to embers now, glowing softly in the darkness. The plant sits in its pot, unmoved by our discussions of what to call it. It is what it is, regardless of names. Whether we call it Sansevieria or Dracaena or by some local name in a language neither of us speaks, names are important tools for human communication and understanding, but they are just that tools. The plant itself exists independent of our systems for categorizing it. Its leaves still rise stiff and upright. Its rhizomes still spread beneath the soil. Its compounds still carry the medicinal properties that have made it valuable for so long. Perhaps there is wisdom in this, in recognizing that our knowledge systems, however sophisticated, are always approximations, always works in progress. We do our best to understand and organize, to name and classify. But we should hold our systems lightly, ready to revise when better understanding emerges, humble about the limits of what we can know. The plant teaches patience. It has survived longer than our naming systems. It will survive whatever we decide to call it next. And it will continue to offer its virtues to those who know how to ask. Regardless of what Latin binomial appears in the scientific journals, rest now, friend. Let these thoughts of names and classifications drift away like smoke from a dying fire. Tomorrow we shall speak of other matters, but tonight, simply rest. The candle goes out, darkness settles, sleep comes. Segment 6, Household Apothecary Logic. Good evening. Dear friend, come, sit with me here at the work table. I have been preparing some simple remedies this afternoon. Nothing complex, just the everyday medicines that people need. A salve for chapped hands, a soothing tea for unsettled stomachs. The basic work of an apothecary's trade, as I worked, grinding and mixing, measuring and combining, I found myself thinking about the logic that underlies this practice. How does one decide which part of a plant to use? Why choose the leaf for one complaint and the root for another? What guides these decisions when one is preparing remedies from plants? These questions are particularly relevant to our Sansevieria. You see, because traditional healers who worked with this plant developed a clear system for which parts to use in which circumstances. There was a logic to it, an internal consistency that reveals deep practical wisdom. Tonight I wish to share with you this household apothecary logic. It is knowledge that comes not from books, but from generations of careful observation and practical experience. Let us explore together how traditional healers thought about the different parts of the snake plant. The first principle, and perhaps the most important, is this. Leaves were most commonly used for medicine. When you examine the ethnobotanical records, when you speak with traditional healers, when you read accounts of how Sansevieria was employed in daily life, you find that the leaves were the primary medicinal part. This makes a certain practical sense. The leaves are abundant. A mature plant has many of them. They are readily accessible. One need not dig up the plant to obtain them. They regenerate. If you cut a few leaves carefully, the plant will produce more, and they are easy to prepare. They can be used fresh, or dried for storage, or processed in various ways. But there is more to it than just convenience. The leaves have particular properties that make them suitable for certain types of medicine. They are cooling when applied to the skin. They contain compounds that help with wounds and infections. They can be made into poultices, into decoctions, into various preparations, depending on the need. Traditional healers understood, through long experience, through trial and observation, that leaves were appropriate for what we might call the surface or everyday complaints. A cut that needs treating, a fever that needs cooling, an ear that aches, a cough that needs soothing. These are the domain of leaf medicine. Now, let us consider the roots and rhizomes. These underground parts of the plant were also used medicinally, but they were reserved for different purposes. They were considered stronger, more potent, more deeply acting than the leaves. Think about this for a moment from the perspective of traditional logic. The roots and rhizomes are hidden beneath the soil. They are the plant's anchor, its foundation, the part that draws nourishment from the earth. They are older parts of the plant, more established, more concentrated in their essence. They are harder to obtain. You must dig to reach them, and harvesting them may harm or kill the plant, if not done carefully. All of these factors contributed to the sense that root medicine was more powerful, more serious, more to be used with care and respect. The underground parts were reserved for more serious internal conditions, for deep-seated ailments that required stronger intervention. This is not superstition, you understand. There's often a chemical basis for this traditional wisdom. Roots and rhizomes frequently do contain higher concentrations of certain medicinal compounds. They may have stronger effects, for better or worse. The traditional assessment that they are more potent often reflects genuine pharmacological reality. So we have this fundamental distinction in household apothecary logic. Leaves for milder, more external complaints, roots and rhizomes for more serious, more internal conditions. But let us be more specific. What exactly did healers mean by mild versus serious complaints? Mild complaints treated with leaves might include things like cuts and wounds that need cleaning and dressing, skin conditions, boils, rashes, fungal infections, localized pain, an earache, a toothache, fevers that are uncomfortable but not life-threatening, coughs and minor respiratory irritation. These are conditions that, while they need treatment, are not immediately dangerous. They are the common ailments of daily life. Serious internal conditions reserved for root and rhizome preparations might include things like persistent diarrhea or dysentery, which can be life-threatening through dehydration, intestinal parasites, which sap strength and health over time, severe abdominal pain that suggests something deeply wrong, conditions affecting the liver or other internal organs, problems with urination or other internal functions. Do you see the pattern? The leaves treat what is on or near the surface, the skin, the respiratory passages. The more accessible tissues, the roots, treat what lies deeper. The digestive system, internal organs, systemic conditions that affect the whole body. This distinction between plant parts and their appropriate uses reflects what I call household apothecary logic, the practical reasoning that guides medicine making in traditional contexts where people must rely on their own knowledge and resources. In my shop here, I have access to many prepared compounds, to imported herbs, to specialized equipment. If someone comes to me with a serious internal ailment, I have many options to choose from, each prepared according to precise formulas. But imagine you are living in a village, perhaps centuries ago, perhaps even today in some regions. You do not have an apothecary shop. You cannot purchase ready-made remedies. The nearest trained physician might be days away. You must rely on what grows nearby and on the knowledge passed down in your community. In such circumstances, you need clear guidelines. You need to know, for this problem, I use the leaf. For that problem, I need the root. This helps me, but that requires a stronger remedy. The household apothecary logic provides these guidelines, not as rigid rules, but as tested principles that help people make good decisions about treatment. There is another layer to this logic that we should explore. Different plant parts were selected for different ailments based not just on their strength, but on their specific qualities and the specific nature of the complaint. Consider wounds and skin problems. Why are leaves particularly suitable for these? Well, the leaf itself provides a kind of natural bandage. It is flat, flexible, can be tied in place. The leaf contains moisture, which keeps a wound from drying out too much. The compounds in the leaf have antiseptic properties, helping prevent infection. And the act of applying a fresh leaf is simple. It requires no special preparation, just cutting the leaf and placing it on the affected area. Now consider digestive problems. Why are roots and rhizomes preferred for these? The underground parts contain compounds that are more stable, more concentrated, better suited to surviving the harsh environment of the digestive system. They can be boiled into decoctions that extract their medicinal properties into water, creating drinks that are easier for a sick person to take than trying to chew and swallow plant material. You see, the logic is not arbitrary. It reflects real, practical considerations about how different plant parts work best for different types of treatment. Let me share with you some specific examples from the traditional use of Sansevieria. To make this logic more concrete, for a child with an earache, a common, painful, but usually not serious condition, a traditional healer might take a Sansevieria leaf, warm it gently over a fire, and express the sap into the aching ear. This is leaf medicine, simple and direct, treating a localized problem with an easily prepared remedy. For an adult with persistent diarrhea, a potentially serious condition that can lead to dangerous dehydration, a healer might dig up part of the rhizome, clean it, boil it into a decoction, and give the patient this to drink. This is root medicine, more involved in its preparation, used for a more serious internal complaint. For someone with a cut or wound, a surface injury that needs cleaning and protection, fresh leaf poultices would be applied directly to the site. The leaf serves as both medicine and bandage, covering and treating simultaneously. For someone suffering from intestinal worms, an internal parasitic infection, a strong decoction of roots would be prepared and administered, often with the expectation that it would purge the system and expel the parasites. In each case, the choice of plant part reflects an assessment of the condition's seriousness and location, and a practical judgment about what type of preparation will work best. Now, I should note that this distinction between mild and serious, between leaf and root, was not absolute. There were times when leaves might be used for internal conditions, particularly if roots were not available or if a gentler approach was preferred. And there were external applications of root preparations as well. But the general pattern holds. Leaves were the default for everyday medicine, while roots and rhizomes were reserved for more challenging conditions. This represents a kind of graduated response. Start with the gentler remedy, if appropriate, move to the stronger one, if needed. This graduated approach is actually quite sophisticated. It reflects an understanding that stronger medicines may have stronger side effects. that it is wise to use the minimum intervention necessary, that one should not employ a powerful remedy when a mild one will suffice. In my own practice, I follow similar principles. For a simple complaint, I recommend simple remedies. I reserve the more powerful, more expensive, more complex preparations for conditions that truly require them. This is both good medicine and good sense. The household apothecary logic also includes knowledge about harvesting and preparation, about how to obtain the plant parts in ways that preserve both the plant's health and the medicine's potency. For instance, when taking leaves, traditional practice usually calls for cutting the outer, older leaves rather than the young inner ones. This allows the plant to continue growing and producing new leaves. It also reflects an understanding that the older leaves may contain more concentrated compounds. They have had longer to accumulate the plant's chemical products. When taking roots or rhizomes, careful healers know to take only a portion, leaving enough for the plant to survive and regenerate. They know the best times for harvest, often in the dry season, when the plant has concentrated its resources underground. They know how to clean and prepare the underground parts, to remove soil and make them suitable for medicine. This knowledge of harvesting is inseparable from the knowledge of use. A good healer must know not only which part of the plant to use for which ailment, but also when and how to obtain that part in a way that is sustainable and effective. As I sit here in my shop, grinding these herbs and preparing these simple remedies, I find myself admiring the elegance of this traditional system. It is based on careful observation. People notice that leaves worked well for certain things and roots for others. It is based on practical experience. Generations of healers tested and refined these approaches. And it is based on a holistic understanding of plants, not seeing them as mere collections of chemical compounds to be extracted and isolated, but as living beings with different parts that serve different functions, both for the plant itself and for the humans who use it medicinally. The household apothecary logic that guided traditional Sansevieria use leaves for milder complaints, roots for serious conditions, external parts for surface problems, internal parts for deep-seated ailments. This logic represents generations of accumulated practical wisdom. It is knowledge that served people well for centuries and that still has much to teach us today. Let me gather these thoughts now as the evening light fades and the work table grows dim. In traditional practice, leaves were most commonly used for Sansevieria medicine. They were the go-to part, the everyday remedy, the accessible resource for common complaints. Roots and rhizomes were reserved for more serious internal conditions. They were considered stronger, more potent, more deeply acting. They required more effort to obtain and more care in use. Different plant parts were selected for different ailments based on both the severity of the condition and its location, surface or internal. This reflects a practical, graduated approach to treatment. Mild complaints were treated with leaves, cuts, minor fevers, coughs, local pain. Serious internal issues were reserved for underground parts, dysentery, parasites, organ problems, systemic conditions. This represents household apothecary logic, the practical wisdom that guides treatment choices when people must rely on their own resources. It is elegant, effective, and based on generations of careful observation and experience. The work is done now. The remedies are prepared and labeled, ready for those who will need them. The herbs are put away, the table cleaned, the tools set aside. As you prepare to rest, perhaps you might reflect on this. That the human relationship with healing plants is not random or arbitrary, but follows patterns of logic and wisdom accumulated over time. That traditional healers were not simply guessing or following superstition, but rather applying sophisticated understanding gained through careful observation. The Sansevieria leaves and roots each have their place, their proper use, their specific virtues, and knowing which to choose for which condition. This is the beginning of wisdom in the art of plant medicine. Sleep well, friend. Let your rest be deep and untroubled. The night is peaceful, the shop is quiet, and all is as it should be. The lamp dims, stillness falls, peace settles over all. Segment 7, skin, wounds, and topical care. Welcome back, friend. I have been at the wash basin this evening, cleaning some earthenware vessels that I use for preparing poultices and salves. There is something meditative about such simple work. The warm water, the methodical scrubbing, the clean gleam of the pottery when the task is done. As I worked, my mind wandered to thoughts of wounds and their treatment. It is perhaps the most ancient of all medical arts, the dressing of cuts and injuries. Long before anyone understood fevers or internal ailments, people knew how to clean a wound, how to stanch bleeding, how to bind an injury to promote healing. And for this most basic of medical needs, plants have always been humanity's allies. Certain leaves, certain barks, certain roots have the power to cleanse wounds, to reduce the risk of corruption, to speed the knitting of torn flesh. Our Sansevieria, our humble snake plant, has been such an ally in many cultures. Tonight, let us speak of how it has been used for skin problems, wounds, and topical care, the most direct, the most visible, the most immediately practical of all its medicinal applications. Let us begin with the simplest case, a cut or wound that needs tending. Perhaps a knife has slipped while preparing food. Perhaps a thorn has pierced the skin while working in the garden. Perhaps a child has scraped a knee while at play. These small injuries are common in daily life, and they require prompt attention to heal properly. In traditional practice across Africa and elsewhere, Sansevieria leaf poultices were applied directly to such cuts and wounds. The method was straightforward. Take a fresh leaf, clean it, if necessary, perhaps crush or bruise it slightly to release the inner juices and place it directly on the wound, then bind it in place with a strip of cloth or even with fiber from the plant itself. The leaf serves multiple functions in this role. First, it provides a physical covering, a barrier between the wound and the outside world, protecting the injury from dirt and contamination. Second, the moisture in the leaf keeps the wound from drying out too quickly, which can aid healing. Third, and most importantly, the compounds within the leaf have antiseptic properties. They help prevent infection from taking hold. Think of it as a living bandage, if you will, not just a passive covering, but an active treatment that both protects and heals. This use of Sansevieria for wound care was particularly valued because the plant was hardy and readily available. In rural settings far from any apothecary or physician, having a plant growing near your dwelling that could treat wounds was invaluable. Imagine you're working in the fields and suffer a cut. You cannot stop your work for hours to seek medical help. But there, growing by the compound, is your Sansevieria. You can quickly cut a leaf, bind it to the wound, and continue your work. The leaf bandage stays in place, protecting and treating, requiring no further attention until the end of the day. This immediacy of treatment is important. Wounds that are promptly cleaned and covered are much less likely to become infected than wounds that are left exposed. Having medicine literally at your doorstep means treatment can begin immediately, which improves outcomes considerably. The practice also reflects practical wisdom about wound care that modern medicine has confirmed, keeping wounds moist but not wet, protecting them from contamination, and providing some antimicrobial action. All promote better healing. Beyond simple cuts and wounds, Sansevieria was also used for skin conditions, for boils and skin swellings that needed treatment. A boil is a painful infection of the skin, underlying tissue, often caused by bacteria entering through a small break in the skin. It forms a swollen, red, painful lump that may eventually come to a head and drain. Boils can be quite troublesome, painful, slow to heal, prone to spreading if not properly managed. Traditional healers used Sansevieria poultices for boils, applying the crushed leaf directly to the affected area. The warmth and moisture of the poultice help bring the boil to a head more quickly, allowing it to drain and begin healing. The antiseptic properties of the leaf help prevent the infection from spreading. Skin swellings which might arise from injury, from insect bites, from minor infections were similarly treated. The cooling, slightly astringent quality of the leaf helped reduce inflammation and soothe the affected area. Here again we see the value of having a versatile remedy close at hand. Skin problems are common, sometimes painful, and benefit from prompt treatment. A plant that could address these issues and that required no special preparation beyond cutting the fresh leaf was a valuable household resource. Fungal skin infections were another traditional indication for Sansevieria leaf preparations. These infections, ringworm, athlete's foot, various other fungal conditions are particularly common in warm, humid climates. Where fungus thrives, fungal infections can be persistent and troublesome. They cause itching, redness, sometimes painful cracking of the skin. They spread easily and can be difficult to eradicate completely. Traditional use of Sansevieria for fungal infections involved applying the leaf sap or a crushed leaf poultice to the affected area. Often repeatedly over several days, the antifungal properties of the plant compounds helped combat the infection. While the physical application provided relief from itching and discomfort, modern research has confirmed that Sansevieria extracts do indeed have antifungal activity against common skin fungi. The traditional use, in other words, was based on genuine effectiveness, not mere superstition or wishful thinking. This is a pattern we see repeatedly with traditional plant medicines. When researchers finally test them systematically, they often find that the traditional claims are supported by measurable activity. The traditional healers knew what worked, even if they did not understand the chemical mechanisms behind that effectiveness. Ulcers and sores, open wounds that fail to heal properly, were also treated with Sansevieria preparations. These can be particularly troublesome, especially for people with certain underlying conditions that impair healing. An ulcer that refuses to close is vulnerable to infection. Painful and debilitating traditional medicine recognized the need for treatments that could help such wounds finally heal. And Sansevieria was among the plants employed for this purpose. The leaf poultices, applied regularly and kept in place with bandaging, provided a moist healing environment, antimicrobial action, and compounds that may have stimulated tissue repair. Patient consistent application over days or weeks could help stubborn ulcers finally close. This required more sustained care than treating a simple cut. Not just a quick application, but ongoing attention and repeated treatments. But for people with few medical options, having any effective treatment for chronic wounds was precious beyond measure. Let me pause here to consider what all these uses tell us about the nature of topical plant medicine. When we apply a plant preparation to the skin, we are working at the most accessible level of medical treatment. We can see the condition we are treating. We can observe whether the treatment is helping or not. We can adjust our approach based on what we observe. This directness makes topical treatment particularly well suited to traditional medicine. You do not need to understand complex internal processes. You do not need to theorize about invisible causes of disease. You simply need to observe, does the wound look cleaner after treatment? Is the swelling going down? Is the infection spreading or resolving? Over generations of such observation, traditional healers learned which plants help with which skin conditions. They learned that Sansevieria was reliably effective for cuts, for boils, for fungal infections, for ulcers. This knowledge was confirmed through repeated use, through countless individual cases where the plant proved its worth. The antiseptic properties of Sansevieria that make it effective for wound care have been confirmed by modern laboratory studies. Researchers have tested extracts from the leaves against various bacteria that commonly cause wound infections. Bacteria with names like Staphylococcus aureus and Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which are common culprits in infected wounds. These studies show measurable antibacterial activity. The plant extracts can kill or inhibit these bacteria, confirming what traditional healers knew from experience. That Sansevieria helps keep wounds clean and prevents infection from taking hold. The modern studies also show wound healing activity. Extracts from the plant, when applied to wounds in experimental settings, speed the healing process compared to untreated wounds. The plant does not just prevent infection, it actively promotes the repair of damaged tissue. This combination of antimicrobial and healing, promoting activity, explains why Sansevieria earned its reputation as a wound care plant. It addresses both the key challenges in treating injuries, preventing infection, and promoting healing. I have prepared poultices myself. here in my shop, using various medicinal plants. The process is simple but requires care. You must ensure the plant material is clean. You must prepare it in a way that releases its medicinal compounds while maintaining its physical properties. You want it moist but not sodden, broken down enough to be effective but not so much that it loses its structure. The traditional healers who used Sansevieria for poultices understood these practical details. Through long experience, they knew how to prepare a leaf so it would stay in place, so it would release its healing compounds gradually over hours, so it would not dry out too quickly or become uncomfortable for the patient. This practical knowledge, the craft of preparing and applying plant medicines, is as important as knowledge of which plant to use. A good remedy poorly prepared is of little use. A good remedy properly prepared can work wonders. Let me speak now of one more aspect of Sansevieria's topical use. Its role as a general antiseptic wash or cleansing agent. Sometimes the need is not to treat a specific wound or condition, but simply to clean and disinfect an area of skin. Perhaps before a minor procedure, extracting a splinter, for instance, or lancing a small abscess. Perhaps to clean an area where multiple small scratches or abrasions need attention. Perhaps simply as a precaution in circumstances where infection risk is high. For such purposes, traditional practice sometimes involved preparing an infusion or decoction of Sansevieria leaves, essentially making a medicinal water by boiling or steeping the leaves, and then using this water to wash the affected area. This is gentler than applying crushed leaves directly, and it allows for treatment of larger areas of skin. The antimicrobial compounds in the water help cleanse the skin and reduce the chance of infection taking hold. In my own practice, I sometimes prepare such cleansing waters from various antiseptic herbs. They have their place in the Apothecary's toolkit, less intensive than a poultice, but more than just plain water, offering a middle ground for situations that require cleansing but not heavy treatment. As the night deepens and the candles burn lower, let me draw these observations together. Sansevieria has been extensively used in traditional medicine for skin problems, wounds, and topical care. Leaf poultices were applied directly to cuts and wounds, serving as both physical covering and active treatment with antiseptic properties. The plant was used for boils and skin swellings, for fungal skin infections, for ulcers and sores that needed help healing in each case. The leaf preparations provided cooling, antimicrobial action, and promotion of tissue repair. The leaf sap was used as a topical antiseptic, applied directly to affected areas or used as a cleansing wash. This versatility made Sansevieria a valuable, all-purpose skin remedy. Modern studies have confirmed antibacterial and wound healing activity, providing scientific support for traditional uses. The plant's effectiveness in wound care is real and measurable, not merely folkloric belief. The topical uses of Sansevieria represent the most direct and accessible of its medicinal applications, visible, observable, practical treatments that people could apply themselves with confidence. Based on generations of accumulated experience, I have finished cleaning my vessels now. They sit drying on the cloth, ready for the next time I need to prepare a poultice or a salve. Simple tools for simple but important work. The work of helping wounds heal, of keeping infections at bay, of tending to the injuries and ailments of the skin. When you consider that every human being will, over the course of a lifetime, suffer numerous cuts, scrapes, minor infections, and skin problems, you begin to appreciate the value of reliable remedies for such complaints. They are not dramatic cures for terrible diseases. They are something perhaps more important, daily helps for common troubles. Sansevieria served this role for countless people across many cultures, a ready ally for the small injuries and skin problems that are part of human life. A plant that could be counted on, that was there when needed, that worked reliably time and again. This reliability, this dependability, is perhaps its greatest virtue. Not a miracle cure, but a faithful helper. And is that not what we truly need most in our medicines? Not occasional miracles, but steady, reliable help with the common troubles we all face. The fire has died down now. The shop is cool and quiet outside. The night is still and peaceful. It is time for rest. As you settle into sleep, perhaps you will dream of healing. of wounds that knit cleanly, of skin that repairs itself, of the body's remarkable ability to mend its own injuries when given proper support. And perhaps you will remember that plants like Sansevieria have been humanity's partners in this healing work. For longer than we can measure, the leaf poultice, the wound that closes, the skin that clears. These are simple things, but they matter. They matter to the person suffering. They matter to the family caring for the sick or injured. They matter to communities that must rely on their own resources for healing. Sleep now, friend. Let your rest be deep and restorative. Let your body do its own healing work as you sleep, as it has done every night of your life, tending to small injuries and daily wear, repairing and restoring. The night watches over you. All is peaceful. All is well. Rest. Segment 8, Ear Tooth. And localized pain remedies. Good evening, friend. The fire burns low tonight, just enough to keep the chill away, not so much as to make the room uncomfortable. There is something calming about a gentle fire, is there not? The soft light, the occasional pop and whisper of the flames, the warmth that spreads slowly through the room. I have been thinking this evening about pain, not the great, overwhelming pains that signal serious illness, but the smaller, sharper pains that strike suddenly and demand immediate attention. An earache that wakes a child in the night, a toothache that makes eating impossible, a pain that is localized, acute, intensely felt in one particular spot. These pains, though not life-threatening, can be truly miserable. They interfere with sleep, with work, with daily life. They make one desperate for relief, for anything that might ease the sharp discomfort. And here, once again, our Sansevieria has served as a helper to suffering humanity. Tonight, let us speak of how this plant has been used for these localized pains, for aching ears and painful teeth, for those sharp, focused discomforts that cry out for swift treatment. Let us begin with earaches, for they are particularly common and particularly distressing, especially in children. An earache can have various causes: an infection in the ear canal, fluid buildup behind the eardrum, inflammation from cold or allergy, regardless of the cause. The pain can be intense. The ear is a sensitive structure, and pain there seems to penetrate deep into the head, making it difficult to think of anything else. In traditional practice, across many cultures where Sansevieria was known, the plant was used to ease this particular torment. The method, as documented in various ethnobotanical records, was quite specific. Heated leaves were used to release ep, which was then carefully dripped into the aching ear. Let me describe this process more fully, for the details matter. First, a fresh Sansevieria leaf would be selected, typically a mature leaf, not a young, tender one. The leaf would be held near a fire or heated gently in some other way, not so hot as to burn, you understand, but warm enough that the heat would cause the leaf to release its internal juices. As the leaf warmed, drops of sap would begin to form. These drops would be collected, perhaps by positioning the leaf so the sap dripped directly into a clean vessel, or perhaps by squeezing the warm leaf slightly to express the liquid. Then, with great care, a few drops of this warm sap would be placed into the aching ear. The warmth itself would provide some comfort, and the compounds in the sap would begin their work, easing pain, perhaps reducing inflammation, perhaps fighting infection if bacteria were involved. This was not a remedy to be used carelessly, you understand. The ear is delicate, and one must be cautious about what is placed into the ear canal. But traditional healers who had used this treatment for generations knew how to prepare it safely, knew how much to use, knew when it was appropriate and when other treatments might be better. The relief, according to those who documented these traditional practices, could be quite swift. The pain would ease, the child could sleep, the suffering would abate. For a parent with a crying child in the middle of the night, with no physician available and no other remedies at hand, this was a precious gift. Consider the practicality of this remedy. It required no elaborate preparation, no special equipment beyond a fire to warm the leaf. The treatment could be prepared in minutes when needed, and the plant itself, growing by the dwelling, was always available. No need to search for rare ingredients, or wait for supplies to arrive from distant places. This immediacy of relief for acute pain was one of Sansevieria's most valued qualities. When pain strikes suddenly, when a child is suffering, when comfort is desperately needed, having a remedy that works quickly and is readily available is more valuable than any elaborate preparation that might be more powerful but takes hours or days to obtain. Now let us turn our attention to toothaches, another source of localized, acute pain that has tormented humanity since time immemorial. A toothache can arise from decay, from infection at the root of the tooth, from damage to the tooth, from problems with the gums. Whatever the cause, the pain can be severe, throbbing, sharp, sometimes radiating into the jaw and head. And unlike many pains that come and go, a toothache tends to persist, making eating difficult or impossible, disrupting sleep, demanding constant attention. Traditional use of Sansevieria for toothache was documented in various African traditions. The method was similar to that used for earexes. Gently heated leaves were prepared so that their sap could be applied directly to the painful tooth or the surrounding gum. In some cases, the warm leaf itself might be held against the outside of the jaw, near the painful tooth. In other cases, drops of sap would be applied directly to the tooth or gum inside the mouth. The warmth, combined with whatever analgesic compounds the sap contained, would provide some relief from the throbbing pain. I should note that toothache remedies in traditional medicine were generally understood as palliative. That is, they eased the pain but did not cure the underlying problem. A tooth with serious decay or infection would still require more definitive treatment eventually. But in the absence of a proper dentist or tooth drawer, or while waiting for such help to be available, any remedy that could ease the pain was deeply valued. The same could be said for earache remedies, for that matter. If the ear pain was caused by a serious infection, it might require more than herbal drops to fully resolve. But even in such cases, anything that could provide temporary relief while the body fought the infection, or while one sought more sophisticated treatment, was worth having. This is an important point about traditional plant medicine in general. It was not always a complete cure for every condition, but it provided tools for managing symptoms, for easing suffering, for supporting the body's own healing processes, and often that was exactly what was needed. What was it about Sansevieria sap that made it effective for these localized pains? We can speculate based on what we know of the plant's chemical composition and on modern studies of its effects. The plant contains various compounds, saponins, flavonoids, and others that have demonstrated analgesic properties in laboratory studies. That is to say, they have pain-relieving effect. The sap also has mild antiseptic qualities, which could help if the pain was caused by infection. For an ear infection or an infected tooth, reducing the bacterial load might help ease inflammation and thus reduce pain. The warmth of the application itself would have provided some comfort. Warmth often soothes. Pain increases blood flow to the area and can help the body's natural healing processes work more effectively. And there may be additional compounds or effects that we do not yet fully understand. Traditional remedies sometimes work through mechanisms that modern science has not yet elucidated. This does not make them mystical or inexplicable. It simply means we have more to learn. Let me speak for a moment about the broader category of localized pain treatments in traditional medicine. When we have pain in a specific spot, an ear, a tooth, a particular joint or muscle, there is something psychologically as well as physically satisfying about applying treatment directly to that spot. It feels right to put medicine exactly where the pain is, to address the problem at its source. This direct application also tends to work faster than systemic treatments. If you take a medicine by mouth, it must be absorbed, circulate through the body, and eventually reach the site of pain. But if you apply medicine directly to the painful spot, it can begin working immediately. Traditional healers understood this, though perhaps not in these exact terms. They knew that for localized pains, topical treatments often work best, and they developed various such treatments using the plants available to them. Sansevieria was one such plant, valued particularly for its use in ear and tooth pain. but also used for other localized pains as circumstances required. The flexibility of the remedy, the ease of preparation, and the reliability of at least some relief made it a staple in the traditional medicine toolkit I have. In my years as an apothecary, seen many people suffering from earaches and toothaches. These are common complaints, and they drive people to seek help with an urgency born of real misery. For earaches, I might prepare various remedies depending on the nature of the complaint. Warming oils infused with medicinal herbs, perhaps, or other preparations suited to the case. For toothaches, I might offer oil of cloves, which is well known for its ability to numb dental pain or other such preparations. But I always remember that these are, in essence, doing the same thing that the traditional Sansevieria ear drops or tooth applications did, providing localized pain relief, offering comfort, helping the sufferer endure until either the condition resolves on its own or more definitive treatment can be obtained. The remedies I use may be different in their details, but the underlying principle is the same. And this continuity between my European apothecary practices and the traditional African and Asian uses of Sansevieria reminds me that human suffering is universal, and so too are the basic principles of offering comfort and relief. There is another aspect of these ear and tooth remedies that deserves mention, the element of care and comfort in their administration. When a mother prepares a Sansevieria leaf, warms it carefully, collects the sap, and gently places it in her child's aching ear, she is doing more than just applying medicine. She is demonstrating care, showing the child that they are not alone in their suffering, providing the comfort of attention and touch. This matters perhaps more than we sometimes recognize in our focus on the purely physical effects of medicine. The knowledge that someone is trying to help, that relief is being sought, that we are cared for. This in itself eases suffering, even before any chemical effects of the medicine can take hold. Traditional medicine practiced within families and communities always had this dimension of care built into it. The medicine and the care were inseparable. The remedy worked not just through its chemical properties, but through the entire context of its administration. The warmth, the touch, the attention, the comfort of knowing that help was being given. Let me also note that traditional use of Sansevieria for localized pain was not limited exclusively to ears and teeth. The plant was used for pain in other specific locations as well, though ears and teeth are the most commonly documented applications. For instance, some traditions used Sansevieria preparations for the pain of insect stings or bites, applying crushed leaf or sap to the spot where one had been stung, to ease the sharp pain and reduce swelling, or for minor burns, applying the cooling, moist leaf to a burned area to soothe the pain and protect the damaged skin, or for headaches in some cases, applying preparations to the temples or forehead in hopes of easing the pain. The underlying principle was the same in all cases. For sharp, localized pain, apply Sansevieria directly to the affected spot and see if relief follows. Sometimes it did, sometimes to a lesser degree, but the attempt was always worthwhile when suffering needed to be addressed. As the fire burns lower and the room grows dimmer, let me gather these thoughts into a coherent whole. Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for localized acute pains, particularly earaches and toothaches, which are common and particularly distressing complaints. The method involved heating leaves to release sap, which was then carefully applied directly to the site of pain. For earaches, drops were placed into the ear. For toothaches, applications were made to the tooth or gum. This was considered a fast-acting, localized treatment, providing relief relatively quickly without the need for elaborate preparation or specialized knowledge beyond what experienced healers possessed. The treatment addressed pain in children and adults. It was used across various cultures where Sansevieria was known and was valued for its accessibility and the swiftness with which it could be prepared when needed. Beyond ears and teeth, similar topical applications were used for other localized pains, stings, burns, headaches, and other acute discomforts where direct application seemed appropriate. The effectiveness likely stemmed from a combination of the plant's analgesic compounds, its antiseptic properties, the warmth of the application, and the psychological comfort of receiving care and attention. The fire is nearly out now, just glowing embers remaining, casting a soft red light that barely illuminates the room. It is the perfect light for ending our evening's conversation, for settling into the quiet that precedes sleep. When you think of Sansevieria now, perhaps you will remember not just the large uses, the treatment of serious ailments, the complex preparations, but also these small, immediate applications. The leaf warmed by firelight, the drops of sap carefully collected, the gentle application to an aching ear or painful tooth, the relief that follows, allowing sleep to return, allowing the sufferer to find some peace. These are not grand medical achievements, perhaps, but they are real helps for real suffering. And in the middle of the night, when pain strikes and comfort seems far away, such helps are worth everything. The plant sits quietly in its pot, as it has throughout our conversation. It has no knowledge of the pain it has eased over the centuries, the children it has helped to sleep, the toothaches it has soothed. It simply is what it is, a plant with certain properties, certain compounds, certain virtues that humans have learned to employ. And that is enough. That has always been enough. Sleep now, friend. Let the night be peaceful and the morning far away. Let any small discomforts ease and fade. Let rest come gently as the last ember dies and darkness settles soft as a blanket. The plant watches in the darkness, or perhaps I should say, the plant simply exists in the darkness. Neither watching nor sleeping, neither knowing nor unknowing, simply being, and we who do know and watch and feel and suffer and heal, we rest now. We let go of the day. We surrender to sleep's kind embrace. All is quiet, all is still, all is peaceful. Rest well. Segment 9, pain fever. And inflammation, good evening, friend. The rain has returned. Can you hear it? A gentle, steady rain. The kind that settles in for the evening and shows no sign of hurrying away. It is a sound that invites contemplation, that encourages one to remain indoors, to sit quietly, to let thoughts unfold at their own unhurried pace. I have been preparing decoctions this evening, various medicinal teas and drinks that are taken internally rather than applied to the skin. The process is simple, but requires patience. The herbs must be boiled in water long enough to extract their virtues, but not so long that the beneficial compounds are destroyed by excessive heat. As I watch the pot simmer and the liquid darken with the extracted essences of the plants, I found myself thinking about the broader, more systemic complaints that traditional medicine sought to address, not the localized pains we spoke of last time, but the more general discomforts, the aches that spread through the body, the fevers that heat the blood, the inflammations that cause swelling and soreness. Tonight, let us speak of how Sansevieria was used for these more general complaints, for pain throughout the body, for fever, for inflammatory conditions that required internal treatment. Let us begin with the concept of general body pain, what we might call systemic pain, pain that is not confined to one particular spot, but rather suffuses the body or affects multiple areas at once. This type of pain can arise from many causes. Perhaps one has worked too hard, overtaxing the muscles and joints. Perhaps illness brings with it generalized aching, as influenza often does, or other infectious diseases. Perhaps the pain is chronic, arising from conditions like rheumatism that affect multiple joints. Perhaps it is simply the accumulation of many small discomforts that together create a pervasive sense of bodily pain. For such complaints, traditional medicine recognized that topical treatments would be insufficient. One cannot apply poultices to every aching part. Instead, internal medicines were needed, preparations taken by mouth that could work throughout the body, reaching all the places where pain resided. Decoctions of Sansevieria were used for this purpose in various traditional systems. The preparation method was straightforward: leaves, or sometimes roots and rhizomes, for more serious cases, would be boiled in water for a period of time. The resulting liquid would be strained and then drunk, sometimes warm, sometimes cooled, depending on the tradition and the specific complaint. The decoction, once consumed, would be absorbed into the body and carried through the bloodstream to all tissues. Any analgesic compounds in the plant, compounds that reduce pain, would thus be distributed throughout the body, potentially easing aches wherever they occurred. This is a fundamentally different approach from the topical applications we have discussed. Previously, it treats pain systemically from within rather than locally from without. Both approaches have their place in the healer's repertoire. And traditional medicine understood when each was appropriate. For a single aching tooth, a topical application makes sense. For aching throughout the body, an internal medicine is more practical and more likely to be effective. The taste of such decoctions, I should note, was likely not pleasant. Sansevieria contains bitter compounds, as many medicinal plants do, but in traditional medicine, bitterness was often seen as a sign of potency. A bitter medicine was thought to be a strong medicine, working deeply in the body to address serious complaints. People were willing to endure the unpleasant taste if they believed the medicine would help. And indeed, the association between bitter taste and medicinal effectiveness is not entirely without basis. Many plants that contain potent medicinal compounds also taste quite bitter as a result of those same compounds. Let us turn now to fever, one of the most common and most feared symptoms in traditional medicine. And indeed, in medicine of all eras, fever is the body's response to infection or illness, a raising of the internal temperature that helps the body fight off disease. But fever itself can be dangerous if it rises too high. And even moderate fevers are deeply uncomfortable. They bring chills and sweats, aches and weakness, confusion and distress. In traditional practice, fever reducers were among the most important medicines. Any plant that could help bring down a fever, that could ease the heat and discomfort, that could help a sick person rest more comfortably, was highly valued. Sansevieria was used for fever reduction in various African and Asian traditions. The decoctions prepared for general pain were also employed for fever. The same preparations often addressed both complaints, as pain and fever frequently occur together in infectious illness. The term used in medicine for fever reducing effects is antipyretic, from Greek words meaning against fire, and indeed fever feels like an internal fire, a burning heat that consumes the sick person from within. Antipyretic medicines help quench this fire, helping the body return to a more normal temperature. Modern laboratory studies have confirmed that extracts of various Sansevieria species do indeed have antipyretic effects. When tested in animals with experimentally induced fever, the extracts help reduce the elevated temperature. This provides scientific validation for the traditional use. The fever-reducing effects are real and measurable, not merely imagined or wishful thinking. The exact mechanisms by which Sansevieria reduces fever are not completely understood, but likely involve effects on the body's temperature regulation systems, and perhaps also anti-inflammatory effects that reduce the physiological processes driving the fever. This is a common pattern in ethnopharmacology. The study of traditional medicines. Researchers investigate plants that have been used traditionally for certain purposes, test them systematically, and often find that the traditional claims are supported by measurable biological effects. If the traditional knowledge was sound, even if the traditional explanations of how the medicines worked were different from our modern biochemical understanding, inflammation is closely related to both pain and fever. It is the body's response to injury or infection, a complex process involving increased blood flow, accumulation of immune cells, swelling, heat, redness, and pain. Some inflammation is necessary and helpful. It is how the body defends itself and begins the healing process. But excessive or chronic inflammation can be harmful, causing ongoing pain and damage to tissues. Traditional medicine recognized inflammatory conditions, even if it did not understand the precise cellular and chemical processes involved. Swelling and heat in a joint, painful inflammation in the digestive tract, respiratory inflammation that makes breathing difficult. These were all recognized as conditions requiring treatment. Sansevieria was used for such inflammatory conditions across various traditions. The plant was applied externally as poultices for localized inflammation and swelling, as we have discussed, but it was also taken internally as decoctions for more systemic inflammatory conditions. The anti-inflammatory properties of Sansevieria have been confirmed in modern studies. Extracts from the plant show measurable anti-inflammatory effects in laboratory tests, supporting the traditional use for inflammatory conditions. Let me speak for a moment about the relationship between pain, fever, and inflammation, because understanding this relationship helps us understand why a single plant might be used for all three conditions. These three phenomena are deeply interconnected in the body. Inflammation causes pain. The swelling presses on nerves. The chemical signals released during inflammation activate pain receptors. Fever often accompanies inflammation, particularly when inflammation is caused by infection, and both fever and inflammation cause general malaise, weakness, and discomfort. A medicine that addresses one of these symptoms often helps with the others as well. An anti-inflammatory medicine will likely also reduce pain. Since much pain is caused by inflammation, a fever reducer may also help with pain and inflammation. Since these are often part of the same disease process, Sansevieria, with its combination of analgesic, antipyretic, and anti-inflammatory properties, was thus a useful general remedy for the cluster of symptoms that often occur together in illness. The pain, fever, and inflammation that characterize so many infectious diseases and inflammatory conditions. This made it a valuable household medicine. When someone fell ill with fever and body aches, perhaps from influenza, perhaps from some other infection, a decoction of Sansevieria could be prepared to help ease the discomfort and support the body's healing processes. I should note that traditional healers understood the limitations of such remedies. A mild fever that made one uncomfortable but was not dangerous might respond well to Sansevieria decoctions, allowing the sick person to rest more comfortably while the body fought off the illness. But a very high fever, or a fever that persisted for many days, or a fever accompanied by other serious symptoms, would require more intensive treatment. The Sansevieria might still be used as part of the treatment, but the healer would know that additional measures were needed. This graduated approach, using gentler remedies for milder cases, reserving stronger interventions for more serious situations, represents sophisticated medical judgment. Traditional healers were not blindly applying the same treatment to every case, but rather assessing each situation and adjusting their approach accordingly. The reputation of Sansevieria as a general remedy for pain, fever, and inflammation meant that it was often the first resort for these common complaints. If it proved insufficient, other measures could be added, but in many cases, it provided enough relief to support the body's own healing, which is ultimately what was needed. Let me share with you something about the nature of decoctions and how they differ from simple infusions or teas. An infusion is made by pouring hot water over plant material and letting it steep, like making tea. This is suitable for delicate plant parts. Flowers, tender leaves, where gentle extraction is sufficient. A decoction, by contrast, involves actually boiling the plant material in water, often for a considerable period, perhaps 20 minutes, perhaps longer. This more vigorous extraction is necessary for tougher plant parts like roots, bark, and thick leaves, where the medicinal compounds are more tightly bound and require heat and time to be fully released into the water. Sansevieria decoctions would have been prepared by the latter method. The leaves or roots boiled in water until the liquid had reduced somewhat and taken on color and taste from the plant material. The resulting decoction would be stronger, more concentrated than a simple infusion. The patience required to prepare a proper decoction is itself part of the medicine. In a way, it requires care, attention, time. It cannot be rushed. And perhaps this unhurried preparation communicated something to the sick person, that they were worth this effort, that care was being taken, that healing was being actively pursued. In my own practice, I prepare decoctions regularly. The process has become almost meditative for me, tending the fire to maintain the proper heat, watching the water slowly extract the plant's essences, timing the process so that extraction is complete, but the medicine not damaged by excessive boiling. Different plants require different decoction times and methods. Some are ready quickly, Others need long simmering. Some are best prepared in earthenware vessels, others in metal pots. The craft of preparing plant medicines involves this kind of practical knowledge accumulated through experience. I imagine the traditional healers who prepared Sansevieria decoctions had similar knowledge: how long to boil, how much plant material to use, how to judge when the decoction was ready. This practical wisdom was as important as knowing which plant to use in the first place, and when the decoction was ready, when it was strained and cooled or warmed as needed, when it was finally given to the suffering person. All of that accumulated knowledge and care went with it. Knowledge of the plant, skill in preparation, attention to the sick person's needs. Hope that the medicine would help. The rain continues its gentle drumming on the roof. It is a peaceful sound, a sound that makes one grateful for shelter and warmth. Inside, the shop is dim and quiet, lit only by a few candles. The pot on the fire has finished its simmering, and I have set it aside to cool. Let me gather now what we have discussed this evening. Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for general body pain, pain that is not localized, but rather affects multiple areas or the whole body. Decoctions were prepared for internal use, allowing the medicine to work systemically. The plant was valued as a fever reducer, helping to ease the heat and discomfort of elevated body temperature during illness. Modern studies confirm antibiotic effects, validating this traditional use. Sansevieria was employed for inflammatory conditions, both through topical application for localized inflammation and through internal use for more systemic inflammatory complaints. Anti-inflammatory activity has been demonstrated in laboratory studies. The plant's reputation as a remedy for pain, fever, and inflammation reflects the interconnected nature of these symptoms. They often occur together, and medicines that address one frequently help with the others as well. The traditional use represents sophisticated medical practice, using Sansevieria as a first resort for common complaints, then adding other treatments if needed, adjusting the approach based on the severity and nature of each case. As the evening draws toward night and the time for rest approaches, I find myself reflecting on the nature of comfort in illness. When we are sick, when pain or fever makes us miserable, what we want most is relief. We want the discomfort to ease, the fever to break, the aches to subside. We want to be able to rest, to sleep, to let our bodies heal without being tormented by symptoms. Medicines like Sansevieria, used traditionally for these very purposes, provided exactly this kind of comfort. They did not always cure the underlying disease. That was often beyond their power and had to be left to the body's own defenses. But they eased the symptoms, they made the illness more bearable, they helped the sick person rest. This is not a small thing. This is perhaps one of the most important functions medicine can serve, not always curing, but always comforting, always easing suffering, always supporting the body's own efforts to heal. The decoction of Sansevieria leaves, bitter but bearable, warm in the cup, sipped slowly by someone aching with fever. This represents a transaction of care as much as a transaction of chemistry. The medicine works in the body, yes, but also in the heart and mind, reminding the sick person that they are not alone, that help is being given, that relief is sought. The candles burn low now. The rain continues. The night settles deeper around us. Think, as you drift towards sleep, of all the people over all the centuries who have been comforted by plant medicines, who have drunk bitter teas and felt their fevers ease, who have rested while the medicine worked in their bodies, supporting the healing that was already underway. Sansevieria was one such medicine among many. Not miraculous, not always completely effective, but reliable enough, helpful enough, comforting enough to earn its place in the traditional pharmacopoeia. And that is what we ask of our medicines, really, not perfection, but help. Not certainty, but hope. Not miracles, but comfort and support in the difficult times. The plant sits quietly, as always, neither knowing nor caring about the relief it has brought to countless fevered bodies. The pain it has eased, the inflammations it has soothed. It simply is what it is. A plant with certain compounds, certain properties, certain virtues we have learned to recognize and employ. And we are grateful for these virtues. as we should be grateful for all the gifts that the green world offers us. Rest now, friend. Let the rain sing you to sleep. Let any discomforts ease into the background. Let your body do its quiet work of maintenance and repair while you rest. The night is long and peaceful. There is time enough for healing. There is time enough for rest. All is quiet, all is calm. Sleep well. Segment 10, Respiratory and Chest Remedies. Good evening, friend. Come, warm yourself by the fire. The night has turned colder, and I have set the kettle to steam. Not for tea, precisely, but to add some moisture to the air in the shop. Dry air troubles the throat and lungs, you see, and a bit of steam can ease breathing and soothe irritated passages. I have been thinking this evening about breath at most essential and yet most overlooked of bodily functions. We breathe constantly, without thought, without effort throughout our lives. But when breathing becomes difficult, when the chest feels tight, when coughing disturbs rest and rattles the body, then we become acutely aware of how precious and how fragile this function truly is. Respiratory complaints have always been among the most common reasons people seek medical help. A cough that will not cease, congestion that makes breathing labored, bronchitis that settles deep in the chest. These ailments, while rarely immediately dangerous, can make life truly miserable and can develop into more serious conditions if not properly addressed. Tonight, let us speak of how Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for these respiratory and chest complaints, for coughs, for congestion, for the various troubles that afflict the breathing passages. Let us begin with a simple cough, that reflexive expulsion of air from the lungs that can be triggered by many causes. A bit of dust in the throat, irritation from cold air, infection settling in the respiratory passages, chronic conditions that cause persistent coughing. The causes are many, but the symptom is the same, that repeated exhausting convulsion that disturbs rest and conversation alike. In traditional practice, leaf decoctions of Sansevieria were used for coughs across various cultures. The preparation was similar to what we discussed for pain and fever. Leaves boiled in water to extract their medicinal properties, then the resulting liquid consumed while warm. The warmth of the drink itself would have provided some immediate comfort, soothing the irritated throat. But beyond this simple thermal effect, the compounds in the decoction would have had more specific actions on the respiratory system. Traditional Chinese medical systems, for instance, documented the use of Sansevieria roots and leaves in decoctions for cough and bronchitis. This was not casual folk practice, but rather part of organized medical traditions with centuries of accumulated knowledge and systematic approaches to treatment. The mechanism by which Sansevieria helps with coughs relates partly to its saponin content. Saponins, those soap-like compounds we have mentioned before, have expectorant properties. That is to say, they help loosen phlegm and mucus in the respiratory passages, making it easier to cough them up and clear them away. This is actually desirable. In many cases of cough, the cough itself is the body's attempt to clear the airways. If mucus is thick and sticky, clinging to the passages, the cough is less effective and must be repeated again and again. But if something can help thin that mucus, make it less tenacious, then the cough can actually do its job more efficiently. A few productive coughs can clear what would otherwise require hours of irritating. Unproductive coughing, the saponins in Sansevieria help create this thinning effect. They are natural expectorants, similar in function to many modern cough medicines that work by the same principle, making the mucus easier to expel rather than trying to suppress the cough reflex entirely. In some traditions, this property was understood intuitively rather than chemically. Healers might have observed that the decoction caused a slight foaming or frothing, a visible sign of the saponins at work, and associated this with the loosening of chest congestion. The observation was sound even if the explanation was pre-scientific. Let us consider now the use of Sansevieria for more serious chest complaints, what we call bronchitis, an inflammation of the bronchial tubes that carry air into the lungs. Bronchitis brings not just coughing, but also chest tightness, difficulty breathing, production of thick mucus, sometimes wheezing or pain with breathing. It can be acute, coming on suddenly with an infection, or chronic, persisting for months and returning repeatedly. In Myanmar, Traditional practice involved using Sansevieria root juice mixed with honey for chronic cough. This is a particularly interesting preparation, worth examining in some detail. The root juice would have contained concentrated compounds from the underground parts of the plant, those more potent, more deeply acting substances that traditional logic reserved for serious conditions. The act of extracting juice from roots would have required effort, crushing, pressing, straining, but the result would have been a strong preparation. The addition of honey is significant for several reasons. First, honey itself has medicinal properties. It is antimicrobial, soothing to irritated tissues, and has been used in medicine since ancient times. Second, honey makes bitter medicines more palatable, helping ensure that patients, especially children, would actually take the remedy. Third, honey adds thickness and stickiness that helps the medicine coat the throat and linger there, extending its soothing effects. The use for chronic cough specifically, as opposed to acute recent onset cough, reflects sophisticated medical thinking. Traditional healers distinguished between different types of cough and tailored their treatments accordingly. An acute cough, recently begun, might respond to simpler, milder treatments, perhaps just a leaf decoction. But a chronic cough, one that has persisted despite the body's efforts to heal, one that keeps returning, one that has settled deep and refuses to clear, this requires stronger medicine, more persistent treatment. The root preparation represents this escalation in treatment intensity. When milder remedies prove insufficient, when the condition is stubborn and serious, then one moves to the stronger preparations that traditional wisdom reserved for such cases. This graduated approach to treatment shows real medical sophistication. It is not so different from modern practice, where we might try a simple cough suppressant first, then move to stronger medications if the condition does not improve, adjusting our treatment to match the severity and persistence of the complaint. Let me speak now of another traditional use documented in Myanmar, the application of Sansevieria leaf juice for thick mucus in children's throats. Young children are particularly vulnerable to respiratory complaints. Their airways are smaller, more easily blocked. They may not be able to cough effectively to clear mucus. They cannot always communicate clearly about their symptoms, making it harder for caregivers to assess the situation. When thick mucus accumulates in a child's throat, it can be frightening for both child and parent. The child may have difficulty breathing, may make worrying sounds with each breath, may become distressed and cry, which often makes the problem worse by causing more mucus production. The use of Sansevieria leaf juice in such cases represents a home respiratory remedy, analogous to what we might today call a mucolytic, something that breaks down or thins mucus to make breathing easier. The juice would likely have been applied directly to the throat area, perhaps with the child tilting their head back so a few drops could be placed toward the back of the mouth and throat. The compounds in the juice would then work locally where they were most needed, helping to thin the mucus and allow the child to breathe more easily. This brings up an important point about respiratory remedies in general, because the respiratory system is partially accessible from outside the body. We breathe in air from our environment. Our throats and mouths are open to external treatment. Respiratory medicines can work both internally and topically. You can take a medicine by mouth, letting it be absorbed and work throughout the body and respiratory system, or you can apply medicines directly to the throat. Inhale medicated steam, gargle with medicated liquids, all ways of delivering treatment directly to the affected tissues. Sansevieria remedies made use of both approaches, decoctions taken internally for systemic effects on cough and bronchitis, juices or sap supplied locally to the throat for more immediate direct action, different approaches for different situations, all aimed at easing respiratory distress. The flexibility of these traditional remedies, the ability to adjust method of preparation and application to match the specific case, represents sophisticated pharmacological thinking, even if expressed in traditional rather than modern scientific terms. I should mention also that respiratory complaints often involve not just physical symptoms, but also anxiety and distress. Difficulty breathing naturally causes fear, The feeling that one cannot get enough air is profoundly unsettling. Coughing fits that go on, exhaust and frighten. Children especially may become very distressed by respiratory symptoms. Therefore, remedies that provide even partial relief offer not just physical benefit, but also psychological comfort. The ability to breathe a bit more easily, to cough a bit more productively, to feel that the chest is clearing. These improvements reduce anxiety, help the patient rest, and actually support healing by reducing the stress response that can worsen inflammation and tighten airways. The traditional use of Sansevieria for respiratory complaints would have provided this kind of multi-level help. Physical effects from the medicinal compounds, psychological comfort from receiving care, and treatment, the warmth and moisture of the preparation, soothing irritated tissues, all working together to help the suffering person feel better and heal more effectively. Let me share with you something about the preparation of respiratory remedies in general, based on my own practice here in the shop. For coughs and chest complaints, I find that warm liquids work best. Cold preparations may be tolerated, but they do not provide the same comfort and relief as something warm. The warmth itself helps. It soothes the throat, helps thin secretions, feels comforting going down. The timing of doses matters as well. A single dose of respiratory medicine rarely provides lasting relief. Instead, repeated doses throughout the day, and especially before sleep, help maintain the beneficial effects and allow the patient to rest more comfortably. Traditional practice with Sansevieria decoctions would likely have followed similar patterns. The medicine would be prepared in sufficient quantity for multiple doses. It would be taken warm, perhaps warmed again before each dose if it had cooled. Doses would be spaced throughout the day, with special attention to ensuring a dose before attempting to sleep. Since nighttime coughing is often the most disruptive, this kind of practical knowledge about how to use a remedy, not just what remedy to use, is essential to effective treatment. A good medicine used poorly is far less effective than a mediocre medicine used skillfully. There's another dimension to respiratory remedies that deserves mention, the use for what traditional systems call detoxification or blood cleansing. In Chinese medical traditions, Sansevieria was used not just for respiratory symptoms themselves, but as part of broader treatments for detoxification and clearing what was seen as internal heat or toxicity that manifested partly through respiratory complaints. This concept may seem foreign to our modern understanding, but it reflects a different way of thinking about disease. Rather than seeing cough as simply a local problem in the lungs, traditional systems often saw it as a manifestation of broader imbalance or accumulation of harmful substances in the body. The respiratory symptoms were the visible part, but the underlying problem was systemic. Therefore, treatment needed to address not just the cough, but also this broader internal condition, clearing toxins, cooling excess heat, restoring balance. Whether or not we accept this theoretical framework, the practical result was often effective treatment. The remedies used for these purposes typically had multiple actions: expectorant, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, that would indeed help with respiratory infections and inflammatory conditions, even if the traditional explanation of how they worked was different from our modern biochemical understanding. As the kettle continues its gentle steaming and the room fills with moisture, let me gather these thoughts into a coherent whole. Sansevieria leaf decoctions were used traditionally for coughs across multiple cultures. The warm preparations soothed irritated airways, while compounds in the plant, particularly saponins, helped thin and clear mucus. Root preparations were used for more serious respiratory conditions like bronchitis, particularly when chronic or persistent. These stronger preparations were reserved for cases that did not respond to milder treatments. In Myanmar specifically, root juice mixed with honey was given for chronic cough, and leaf juice was used for thick mucus in children's throats. Functioning as home respiratory remedies comparable to modern expectorants and mucolytics, traditional Chinese medicine used Sansevieria for cough, bronchitis, and detoxification, seeing respiratory complaints as part of broader patterns of internal imbalance requiring systemic treatment. The various traditional uses reflect understanding that respiratory remedies could work both internally decoctions taken by mouth, and topically applications to the throat, with different preparations suited to different situations. The steam from the kettle has added a gentle moisture to the air. The room feels softer, somehow easier to breathe in. It is a small thing, this addition of moisture. But sometimes small things make all the difference in comfort as you prepare for rest. Think perhaps of breath, of how it flows in and out, mostly unnoticed, constantly sustaining us. Think of how precious clear breathing is and how distressing when it becomes labored or painful. The traditional remedies we have discussed, the Sansevieria decoctions for cough, the root juice for persistent chest complaints, the leaf preparations for children's congested throats. These represent generations of effort to ease one of humanity's most common forms of suffering. They did not always cure, they did not work miracles, but they helped. They eased breathing, they cleared congestion, they allowed rest, and in doing so, they gave the body the support it needed to heal itself, which is often all that medicine can or needs to do. The fire burns low, the steam has mostly dissipated. The night deepens around us, quiet and peaceful. Let your breath flow easily as you drift towards sleep. Let any tightness in your chest ease away. Let the rhythm of breathing in and out, lull you into restfulness. The plant sits in its corner, having no need to breathe as we do, no understanding of the respiratory comfort it has brought to countless people over countless generations. It simply exists, bearing within its tissues the compounds that we have learned to employ for our benefit. And we who do breathe, who do suffer respiratory complaints, who do need help clearing our airways and easing our coughs, we are grateful for this plant and others like it, for the knowledge of how to use them, for the generations of healers who preserved and passed down this knowledge. Rest now, breathe easily, let sleep come gentle as a sigh. All is peaceful, all is quiet, all is well, sleep. Segment 11, Digestive, and Intestinal uses good evening, friend. I have been organizing my dried herbs this evening, sorting, labeling, ensuring that everything is in its proper place. It is peaceful work, the kind that allows the mind to wander while the hands stay busy with simple, repetitive tasks. As I handled the various digestive herbs, the carminatives that ease gas, the bitters that stimulate digestion, the astringents that help with diarrhea, I found myself thinking about how central the belly is to our sense of well-being. When the digestion is troubled, when the intestines are cramping or loose, when the stomach rebels against us, all else in life seems diminished. Digestive complaints are among the most common ailments that afflict humanity. They strike suddenly and demand attention. They can range from mild discomfort to serious, even life-threatening conditions. And throughout history, people have turned to plants for help with these most intimate and troublesome of bodily problems. Our Sansevieria, as you might expect by now, was employed in traditional medicine for various digestive and intestinal complaints. Tonight, let us speak of how this plant served those who suffered from troubles of the belly and bowels. Let us begin with diarrhea, that loose, frequent evacuation of the bowels that can range from a mere inconvenience to a deadly threat. In its milder forms, diarrhea is uncomfortable and embarrassing, but not dangerous. The body is attempting to expel something it finds objectionable, tainted food, perhaps, or an excess of certain substances. A day or two of loose bowels and the problem resolves itself. But in more serious cases, particularly in children or the elderly or those already weakened by other ailments, diarrhea can be life-threatening. The loss of fluids and essential salts through frequent loose stools can quickly lead to dangerous dehydration. In traditional societies without modern medical intervention, severe diarrhea was a significant cause of death, especially among the young. Therefore, remedies that could help check diarrhea, slow the bowels, restore normal function, these were precious indeed. They could literally mean the difference between life and death. Sansevieria was used for diarrhea in various African traditions. The preparations were typically made from roots or rhizomes rather than leaves. Remember our discussion of household apothecary logic, how the underground parts were reserved for more serious internal conditions. Diarrhea, when severe, certainly qualifies such a condition. The roots would be cleaned carefully, then boiled into a decoction. This would be administered to the suffering person, with the hope that the astringent and other properties of the root compounds would help firm the stools and slow the excessive evacuation. Astringents work by causing a slight tightening or firming of tissues. In the case of diarrhea, this tightening effect in the intestinal walls can help reduce the excessive secretion of fluids into the bowel and slow down the urgent contractions that drive frequent bowel movements. Traditional healers would not have understood the mechanism in these chemical terms, of course, but they understood the effect that certain plant preparations, including Sansevieria root decoctions, helped with diarrhea, and that understanding gained through generations of observation and use was sound. The dosing would have been careful. Too little, and the remedy would be ineffective. Too much, and there might be risk of stopping the bowels entirely. Which brings its own problems. Traditional healers learned through experience how much to give, how often, how to adjust, based on the severity of the case and the response to treatment. Closely related to diarrhea treatment was the use of Sansevieria for general intestinal complaints. What traditional records sometimes simply call stomach problems or intestinal disorders, these terms encompass a range of digestive issues: cramping pain in the belly, discomfort after eating, gurgling, and unsettled digestion. Alternations between constipation and diarrhea, not always serious, but certainly uncomfortable and disruptive to daily life. Decoctions of Sansevieria were used for such complaints as well, serving as general digestive tonics and remedies for intestinal distress. The bitter compounds in the plant may have helped stimulate proper digestive function. Bitters are known to trigger digestive secretions and improve the tone of digestive organs. The same astringent properties that helped with diarrhea would also help with general intestinal inflammation and irritation, soothing inflamed tissues and helping restore normal function. In some traditions, there was understanding that these remedies work best when combined with dietary adjustments. Eating bland foods, avoiding irritating substances, taking smaller meals more frequently. The medicine and the diet work together to support healing. Now, let us turn to another important traditional use for intestinal worms and parasites in traditional societies. Intestinal parasites were extremely common. Poor sanitation, lack of access to clean water, walking barefoot in contaminated soil, eating undercooked food. All of these factors contributed to high rates of parasitic infection. These worms, roundworms, hookworms, tapeworms, and others cause various problems. They compete with the host for nutrients, causing malnutrition, despite adequate food intake. They can cause abdominal pain, diarrhea, nausea. In heavy infestations, particularly in children, they can cause serious illness and impaired development. Traditional medicine in many cultures developed remedies to expel these parasites, what we call vermifuges or anthelmintics. Plants with bitter irritating or toxic properties were used to create an environment hostile to the worms, encouraging them to detach from the intestinal wall and be expelled with the feces. Sansevieria was used as such a vermifuge in various traditions. The root preparations, being stronger and more active than leaf preparations, were employed for this purpose. The treatment would typically involve taking the decoction, then perhaps following it with a purgative to ensure the paralyzed or dead worms were expelled from the body. Modern research has confirmed anthelmintic activity in Sansevieria extracts. Laboratory studies show that the plant compounds can affect various parasitic worms, supporting the traditional use as a deworming remedy. The mechanisms likely involve multiple actions. Some compounds may paralyze the worms, others may damage their protective coverings. Still, others may make the intestinal environment inhospitable to their survival. The complex mixture of compounds in the plant preparation works together to achieve the desired effect. This is an important point about traditional plant medicines. They are not single purified compounds, but rather complex mixtures containing dozens or even hundreds of different substances. This complexity can actually be advantageous. Parasites cannot easily develop resistance to such mixtures the way they can to single compound drugs, because they would need to develop resistance to multiple different mechanisms simultaneously. Traditional healers did not understand this in biochemical terms, but they understood that their plant remedies worked, and that understanding was sufficient for practical purposes. Let me speak now about another use documented in traditional practice for stimulating appetite, particularly in children. Loss of appetite can be a symptom of various problems. Illness often suppresses hunger. Intestinal parasites can cause children to lose interest in food even as malnutrition develops. General weakness and poor health can reduce appetite, creating a vicious cycle where inadequate eating leads to worsening health, which further reduces appetite. Traditional healers in parts of Botswana and South Africa reported using Sansevieria preparations to help stimulate appetite in children who were not eating well. This was typically done using leaf or rhizome decoctions, given in small amounts before meals. The bitter compounds in the plant likely played a role here. Bitters are well known to stimulate appetite and digestive secretions. When bitter substances touch the tongue, they trigger reflexes that prepare the digestive system for food. Saliva production increases, stomach acid secretion begins, digestive enzymes are released. A small dose of Sansevieria decoction, bitter but tolerable, taken before a meal, would trigger these preparatory responses. The child's body would be readied for food, hunger signals would increase, and eating would become more appealing. There is also the matter of colic and abdominal pain, that cramping, twisting discomfort in the belly that can strike both children and adults. Colic in infants is particularly distressing. The baby cries inconsolably, draws up the legs, seems in real pain. Yet often no specific cause can be identified. In older children and adults, abdominal pain might signal various problems, from simple gas to more serious intestinal issues. Traditional medicine used Sansevieria preparations for such pains as well. The anti-inflammatory properties would help if inflammation was part of the problem. The compounds might help relax intestinal spasms, easing the cramping, and simply the act of receiving treatment, of being attended to and cared for, would help calm the sufferer and reduce the distress that often accompanies and worsens abdominal pain. For infants, the remedies would be prepared in very dilute form and given in small amounts. Traditional healers understood that remedies for adults needed to be adjusted for children, and especially for infants, with much smaller doses and gentler preparations. This reflects sophisticated medical thinking, recognizing that the young are more sensitive to medicines, that dosing must be adjusted for body size and age, that what is appropriate for an adult may be too strong for a child. As I continue my sorting and organizing, moving from one jar to another, I find myself reflecting on how intimate and how essential digestive health is to overall well-being. We can live with many discomforts, aches in joints, mild headaches, minor skin problems. These are annoyances, but they do not prevent us functioning. But digestive problems, severe diarrhea, intense abdominal pain, intestinal parasites, sapping our strength, these can incapacitate us completely. They demand immediate attention and relief. The traditional uses of Sansevieria for digestive complaints represent responses to genuine, urgent needs. These were not luxury remedies for minor discomforts, but essential medicines for conditions that could disable or even kill. The fact that these uses were widespread, documented across different African cultures, preserved in multiple traditional medical systems, speaks to their effectiveness. If the remedies did not work, they would not have been preserved and passed down through generations. Traditional knowledge is pragmatic. What fails to help is forgotten. What works reliably is remembered and taught. Let me speak briefly about the preparation of digestive remedies and some practical considerations. For diarrhea and serious intestinal problems, the decoctions would typically be prepared fresh when needed. These were acute conditions requiring immediate treatment. The healer would keep dried Sansevieria roots on hand, ready to be prepared into medicine quickly when someone fell ill. For more chronic digestive issues or for appetite stimulation, preparations might be made in larger quantities to be used over several days, with doses taken regularly to maintain the beneficial effects. The timing of doses mattered greatly. For diarrhea, Frequent small doses might be given until the condition began to improve. For appetite stimulation, doses would be timed before meals. For general digestive support, doses might be taken with meals or between them, depending on the specific complaint and traditional practice. Temperature also mattered. Warm preparations were generally preferred for digestive complaints, as warmth itself soothes the belly and aids digestion. Cold remedies, though perhaps easier to tolerate taste-wise, lack this additional beneficial effect. As the evening grows later, and my organizing work nears completion, let me draw together what we have discussed. Sansevieria was used traditionally for diarrhea, with root and rhizome decoctions helping to firm loose stools and restore normal bowel function. This was particularly important for severe cases where dehydration posed real danger. The plant was employed for colic and abdominal pain, the cramping, uncomfortable sensations in the belly that arise from various causes. Anti-inflammatory and possibly antispasmodic effects helped ease these pains. Sansevieria served as a vermifuge, helping to expel intestinal worms and parasites. Modern research confirms anthelmintic activity, validating this traditional use. The plant was used to stimulate appetite in children who were not eating well, with the bitter compounds triggering digestive reflexes and hunger signals. Traditional practice also employed Sansevieria for general stomach and intestinal problems. That broad category of digestive discomfort that, while not always serious, significantly affects quality of life. The jars are organized now, each in its place, each labeled clearly. The work is satisfying in its simple orderliness. There is comfort in knowing that should someone come to me with a digestive complaint, I have the herbs I need ready at hand, properly stored and clearly identified. The traditional healers who use Sansevieria would have had similar organization, dried roots and rhizomes kept ready. Knowledge of preparation methods firmly in mind, understanding of dosing and timing guiding their practice. When someone came to them with diarrhea or abdominal pain, with intestinal worms or loss of appetite, they could respond promptly with appropriate treatment. The medicine was ready, the knowledge was present, the care could be given without delay. This preparedness, this readiness to help when help is needed, is perhaps as important as the medicines themselves. The sick person needs not just effective treatment, but also the comfort of knowing that help is available, that someone with knowledge and skill is attending to their needs. As you prepare for sleep this night, let your belly be at ease. Let your digestion settle into its quiet, mostly unfelt work. Let your intestines perform their essential tasks without complaint or discomfort. The digestive system is remarkable in its complexity and efficiency. When it works properly, we barely notice it. Only when problems arise do we become aware of how much we depend on its smooth functioning. Sansevieria and other traditional digestive remedies represent humanity's long effort to support this essential system, to ease its troubles when they arise, to help restore the comfortable, unfelt functioning that is digestive health. The plant sits quietly, as always, bearing within itself the compounds that have helped settle countless upset bellies, ease countless intestinal pains, expel countless parasites, restore countless appetites. We are grateful for these virtues, as we should be for all medicines that help with the intimate, essential functions of the body. Rest now. Let peace settle over you. Let your body tend to itself in the quiet hours of sleep. All is calm. All is well. Sleep, segment 12, hemorrhoids and lower gastrointestinal complaints. Good evening, friend. I have been reading this evening from some of my older medical texts, volumes passed down from physicians and apothecaries of previous generations. The pages are yellowed with age, the handwriting sometimes difficult to decipher, but the knowledge contained within remains valuable. As I read, I was reminded that medicine must address not only the dramatic and life-threatening ailments, but also those more mundane yet deeply troublesome conditions that people are often reluctant to speak of openly. Conditions that affect the most private areas of the body. Conditions that cause embarrassment as well as pain. Tonight, let us speak with directness and without shame about such matters. Specifically about how Sansevieria was used traditionally for hemorrhoids and other lower gastrointestinal complaints. These are common conditions causing significant discomfort, and they deserve our respectful attention just as much as any other medical concern. Let us approach this topic with the same calm professionalism we have brought to all our previous discussions. Hemorrhoids, swollen, inflamed veins in the lower rectum and anus, are perhaps one of humanity's most common yet least discussed medical problems. They cause pain, itching, bleeding, and considerable discomfort. Yet people often suffer in silence rather than seeking help for a condition they find embarrassing. The causes of hemorrhoids are various straining during bowel movements, often due to constipation, pregnancy, which increases pressure in the pelvic region, prolonged sitting, chronic diarrhea, aging, which weakens the supporting tissues, heavy lifting. The condition is remarkably common. Some estimates suggest that by middle age, half or more of adults have experienced hemorrhoid symptoms at some point. In traditional medicine, where people might not have access to specialized physicians, and where such conditions had to be managed at home or with the help of local healers, plant remedies for hemorrhoids were highly valued. Sansevieria was used for hemorrhoids in various African and Asian traditions. The ethnobotanical records are quite clear on this point. The plant appears repeatedly in lists of traditional remedies for this particular complaint. The preparations used for hemorrhoids varied somewhat between traditions, but typically involved either decoctions taken internally or preparations applied topically to the affected area, or sometimes both approaches used together. For internal use, root and rhizome decoctions were prepared. Remember, the underground parts for more serious internal conditions. These would be consumed to help address the underlying causes of the hemorrhoids, to help soften stools and reduce straining, to reduce inflammation in the tissues, to strengthen the affected blood vessels. For topical application, leaf preparations might be used. Fresh leaves could be crushed and applied as a poultice to the external hemorrhoids, providing cooling relief and anti-inflammatory action directly at the site of discomfort, or decoctions could be used as washes, bathing the affected area with a medicated liquid. The cooling and astringent properties of Sansevieria would have been particularly valuable for this condition. Astringents help tighten and tone the swollen tissues, potentially reducing the size of the hemorrhoids. The cooling effect provides immediate comfort. The anti-inflammatory compounds help reduce the swelling and pain. Let me speak for a moment about the logic of treating hemorrhoids, both internally and topically. Hemorrhoids are, in a sense, both an internal and external problem. Internally, there are issues with bowel function, with straining, with inflammation of the intestinal and rectal tissues. Externally, there are the swollen veins themselves, protruding and painful, in need of direct treatment. Therefore, a comprehensive approach addresses both aspects: internal medicine to improve bowel function and reduce the underlying inflammation. Topical treatment to provide immediate relief and help shrink the swollen tissues. Traditional medicine understood this dual nature of the condition and developed treatment approaches that addressed both internal and external dimensions. This is sophisticated medical thinking, recognizing that some conditions require multi-pronged treatment rather than a single simple remedy. In my own practice, I see this same principle applied to various conditions. Sometimes topical treatment alone suffices. Sometimes internal medicine is enough. But often, the best results come from combining approaches, addressing the problem from multiple angles simultaneously. Related to hemorrhoids is the broader category of anal discomfort, pain, itching, irritation in this most sensitive area. Such discomfort can arise from various causes, from the hemorrhoids themselves, from minor tears or fissures in the delicate tissue, from fungal or bacterial infections, from general inflammation, whatever the cause. The discomfort is real and can significantly affect daily life. Sitting becomes painful, bowel movements become dreaded rather than simply necessary. Sleep is disturbed, simple activities become difficult. Traditional use of Sansevieria for such complaints provided options for relief. The same preparations used for hemorrhoids, both internal decoctions and topical applications, could help with general anal discomfort as well. The antimicrobial properties would help if infection was part of the problem. The anti-inflammatory effects would reduce swelling and irritation. The cooling sensation from topical application would provide immediate soothing comfort to inflamed tissues. I should note that traditional healers understood the importance of gentleness when treating this sensitive area. The tissues around the anus are delicate and easily damaged. Rough treatment, overly strong preparations, or careless application could make matters worse rather than better. Therefore, preparations for topical use in this area would typically be made more dilute than those used on less sensitive skin applications would be made carefully and gently, and healers would instruct patients in proper hygiene and care to support healing, keeping the area clean and dry, avoiding further irritation, perhaps adjusting diet to ease bowel movements. This attention to the whole context of care, not just applying medicine, but also teaching proper management of the condition, is characteristic of good traditional medicine. The remedy is part of the solution, but so is education, so is lifestyle adjustment, so is ongoing attention to the factors that contribute to the problem. Let us consider also the use of Sansevieria as a cleansing or cooling remedy for conditions affecting the lower bowel in general. The terms used in traditional medicine are sometimes imprecise by modern standards. References to piles, to lower bowel problems, to anal complaints. These broad categories could encompass various specific conditions that we might now distinguish and name separately, but the underlying approach was consistent. Sansevieria was seen as having particular value for problems in this region of the body. Both internal and external preparations could be employed. The plant was considered cooling and cleansing, helping to clear inflammation, reduce heat and irritation, restore comfort to troubled tissues. The idea of cooling is interesting and appears repeatedly in traditional descriptions in various traditional medical systems. Certain conditions are understood as involving excess heat. Inflammation is literally felt as heat, after all, and cooling remedies are sought to balance this. Whether one accepts the theoretical framework or not, the practical approach often proves effective. Plants that traditional systems classify as cooling frequently do indeed have anti-inflammatory properties that reduce the heat and pain of inflamed tissues. Modern research on Sansevieria confirms anti-inflammatory activity that would support use for hemorrhoids and related conditions. The plant extracts reduce inflammatory markers and help resolve swelling in experimental studies, providing scientific validation for traditional applications. The astringent properties that would help tone swollen hemorrhoidal tissue have also been documented, and the antimicrobial effects would help prevent secondary infections in this area, where bacteria are naturally abundant and where damaged tissue is vulnerable to infection. So we see, once again, that traditional use was based on genuine effectiveness. The remedies worked, even if the traditional explanations of why they worked were different from our modern biochemical understanding. The plant helped ease the pain and discomfort of hemorrhoids. It helped reduce inflammation in the lower bowel. It provided relief for one of humanity's most common yet most privately borne discomforts. Let me speak briefly about the broader context of treating such conditional societies. In modern times, we have specialists, proctologists, who focus specifically on conditions of the lower gastrointestinal tract and anus. We have specialized treatments, surgical options for severe cases, and a range of pharmaceutical preparations designed specifically for hemorrhoids. But in traditional societies, none of this was available. People had to manage such conditions with whatever resources were at hand. Plant medicines, dietary adjustments, practical wisdom about hygiene and care. The fact that they developed effective treatments, that knowledge of which plants helped with these particular problems was preserved and transmitted through generations, speaks to the practical necessity of addressing these common complaints. Hemorrhoids, while rarely life-threatening, can be truly miserable. They interfere with essential bodily functions. They cause chronic pain and diminish quality of life significantly. Having remedies that could provide even partial relief was immensely valuable. Sansevieria was one such remedy, available, effective enough to earn its place in the traditional pharmacopoeia. Part of the toolkit for managing the full range of human ailments. including those that affect our most private regions, as I close my old medical texts and set them aside. I find myself reflecting on the comprehensiveness of traditional medicine. It addressed everything, from the most visible and obvious ailments to the most hidden and private, from conditions affecting the head to those affecting the feet, and everything in between. No complaint was too minor or too embarrassing to deserve attention and treatment. This comprehensiveness is admirable. It recognizes that all suffering matters, that all discomfort deserves relief, that medical knowledge should serve all the needs of the whole person, not just the dramatic or the socially acceptable complaints. In our modern age, we sometimes compartmentalize medicine too much, separating specialists who know about one part of the body from those who know about another, creating a sense that some conditions are worthy of serious medical attention, while others are merely inconveniences. But traditional medicine saw the body as a whole and addressed whatever troubled it. And this holistic approach, this willingness to attend to all complaints with equal seriousness, is something valuable that we might do well to remember. Let me gather now what we have discussed this evening. Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for hemorrhoids, those swollen, painful veins in the lower rectum and anus that cause significant discomfort. Both root decoctions and leaf preparations were employed, addressing the condition from both internal and topical approaches. The plant was used for general anal discomfort arising from various causes: hemorrhoids, fissures, inflammation, infection. The cooling, astringent, and antimicrobial properties all contributed to relief. Preparations were typically made in both forms: root and rhizome decoctions for internal use to address underlying causes and reduce inflammation systemically, and leaf preparations for topical application, providing direct relief at the site of discomfort. The approach was considered both cooling and cleansing, reflecting traditional understanding of these conditions as involving excess heat and inflammation, requiring balancing remedies. Modern research confirms anti-inflammatory properties that would support these traditional uses, validating the effectiveness of Sansevieria for hemorrhoidal and lower gastrointestinal complaints. The fire has burned low while we spoke, and the room has grown cool. It is late now, time for rest and for privacy. As you prepare for sleep, know that your body carries on its essential functions quietly and usually without complaint. When problems arise in any part, even those parts we rarely speak of openly, medicine should be available, effective, and provided without judgment or shame. Sansevieria served this function in traditional medicine, helping with conditions that people might be reluctant to discuss, providing relief for discomforts that affected daily life profoundly, even if they were not dramatic or life-threatening. This is medicine at its most practical and most compassionate, addressing real needs, easing real suffering, serving the whole person in all their human vulnerability. The plant sits in its quiet corner, innocent of any embarrassment we might feel about the conditions. It helps treat. It simply is what it is, bearing compounds that happen to be effective for these particular complaints, available to those who know how to use it. And we, who suffer sometimes from these all too common complaints, can be grateful for such practical helps provided by the green world and preserved in traditional knowledge. Rest, friend. Let your body be at ease in all its parts. Let comfort settle over you like a warm blanket on a cold night. The night is peaceful. The shop is quiet. All is well. Sleep comes gently. Let it embrace you. Rest. Segment 13. Liver, malaria, and systemic illness. Good evening, friend. The wind has risen tonight. Not a storm, but a steady, purposeful wind that moves through the darkness outside. It is the kind of wind that reminds one of the larger forces at work in the world, forces beyond our immediate perception, but nonetheless real and powerful. I have been contemplating such forces this evening, not the physical winds that move the air, but the invisible forces that move through the body. The circulation of blood, the processes by which the liver cleanses toxins, the battle between the body's defenses and invading diseases, these hidden workings, these internal struggles, these systemic processes that maintain life, or, when disrupted, brings serious illness tonight. Let us speak of how Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for some of the more serious systemic illnesses, conditions that affect not just one part of the body, but the entire organism. Specifically, let us discuss its use for liver problems and for malaria, two categories of illness that have long been among humanity's most significant health challenges. Let us begin with the liver, that remarkable organ that sits quietly beneath the right ribs, performing hundreds of essential functions with little fanfare until something goes wrong. The liver processes nutrients from our food, breaking them down into forms the body can use. It manufactures essential proteins. It stores vitamins and minerals. It produces bile for digestion. And perhaps most importantly for our discussion, it filters the blood, removing toxins, metabolizing drugs and other foreign substances, protecting the body from harmful compounds. When the liver is damaged or diseased, the consequences can be severe. Jaundice, the yellowing of skin and eyes as bilirubin accumulates, fatigue and weakness as the organ fails to perform its metabolic functions, abdominal pain and swelling. In severe cases, liver failure, which is life-threatening. In Nigerian ethnomedicine, Sansevieria liberica has a long-standing reputation as a remedy for liver problems. This is not a casual or recent use, but rather a deep-rooted traditional application preserved over many generations. The typical preparation would involve the rhizome, that underground stem, the traditional logic, as we have discussed, reserved for serious internal conditions. And liver problems certainly qualify as serious. The rhizome would be dug, cleaned carefully, and prepared into a decoction. This would be consumed regularly over a period of time. Liver problems are rarely resolved with a single dose of medicine, but rather require sustained treatment to support the organ's recovery. What makes this traditional use particularly interesting is that modern experimental studies have validated it. Researchers have tested Sansevieria liberica rhizome extracts in animal models of chemically induced liver damage, essentially giving animals substances that harm the liver, then treating some with the plant extract and comparing outcomes. The results showed that the plant extract provides measurable protection against liver damage. Animals treated with the extract showed less severe liver injury, better preservation of liver function, and improved markers of liver health compared to untreated animals. This is powerful validation of traditional knowledge. The Nigerian healers who used this plant for liver problems for generations were absolutely correct in their assessment of its effectiveness. The plant genuinely has hepatoprotective properties, that is, liver-protecting properties. How does Sansevieria protect the liver? The mechanisms are not completely understood, but likely involve several factors. The plant contains antioxidant compounds that help neutralize the harmful free radicals and oxidative stress that damage liver cells. Oxidative stress is a major mechanism of liver injury. So antioxidants that combat this stress can significantly reduce damage. There may also be anti-inflammatory effects that reduce the inflammatory response in the liver, which, while initially protective, can become harmful if excessive or prolonged. And there may be compounds that help support the liver's own regenerative processes. The liver is remarkable in its ability to repair itself if given proper support, and substances that enhance this natural repair capacity would be valuable in treating liver damage. Whatever the precise mechanisms, the practical result is clear. Sansevieria liberica helps protect the liver from damage and supports its recovery from injury. The traditional use was based on sound observation of genuine therapeutic effects. Let us turn now to malaria, one of humanity's oldest and deadliest foes, a disease that has shaped human history and that continues to claim hundreds of thousands of lives each year. Malaria is caused by parasites transmitted through mosquito bites. The parasites invade the liver and then the red blood cells, causing cycles of fever, chills, sweating, body aches, weakness. In severe cases, it can cause seizures, organ failure, coma, and death. For peoples living in malaria endemic regions, which includes much of tropical Africa and Asia, this disease has been a constant threat. Traditional medicine developed numerous remedies to combat malaria, including the famous cinchona bark that eventually gave us quinine and revolutionized malaria treatment. Sansevieria liberica was also used traditionally in parts of West Africa to manage malarial fever and its symptoms. The leaves and roots were prepared into remedies given to those suffering from the characteristic cycles of fever and chills, the headache and body aches, the weakness and misery that malaria brings. Modern research has investigated this traditional use as well. Studies testing Sansevieria liberica leaf extracts in mice infected with malaria parasites found measurable antimalarial activity. The extracts help reduce the parasite load in the blood and improve the condition of the infected animals. Now, to be clear, this does not mean Sansevieria is a cure for malaria or that it can replace proven antimalarial drugs. The effects seen in laboratory studies are modest compared to standard malaria medications. But the research does confirm that the plant has genuine antimalarial properties and that its traditional use was not mere superstition or wishful thinking in the context of traditional medicine, where modern antimalarial drugs were not available. A remedy that could provide even partial relief from malarial symptoms that could perhaps reduce the severity of infection or help the body fight off the parasites would be extremely valuable. The plant likely helped many people survive malaria episodes that they might not have survived without any treatment. It provided support for the body's own immune response against the parasites, and it helped manage the symptoms, the fever, the chills, the pain, making the illness more bearable, even if not completely cured. The traditional understanding often conceptualized malaria not in terms of parasites and mosquitoes. Those connections were not known, but rather as a fever disease, a condition of internal heat and toxicity that needed to be cooled and cleansed. Therefore, remedies for malaria were often the same plants used for fever. In general, for internal heat, for what various traditional systems called blood cleansing or detoxification, Sansevieria fit into this category. It was seen as a cooling, cleansing plant that could help address these feverish, toxic conditions, while the theoretical framework differed from our modern germ theory of disease. The practical approach often proved effective. Plants that traditional medicine classified as fever reducers and blood cleansers frequently do indeed have anti-inflammatory, antibiotic, and antimicrobial or antiparasitic properties that help combat infectious diseases. The traditional framework, even if based on different assumptions about disease causation, led to selection of genuinely effective remedies. This is a testament to the power of empirical observation. If a remedy consistently helped people recover from certain symptoms, it was preserved and transmitted, regardless of whether the theoretical explanation of how it worked was correct. Let me speak now more broadly about the concept of systemic illness and systemic remedies. Some ailments are localized. A cut on the hand, a painful tooth, a rash on the arm, these can often be treated with local topical remedies, but other illnesses affect the entire body. They are systemic, involving the blood, the organs, the whole organism. Malaria is such a systemic disease. The parasites circulate in the blood, infect cells throughout the body, cause symptoms that affect the entire person. Similarly, liver disease, though centered in one organ, has systemic effects because the liver's functions are so fundamental to overall health. For such systemic illnesses, internal remedies are needed, medicines that enter the bloodstream and are distributed throughout the body, reaching all the places where the disease is active. Sansevieria preparations taken as decoctions work in the systemic way. The medicinal compounds are absorbed from the digestive tract into the blood and then circulated throughout the body, allowing them to act wherever they are needed. In the liver, throughout the bloodstream, in tissues affected by fever and inflammation. This is fundamentally different from the topical applications we have discussed for skin problems or wounds. Systemic diseases require systemic medicine, and traditional healers understood this distinction. Even if they expressed it in different terms, the use of Sansevieria for liver problems and malaria represents traditional medicine addressing some of its most serious challenges. These are not minor complaints that cause discomfort but pass without grave consequence. These are conditions that can kill, that have killed countless people throughout history, that represent genuine life-threatening illness. The fact that traditional medicine developed remedies for such conditions, and that at least some of those remedies, like Sansevieria for liver protection and malaria, have genuine therapeutic effects confirmed by modern research, is remarkable. It reminds us that traditional healers were dealing with real medical challenges, making real decisions about serious illnesses and developing real treatments based on careful observation and accumulated experience. They could not cure every case. Many people died despite the best efforts of traditional medicine. But the treatments helped, saved some lives, eased suffering, gave people a fighting chance against diseases that would otherwise have been uniformly fatal. In my own practice, I see patients with liver complaints, from mild digestive troubles, suggesting sluggish liver function, to more serious concerns. Modern medicine has many treatments to offer, but I always remember that the liver's remarkable ability to heal itself is central to recovery from liver injury, supporting that natural healing process through diet, through rest, through medicines that protect liver cells and reduce inflammation, is often more important than any dramatic intervention. The traditional use of Sansevieria for liver problems fits this model of supportive care. It helps protect the liver from further damage, supports its natural regenerative capacity, and allows healing to occur. Similarly, for fever and systemic infections, while we now have powerful antibiotics and antimalarial drugs, the principles of supporting the body's own defenses, reducing excessive inflammation, and helping the patient rest comfortably remain central to good care. Traditional remedies like Sansevieria embodied these principles of supportive care, long before modern pharmacology developed our current arsenal of medicines. As the wind continues its steady movement through the night, let me draw these thoughts together. Sansevieria liberica was used in Nigerian ethnomedicine as a remedy for liver problems. Modern experiments confirm hepatoprotective effects. The plant extracts genuinely protect against liver damage in animal models. Validating traditional knowledge, the same species was used for malaria, for managing the fever, chills, headache, and weakness characteristic of the disease. Leaf extracts have been shown to have antimalarial activity in infected mice, providing scientific support for traditional use. These uses represent traditional medicine addressing serious systemic illnesses, conditions affecting the entire body rather than just localized complaints. The plant was used for diseases that could kill, that represented major health challenges for traditional communities. The traditional understanding often conceptualized these conditions in terms of internal heat, toxicity, or blood impurity, requiring cooling and cleansing remedies. While the theoretical framework differed from modern medicine, the practical selection of remedies was often sound. The validation of these uses by modern research demonstrates that traditional medicine, based on careful observation and accumulated experience, developed genuinely effective treatments for serious diseases. The wind has quieted somewhat now, and the night feels settled and still. In the silence, one can almost hear the quiet workings of the body, the pulse of blood, the filtration in the liver, the countless unseen processes that maintain life when these processes are disrupted by disease. When the liver is damaged or when parasites invade the blood, the body struggles. It fights to restore balance, to heal injury, to overcome infection. And throughout history, plants like Sansevieria have been humanity's allies in these struggles, supporting the body's efforts, providing compounds that help tip the balance toward healing and recovery. The plant has no knowledge of livers or parasites. It simply grows, producing in its tissues the complex array of compounds that evolution has shaped. And we, with our observant minds and our need for healing, have learned to recognize which plants help with which ailments, to prepare them properly, to use them effectively, This partnership between humans and healing plants is ancient, reaching back far beyond recorded history. Sansevieria's use for liver problems and malaria is just one chapter in that long story. Rest now, friend. Let your liver do its quiet work of cleansing and metabolizing. Let your blood flow clean and clear, carrying vitality to every cell. Let your body's defenses stand ready to meet whatever challenges may come. The night watches over you. The wind is stilled. All is peaceful. Sleep comes gently, as it should. Let it take you into its restorative embrace. All is well. All is calm. Rest. Segment 14. Women's Health and Obstetric uses good evening. Friend, the fire burns gently tonight, providing just enough light and warmth for our conversation. I have been thinking this evening about the specialized knowledge that exists within communities, knowledge that is not universally shared, but rather held by particular groups who have need of it and expertise in it. In traditional medicine, much of the knowledge about women's health and childbirth was held and transmitted by women themselves, by midwives, by elder women, by those who had lived through the experiences of menstruation, pregnancy, childbirth, and the particular ailments that affect the female body. This was their domain of expertise, passed from mother to daughter, from experienced midwife to apprentice to knight. Let us speak with respect and sensitivity about how Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for women's health concerns and obstetric purposes. These uses represent an important dimension of the plant's medicinal role, and they deserve our thoughtful attention. Let us begin with menstrual disorders, the various problems that can affect the monthly cycle that is part of women's lives from puberty through middle age. Menstruation can bring various troubles, periods that are excessively heavy, causing significant blood loss and weakness. Periods that are irregular or absent when they should occur, painful cramping that can be severe enough to prevent normal activities. Prolonged bleeding that continues longer than normal. These are not trivial complaints. Heavy menstrual bleeding, what medicine calls menorrhagia, can lead to anemia, to chronic fatigue, to a general weakening of health over time. Severe menstrual pain can be truly debilitating, and irregularities in the cycle can signal underlying health problems or cause distress and concern. Traditional medicine across various cultures used Sansevieria preparations for menstrual disorders. The specific preparations varied, sometimes leaf decoctions, sometimes root preparations, depending on the nature of the complaint and local practices. For excessive bleeding, the astringent properties of Sansevieria would have been valuable, helping to reduce the flow for pain and cramping. The anti-inflammatory and possibly antispasmodic effects would provide relief. For general menstrual irregularity, the plant might be used as part of broader treatments aimed at restoring proper balance and function to the reproductive system. The knowledge of which plants helped with menstrual problems was often held primarily by women healers. This makes a certain sense. Women experiencing these issues would naturally consult other women who had knowledge and experience. And the intimate nature of such complaints meant that women often preferred to be treated by female healers who understood from personal experience what they were going through. In many traditional societies, there was a whole pharmacopoeia of women's medicines, plants that were specifically associated with female complaints, known and used primarily by women, transmitted through female lines of teaching and learning. Sansevieria was sometimes part of this pharmacopoeia, the knowledge of how to use it for menstrual problems, for reproductive health, for childbirth assistance. This knowledge was often preserved and transmitted by the midwives and female healers, who were the primary healthcare providers for women in traditional communities. This represents a dimension of traditional medicine that is easy to overlook if one focuses only on written records and formal medical systems, which were often male-dominated. But the oral traditions preserved by women healers were equally important, equally sophisticated, and often dealt with aspects of health that affected half the population. Let us turn now to the obstetric uses of Sansevieria, its role in assisting with childbirth and addressing complications of pregnancy. Childbirth in traditional societies was a dangerous time. Without modern medical intervention, complications during labor could easily prove fatal to mother or child, or both. Anything that could help labor proceed more safely and smoothly was tremendously valuable. In some southern African traditions, preparations of Sansevieria hyacinthoids were used to help dilate the birth canal during labor. This use is documented in ethnobotanical records as part of the traditional obstetric practices of certain communities. The intention was to help soften and relax the tissues of the birth canal, allowing them to stretch more easily as the baby descended. Difficult labor, when dilation is slow or when the tissues are rigid and resistant, can be dangerous for both mother and baby. Anything that could help ease this process would reduce the risk of complications. The preparations would typically be administered by experienced midwives who understood the stages of labor, who could judge when such intervention was needed, and who knew how to prepare and administer the remedy safely. We must approach this topic with appropriate caution and respect for both the knowledge involved and the risks of childbirth. The use of plant medicines during labor represents one of the more specialized and potentially risky applications of traditional medicine. Get it wrong, use the wrong plant, use too much, administer at the wrong time, and the consequences could be severe. But used correctly by knowledgeable practitioners, such remedies could make the difference between safe delivery and tragedy. Midwives in traditional societies were highly skilled practitioners. They attended many births, learned from experienced teachers, understood the normal progression of labor. And when things were going wrong, their use of plant medicines was not casual or haphazard, but rather informed by deep practical knowledge and careful judgment. The fact that certain plants, including Sansevieria in some traditions, were used specifically to assist with labor, suggests that midwives had observed beneficial effects from these preparations. Women who received them had safer, easier deliveries, so the knowledge was preserved and passed on. Modern medicine, of course, has many interventions for managing labor, medications to induce or speed labor when necessary, surgical delivery when complications arise, monitoring equipment to track the baby's condition. But in traditional settings, without such options, plant medicines and the skill of experienced midwives were what women had to rely upon, beyond the obstetric uses during labor itself. Sansevieria appears in some traditions as part of the broader repertoire of herbal obstetric aids, plants that might be used for various purposes related to pregnancy and childbirth. Some traditions mention using Sansevieria to help prevent miscarriage using root infusions taken early in pregnancy. This suggests recognition that some pregnancies were at risk and that certain plants might help stabilize them and support their continuation. Whether such uses were genuinely effective is difficult to say with certainty. Pregnancy is complex. Miscarriage has many causes, and it is hard to distinguish between cases that would have proceeded normally anyway, and cases where the remedy actually helped. But the fact that such uses existed and were transmitted through midwifery traditions suggests that practitioners believed they saw beneficial effects. And given what we now know about various compounds in Sansevieria, anti-inflammatory effects, compounds that might affect smooth muscle tone, it is at least plausible that the plant could have had some beneficial effects in certain cases. Let me speak now about the gendered nature of this knowledge and why it matters. In many traditional societies, women's health and childbirth were women's domains. Male healers might treat general illnesses affecting anyone, but women's specific complaints and obstetric matters were handled by female practitioners. This meant that knowledge about plants useful for menstruation, pregnancy, and childbirth was preserved in a somewhat separate stream of tradition, passed from midwife to apprentice midwife, from experienced mother to daughters, through networks of women who shared this specialized expertise. Some of this knowledge has been documented by ethnobotanists and medical anthropologists, but much has surely been lost, as traditional midwifery has declined in many places with the spread of modern obstetric care. This represents a real loss, not because modern medicine is not valuable. It certainly is, and modern obstetrics has dramatically reduced maternal and infant mortality, but because with the loss of traditional midwifery, We also lose accumulated knowledge about plants and practices that served women for generations. The Sansevieria uses we are discussing tonight are fragments of that larger body of women's medicine. They deserve respect both for what they tell us about the plant and for what they represent in terms of women's knowledge and expertise in traditional societies. I should note that in some communities, different Sansevieria species were distinguished specifically for women's health. One type might be preferred for menstrual problems, another for postpartum wound care and perineal healing. This shows nuanced, sophisticated understanding. Traditional healers did not simply use Sansevieria as an undifferentiated category, but rather recognized that different species or varieties within the genus might have somewhat different properties and be better suited to particular purposes. Modern botany might struggle to identify exactly which species or varieties were meant in old records. The traditional names do not always map neatly onto formal botanical taxonomy. But the principle is clear. Traditional practitioners made fine distinctions and matched specific plants to specific uses based on observed effectiveness. This gender-focused pharmacopoeia, distinguishing one plant for menorrhagia, another for postpartum healing, reflects deep practical experience and careful observation. It represents sophisticated medical practice tailored to the specific needs of half the population. Let me also mention that the knowledge held by female healers was not limited to reproductive and obstetric matters. Women healers in traditional societies often had broad medical knowledge and treated all manner of ailments, but they were also the primary experts in women's health specifically, and their knowledge in this area was essential to community well-being. In times when childbirth was one of the leading causes of death for women, when menstrual disorders could cause chronic suffering, when reproductive health was poorly understood by most male practitioners, the expertise of midwives and female healers was literally life-saving. Sansevieria's place in this tradition, as one plant among many that served women's health needs, reminds us of how comprehensive traditional medicine needed to be. It could not just address dramatic injuries and infectious diseases. It also needed to address the specific health concerns of women from menarche through menopause, including the crucial period of childbearing. As the fire burns lower and the evening draws toward night, let me gather these thoughts. Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for menstrual disorders, for excessive bleeding, for pain, for irregularities. The plant's astringent and anti-inflammatory properties would have supported these uses. In some southern African traditions, preparations of Sansevieria hyacinthoids were used obstetrically to help dilate the birth canal during labor to assist with delivery. This represents specialized midwifery knowledge applied in potentially life-saving ways. Some traditions use Sansevieria preparations to help prevent miscarriage with root infusions taken early in pregnancy. Whether consistently effective or not, this reflects traditional midwifery's efforts to support healthy pregnancies. The knowledge of these uses was often held and transmitted primarily by female healers, midwives and experienced women who specialized in women's health and childbirth assistance. This represents a somewhat separate stream of medical knowledge preserved through female networks. In some communities, different Sansevieria species were distinguished for specific women's health purposes, showing nuanced understanding and gender-focused pharmacological expertise. The fire has died to embers now, glowing softly in the darkness. These conversations about women's health and childbirth feel appropriate for firelight. For the gentle, intimate setting where such knowledge was often shared, I think of all the women through history who have relied on plant medicines for their unique health needs. The young women experiencing their first menstrual pains, the expectant mothers preparing for childbirth, the midwives attending labors through long nights, using their knowledge of plants in their skilled hands to help bring new life safely into the world. Sansevieria was part of their toolkit. Not the only plant they relied on, certainly, but one among many that served women's specific needs. It grew near homes, available when needed, bearing in its tissues compounds that women healers had learned to employ for the particular challenges that women faced. This knowledge preserved by women, for women, is precious. Some of it survives in ethnobotanical records. Some remains in living traditional practice. Much has been lost as the modern world has transformed traditional societies. But what remains deserves our respect and our attention. It represents generations of observation, of trial and learning, of wisdom accumulated through experience and preserved through careful teaching. Rest now, friend. Let the night embrace you gently. Let any discomfort ease. Let your body tend to itself in its remarkable, mostly unconscious way. The plant sits quietly, knowing nothing of the intimate ways it has served women's needs, the labors it has attended, the menstrual pains it has eased, the reproductive health it has supported. But we can know and remember and honor this dimension of its long service to humanity. Sleep well, dream peacefully. Let the morning come gently in its own time. All is quiet, all is still, all is well. Rest, segment 15, Midwifery and Infant Care. Good evening, friend. I have been preparing warm water this evening, filling clean vessels, setting out soft cloths. The sorts of preparations one might make for tending to the needs of the very young or the newly delivered mother. Simple, practical preparations, but essential ones. As I worked, my thoughts turned to the care of infants and new mothers, to that most vulnerable and precious time immediately after birth, when both mother and baby require gentle, skilled attention. It is a time of joy, certainly, but also a time of risk, a time when complications can arise swiftly, a time when knowledge and experience are worth more than gold. Tonight, let us continue our discussion of Sansevieria's role in women's medicine, focusing specifically on its uses in midwifery and infant care, those applications that belong to the days and weeks immediately surrounding birth. Let us begin with the postpartum period, those weeks after childbirth when the mother's body is recovering from the tremendous work of labor and delivery. Birth, even when it goes well, is a significant trauma to the body. Tissues are stretched and torn. Bleeding occurs as the placenta separates from the uterine wall. The perineum, that area between the vaginal opening and the anus, often tears during delivery, or is deliberately cut to prevent worse tearing. These wounds need time and care to heal properly in traditional midwifery practice. Attention to postpartum healing was essential. Without it, infections could set in, bleeding could become dangerous, wounds could heal poorly or not at all. The new mother needed rest, nourishment, and specific treatments to support her body's recovery. Sansevieria appears in some traditions as part of postpartum care, particularly for addressing infections and promoting healing in the days after delivery. Kenyan traditions, for instance, documented the use of Sansevieria volkensi root paste to treat postpartum infections. Such infections were a major cause of maternal death in traditional societies. The birth process creates wounds that are vulnerable to bacterial infection. Without antibiotics, without modern antiseptic techniques, these infections could rapidly become life-threatening. Plant medicines with antimicrobial properties were therefore crucial to postpartum care. Preparations that could be applied to healing tissues to prevent or treat infection could mean the difference between healthy recovery and sepsis. Sansevieria preparations, with their documented antimicrobial properties, would have served exactly this function. Applied as pastes or washes to the perineal area, to any tears or surgical cuts, they would help keep the wounds clean and support the body's own healing processes. The astringent properties would also have been valuable, helping to firm tissues, reduce swelling, perhaps even helping to control postpartum bleeding to some degree. Midwives who used such preparations would have learned through experience which plants helped how to prepare them, when and how to apply them. This was specialized knowledge essential to their practice, literally life-saving for the mothers in their care. The designation of Sansevieria volkensi in some traditions as a mother's guardian plant speaks to this role. It was seen as protecting women through the dangerous postpartum period, helping ensure they survived to care for their newborns. Let us speak now of another specific postpartum use documented in East African midwifery. The application of Sansevieria parva leaf wraps to perineal tears. Tears in the perineum during childbirth can range from minor to severe. In modern obstetrics, such tears are typically stitched, which helps them heal more quickly and properly. But in traditional settings without surgical suturing, other methods had to be employed. Leaf wraps served multiple purposes. They provided a physical covering that protected the wound from contamination. They kept the area moist, which actually promotes better healing than allowing wounds to dry out completely. They delivered antimicrobial compounds directly to the site of injury, and the astringent properties helped draw the edges of the wound together and reduce swelling. The specific use of Sansevieria parva leaves for this purpose suggests that midwives had observed it to be particularly effective enough to be remembered, to be specifically recommended for this particular purpose, to be part of the transmitted knowledge of the midwifery tradition. The wraps would be changed regularly, perhaps daily, perhaps more often if needed. With fresh leaves applied each time, this would provide ongoing treatment throughout the healing process, which might take a week or two depending on the severity of the tear. The healing of perineal tears is not merely a matter of closing the wound, but of ensuring that the tissues heal properly, without infection, without excessive scarring that might cause problems later. The area is anatomically complex, subject to ongoing pressure and movement, and located where bacterial contamination is difficult to prevent. Therefore, treatments that could promote good healing in this challenging location were tremendously valuable. The fact that Sansevieria leaf wraps were used for this purpose speaks to the plant's effectiveness and to the midwife's skill in applying it. I cannot help but feel deep respect for the midwives who developed and preserved such knowledge. They were working in difficult circumstances, often with limited resources, attending to women in sometimes desperate need. The practical wisdom they accumulated, knowing which plants to use, how to prepare them, how to apply them for best effect, represents genuine medical expertise of the highest order. Let us turn now to infant care, specifically the use of Sansevieria for newborns. The first days and weeks of life are precarious for human infants. They are born more helpless than the young of most other mammals, dependent entirely on adult care for survival, and they are vulnerable to various health problems. Breathing difficulties, infections, problems with feeding, issues with their umbilical cord stump healing properly. In Kenyan traditions, midwives used Sansevieria parva leaves wrapped around newborn navels for aseptic drying to help the umbilical cord stump dry properly and to prevent infection at this vulnerable site. When the umbilical cord is cut after birth, a stump remains attached to the baby's abdomen. This stump must dry out and eventually fall off, leaving the navel during this process, which takes a week or two. The stump is a potential entry point for infection. It is essentially an open wound that must be kept clean and dry until it heals. In modern hospital settings, we use antiseptic powders or simply keep the area clean and dry. In traditional settings, plant materials with antimicrobial properties serve the same function. The use of Sansevieria leaves for this purpose is quite clever. The leaves have natural antimicrobial properties that would help prevent infection. Wrapping them around the cord stump would provide a protective covering while allowing air circulation for drying. And as the leaves themselves dried, they would help draw moisture away from the stump, promoting the drying process that is essential for proper healing. The midwife would check the stump regularly, changing the leaf wrapping as needed, watching for any signs of infection or problems. This was part of the essential postpartum care that extended beyond the mother to include careful attention to the newborn's needs as well. Infection of the umbilical stump, what medicine calls omphalitis, can be quite serious in newborns, potentially leading to sepsis and death. Prevention of such infections was therefore a key priority in traditional infant care, and plant preparations with antimicrobial properties were important tools for achieving this. There is another use documented in Myanmar that deserves mention: the application of Sansevieria leaf juice for thick mucus in children's throats. While not specific to newborns, this remedy was often used in very young children who were struggling with respiratory congestion. Infants and young children are particularly vulnerable to respiratory problems. Their airways are small and easily blocked. They cannot cough effectively to clear mucus. They cannot communicate clearly about their distress. And respiratory problems can deteriorate quickly in the very young, becoming life-threatening in a matter of hours. Therefore, remedies that could help clear airways, thin mucus, and ease breathing in young children were essential to infant and child care. The use of Sansevieria leaf juice applied to the throat, a few drops placed where they could work on the thick mucus, provided direct immediate treatment at the site of the problem. The mucolytic properties of the saponins in the plant would help break down the thick mucus, making it easier to swallow or cough up, allowing the child to breathe more easily. This was a remedy that could be prepared quickly by a worried mother or caregiver when a child was struggling to breathe. It required no elaborate preparation. Just extracting juice from a fresh leaf and carefully applying it. And it could provide rapid relief from a frightening and potentially dangerous situation. Let me speak now about the cautious nature of traditional infant care and the use of plant medicines with the very young. Traditional healers and midwives understood that infants were more delicate, more sensitive than adults. Remedies that were appropriate for adults often needed to be adjusted, made more dilute, given in smaller amounts, applied more gently for use with infants. The Sansevieria preparations used for infants reflect this cautious approach. The leaf wraps for the umbilical stump were external applications only, not strong internal medicines, but gentle topical treatments. The leaf juice for throat mucus was used sparingly. Just a few drops when needed. This reflects sophisticated medical judgment. Traditional practitioners were not simply applying adult remedies to tiny patients, but rather adapting their approaches, using gentler preparations, being more conservative in their treatments when dealing with the vulnerability of early life. The fact that specific preparations and methods were developed for infant use, rather than simply giving smaller doses of adult remedies, shows real understanding of the differences between infant and adult physiology, and the need for special care in treating the very young. I should also mention that the use of plant medicines for infants was often embedded in broader rituals and practices around birth and early life. In many traditional societies, birth was not just a medical event, but also a social and spiritual one. Various ceremonies, blessings, and protective practices surrounded the newborn. The use of plants like Sansevieria occurred within this larger context. The plant might be seen as providing not just physical protection against infection, but also spiritual protection for the vulnerable new life. Whether one accepts the spiritual dimensions or not, the practical result was often good care. The rituals and practices ensured that attention was paid to the infant's health, that the mother received support and assistance, that experienced women were present to recognize and address problems. The Sansevieria preparations were part of this comprehensive approach to caring for mother and infant, not isolated technical interventions, but rather elements of a holistic system of care that addressed physical, social, and spiritual needs together. As the water I prepared earlier cools and the evening deepens into night, let me gather these thoughts. Sansevieria was used in traditional midwifery for postpartum infections, with root pastes applied to prevent or treat dangerous infections in new mothers. In some traditions, the plant was positioned as a mother's guardian, protecting women through the vulnerable postpartum period. East African midwives used Sansevieria parva leaf wraps for perineal tears after delivery, providing antimicrobial protection and promoting healing of these painful wounds. Without the benefit of modern suturing, Kenyan traditions employed Sansevieria, parva leaves wrapped around newborn navels for aseptic drying of the umbilical stump, preventing infection at this vulnerable site through the plant's antimicrobial properties. Sansevieria leaf juice was used for thick mucus in young children's throats, providing mucolytic action to help clear airways and ease breathing difficulties in infants and small children. Traditional use with infants reflected appropriate caution, with gentler preparations and smaller amounts used, showing sophisticated understanding of the need for special care with the very young. These uses were embedded in broader midwifery traditions and birth-related rituals, representing comprehensive care systems that address the needs of both mother and infant. The room is quiet now, the water still, the cloths folded and set aside. There is something sacred about the tools and preparations of infant care, their simplicity, their essential importance, their connection to the beginning of life. I think of all the newborns who have been tended with Sansevieria preparations, their umbilical stumps wrapped in protective leaves, their congested throats eased with carefully applied juice. I think of all the new mothers whose perineal tears healed well because midwives knew to apply these particular leaves. I think of the infections prevented, the complications avoided, the lives saved through the skilled use of this plant. This is medicine at its most fundamental, caring for the most vulnerable, protecting new life, supporting mothers through the dangerous passage of childbirth. It is medicine that requires not just knowledge of plants, but also gentleness, skill, experience. The midwives who preserved this knowledge, who passed it down through generations, who attended countless births and cared for countless mothers and infants. They deserve our profound respect. They were the guardians of life's beginning. And plants like Sansevieria were among their most trusted tools. Rest now, friend. Let the night embrace you as gently as a mother holds her newborn. Let peace settle over you like soft cloths prepared for tender care. The plant sits in its corner, innocent of the infants it has helped protect, the mothers it has helped heal, the vulnerable lives it has helped preserve. It simply grows, bearing within itself the compounds that wise midwives learned to employ, and we, looking back across the generations, can honor this knowledge and the women who preserved it, who used it to bring life safely into the world, time and time and time again. Sleep comes gently as a lullaby sung to a sleeping infant. Let it carry you into rest. All is peaceful, all is safe, all is well. Rest. Segment 16, Bewitchment, Poison, and Ritual Cleansing. Good evening, friend. The rain has returned once more, a gentle, persistent rain that seems to wash the world clean. There is something purifying about rain, is there not? It clears the air, settles the dust, rinses away the accumulated grime of daily life. It is nature's own cleansing ritual, performed without ceremony, yet thoroughly effective. I have been thinking this evening about cleansing, not just the physical cleaning of surfaces and bodies, but the deeper concept of purification, of removing what should not be present, of restoring purity to what has been contaminated or corrupted. Tonight, let us speak of a dimension of traditional medicine that may seem strange to modern sensibilities. The use of Sansevieria for spiritual poisoning, for bewitchment, for ritual cleansing. This is territory where medicine and magic blur together, where physical treatment and spiritual intervention become difficult to distinguish. But it is an important part of the plant's traditional role, and we should explore it with open minds and respectful curiosity. Let us begin with the concept of bewitchment, as it was understood in traditional African societies where Sansevieria was used. Bewitchment referred to the idea that harm could be done to a person through spiritual or magical means. An enemy or someone skilled in harmful magic could supposedly place a curse, cast a spell, or send spiritual harm toward an intended victim. This harm might manifest as illness, as misfortune, as a feeling of being pursued by malevolent forces. To modern minds, educated in scientific materialism, such concepts may seem like pure superstition. But in traditional societies, belief in spiritual harm was widespread and deeply held. People genuinely believed that they could be harmed by invisible, spiritual means, and this belief itself had real effects on their well-being through what we might now recognize as psychological mechanisms, stress responses, and psychosomatic illness. Therefore, treatments for bewitchment served important functions, regardless of whether one accepts the literal reality of spiritual harm. They provided relief, restored a sense of safety and control, helped people recover from conditions that may have had partly psychological origins, but were nonetheless genuinely distressing and disabling. In Benin and some other West African regions, traditional healers used Sansevieria liberica root preparations as emetics for what was called bewitchment purging. An emetic is a substance that causes vomiting. The root preparations would be given to someone who believed themselves to be bewitched or spiritually poisoned. The resulting vomiting would be interpreted as the physical expulsion of the curse or harmful substance from the body. The logic, from a traditional perspective, was straightforward. If something harmful has entered the body, whether a physical poison or a spiritual contamination, then it must be expelled Vomiting forcefully empties the stomach and can provide a sense of having been cleansed, of having rid oneself of what should not be present. The ritual dimension was important. This was not merely inducing vomiting for medical reasons, as one might do after ingestion of a poison. It was a ritual purification, often conducted with specific ceremonies, invocations, or protective practices. The emetic was one component of a larger ritual aimed at removing spiritual harm. Now, we might ask, did such treatments actually work? And the answer depends on what we mean by work. If we mean, did they actually remove literal spiritual curses or harmful magic? Well, that depends on one's metaphysical beliefs, which I do not claim to adjudicate here in my apothecary shop. But if we mean, did they help people recover from the psychological and physical distress associated with believing oneself to be bewitched? Then yes, quite likely they did help in many cases. The physical act of purging, of violently expelling the contents of one's stomach, can itself be cathartic in a psychological sense. It provides a concrete, visceral sense of cleansing and renewal. Combined with the ritual context, the attention of the healer, the communal support often present in such ceremonies. The treatment addressed the patient's distress on multiple levels. Moreover, some of the physical symptoms that people attributed to bewitchment, nausea, stomach distress, feelings of internal contamination, might have had genuine physical causes that would respond to purgative treatments. Intestinal parasites, for instance, or mild food poisoning, or stress-induced digestive problems. The emetic treatment might actually address some underlying physical condition, while also providing the psychological relief of feeling spiritually cleansed. Let me speak now of another related use documented in Tanzania. The use of Sansevieria bagamoyensis infusions to cool hot blood during spirit-induced convulsions. This represents another intersection of medicine and spiritual belief. Convulsions, seizures, were sometimes attributed to spirit possession or spiritual attack. The person would fall down, shake uncontrollably, perhaps foam at the mouth, lose consciousness or awareness. This was interpreted as a spirit entering the body or as a spiritual assault manifesting in physical symptoms. The traditional treatment involved giving infusions of Sansevieria to cool the person, to counter what was seen as excessive spiritual heat or agitation. The ceremony would blend practical care for someone having a seizure with ritual elements aimed at driving out or calming the offending spirit. From a modern medical perspective, we understand that seizures have neurological causes, abnormal electrical activity in the brain triggered by various conditions, but this understanding does not make traditional treatments irrelevant or useless. The Sansevieria infusion might have had actual anticonvulsant or sedative effects that help reduce the severity of seizures. The cooling, calming approach to the distressed person, speaking soothingly, providing liquid, creating a calm environment, represents good supportive care for someone experiencing convulsions. And the ritual elements provided meaning and context that help the patient and community understand and cope with the frightening experience. There is another aspect to these ritual cleansing uses that deserves our attention. The use of root decoctions as general detoxification agents to purge intestinal worms and other perceived poisons. In East African traditions, Sansevieria root decoctions were described as helping expel not just intestinal parasites, but also more broadly conceived internal poisons or contaminations. The boundary between physical parasites and spiritual contamination was not always clear in traditional understanding. Worms living in one's intestines could be seen as both a physical problem and a kind of spiritual impurity, something foreign, something that should not be inside the body, something that needed to be expelled. Therefore, treatments that expelled worms through purgative action could also be understood as spiritual cleansing, as removing not just physical parasites, but also the general sense of internal contamination and impurity that their presence represented. This dual understanding, physical and spiritual at once, characterized much of traditional medicine's approach to cleansing and purification. The treatments worked on both levels simultaneously, addressing concrete physical problems while also providing ritual and spiritual relief. I should speak now about the emetic properties of Sansevieria and how they were employed. Strong preparations of certain plant parts, particularly roots, can irritate the stomach lining sufficiently to trigger vomiting. This is a property that can be dangerous if misused. Excessive vomiting can lead to dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, and other problems. But when used carefully by knowledgeable practitioners, emetics could serve legitimate medical purposes. In traditional practice, emetics were used not just for spiritual purging, but also for physical poisoning. If someone had eaten something toxic, inducing vomiting could potentially save their life by expelling the poison before it was fully absorbed. They were also used to treat certain digestive complaints, under the theory that forcibly emptying the stomach would give the digestive system a rest and allow it to heal. The use of Sansevieria as an emetic for bewitchment purging represents an extension of this more general medicinal use into the spiritual realm. Physical action, vomiting remained the same, but the interpretation and ritual context shifted to address spiritual rather than purely physical contamination. Traditional healers who employed such treatments understood how to prepare the root to achieve the desired effect, how much to give to induce vomiting without causing dangerous overpurging, and how to care for the patient afterward to ensure they recovered properly from the treatment. Let us consider now the broader concept of detoxification as it appeared in traditional medicine. Many traditional systems had concepts roughly translatable as toxins, poisons, or impurities that could accumulate in the body and needed to be expelled. These were not always understood in modern biochemical terms, but rather as more general causes of illness and malaise. Treatments aimed at detoxification typically involved some combination of purging through emetics or laxatives, sweating through steam baths or sweat lodges, fasting, and consumption of particular cleansing plants. Sansevieria was among the plants used for such purposes in various traditions. Its purgative properties made it suitable for expelling perceived toxins. Its bitter taste was associated with cleansing action. Bitters were thought to stimulate the liver and other organs involved in processing and eliminating wastes from the body. Whether or not one accepts the traditional theories about toxins and purification, some of these practices may have had genuine health benefits. Occasionally, purging the digestive system, for instance, might help with certain chronic digestive issues. Increasing sweating can help excrete certain substances, and many cleansing plants do indeed have compounds that affect liver function, digestion, and elimination. There is also the psychological dimension of purification rituals that we must not overlook. The feeling of being cleansed, of having been purified, of starting fresh. This can have profound psychological effects. It can relieve anxiety, restore a sense of control, mark a transition from a state of distress to a state of wellness. In traditional societies where illness was often understood in terms of contamination, impurity, or spiritual attack, rituals of purification and cleansing provided powerful psychological medicine. They gave people a way to understand what was happening to them, a way to actively address it, and a clear marker of when the problem had been resolved. The use of Sansevieria in such rituals, whether for bewitchment purging, for expelling spiritual contamination, for general detoxification, provided both the physical action, vomiting, purging, and the symbolic meaning. Cleansing, renewal, restoration of purity. That made the ritual effective on multiple levels. This is sophisticated medicine, really, even if expressed in terms we might not use today. It recognizes that healing involves not just the body, but also the mind and spirit. That treatment must address what the patient believes about their illness, and that ritual and meaning are important components of effective care. As the rain continues its gentle cleansing of the world outside, that we draw these thoughts together. Sansevieria was used for spiritual poisoning or bewitchment in various African traditions. Root decoctions served as emetics to induce vomiting, which was interpreted as physically expelling curses, harmful magic, or spiritual contamination from the body. In Benin, Sansevieria, Liberica roots were prepared into emetic mixtures for bewitchment purging, with the resulting vomiting seen as dual exorcism and physical cleansing. addressing both spiritual and physical dimensions of perceived contamination. Tanzanian healers used Sansevieria bagamoyensis infusions for hot spirit fevers and seizures, blending pre-colonial protocols for convulsive episodes with ritual efforts to cool or calm troubling spiritual influences. Root decoctions were described as general detoxification agents, used to purge intestinal parasites alongside broader spiritual and physical impurities. The boundary between physical parasites and spiritual contamination was often blurred in traditional understanding. These uses represent medicine operating at the intersection of physical treatment and spiritual intervention, addressing illness as a phenomenon that could have both material and immaterial dimensions, requiring integrated treatment approaches. The rain has slowed now, dropping from steady pour to occasional spatters. The world outside sounds clean, renewed, as if the rain has indeed washed away what needed washing away. Inside this quiet shop, we have explored a dimension of traditional medicine that asks us to suspend our modern certainties and try to understand a different worldview, one in which spiritual harm was real, in which contamination could be both physical and spiritual, in which cleansing required ritual as much as remedy. Whether or not we believe in bewitchment, whether or not we accept the reality of spiritual poisoning, we can recognize that these beliefs were real for the people who held them, and that treatments addressing these beliefs served important functions in their lives. The Sansevieria preparations used for purging and cleansing provided concrete help for people in genuine distress. They offered a way to take action against perceived threats. They provided the cathartic experience of physical cleansing as a symbol and embodiment of spiritual renewal. This is medicine meeting people where they are, addressing their understanding of illness, providing treatments that work within their framework of belief while also offering genuine physical and psychological benefits. Rest now, friend. Let the rain wash away any troubles, any contaminations of spirit or mood, any lingering distress. Let the sound of falling water lull you into peaceful sleep. You need no emetic tonight, no purgative, no ritual cleansing. Simply rest. Let your body tend to itself. Let your mind settle into quietness. Let any toxins, physical or spiritual, be processed and released naturally in the course of healthy functioning. The plant sits in its place, having served through the centuries as a cleanser, a purifier, a tool for rituals of renewal and restoration. It has helped countless people feel clean again, safe again, free again, from whatever contamination they believed afflicted them. And that service, whether we understand it in physical or spiritual or psychological terms, was real and valuable. Sleep comes now like a cleansing rain, washing away the day, preparing you for tomorrow's fresh beginning. All is clean, all is pure, all is well. Rest. Segment 17, Trauma, Sprains, and Physical Injury. Good evening, friend. I have been preparing bandages this evening, rolling clean strips of cloth, preparing them for use when injuries occur. It is work that must be done in advance, you understand, because when an injury happens, there is no time for leisurely preparation. The bandages must be ready, clean and accessible, waiting for the moment they are needed. As I worked, my thoughts turned to the various physical injuries that befall us in the course of living, the accidents, the mishaps, the sudden traumas that can occur despite our best efforts at caution. A fall from height, a twisted ankle, a blow to the body, the countless ways that flesh and bone can be damaged in a moment of misfortune. Tonight, let us speak of how Sansevieria was used in traditional medicine for trauma, sprains, and physical injuries. Those sudden insults to the body that require immediate attention and careful subsequent care. Let us begin with sprains, those injuries to the ligaments and soft tissues around joints that occur when a joint is forced beyond its normal range of motion. A sprained ankle is perhaps the most common example. One steps wrong turns the foot on uneven ground, and suddenly there is sharp pain, rapid swelling, difficulty bearing weight. Or a wrist might be sprained in a fall when one puts out a hand to break the impact, or a knee might be twisted in physical work or play. Sprains can range from mild, uncomfortable, but healing quickly with rest, to severe, involving torn ligaments and prolonged disability. Even a moderate sprain can be quite painful and can prevent normal activities for days or weeks. In traditional practice across various African and Asian regions, Sansevieria leaves were used externally for sprains. The typical application involved crushing or bruising fresh leaves to release their juices, then applying them directly to the injured joint, binding them in place with strips of cloth or with fiber from the plant itself. This served multiple purposes. The moisture and cooling effect of the fresh leaves provided immediate comfort to the hot swollen tissue. The anti-inflammatory compounds in the plant would be absorbed through the skin, helping to reduce the swelling and pain. A physical compression from binding the leaves in place provided support to the injured joint. The logic of treating sprains with cooling, anti-inflammatory plant poultices is sound. Modern medicine recommends similar approaches: rest, ice for cooling, compression. The traditional use of Sansevieria fits nicely into this framework, providing cooling and anti-inflammatory effects along with gentle compression. What makes the traditional approach particularly practical is that Sansevieria was often growing right where people lived and worked. When someone suffered a sprain while working in the fields around the compound, the remedy was immediately at hand. No need to send for help from a distant healer. The injured person or their companions could quickly prepare and apply the treatment themselves. This immediacy of treatment is important for sprains. The sooner you can reduce inflammation and provide support, the better the healing tends to be and the less long-term damage occurs. Having an effective remedy readily available meant treatment could begin immediately, improving outcomes. The use of the plant's own fibers to bind the poultice in place is also clever. The same plant provides both the medicine and the means to apply it. This self-contained quality made Sansevieria an ideal emergency first aid plant for injuries. Let us consider now the broader category of traumatic injuries. Cuts, sprains, and various physical traumas that require emergency intervention. Traditional ethnobotanical notes describe Sansevieria being used externally for traumatic injuries of various kinds. A cut from a sharp tool, a bruise from a blow or fall, sprains and twisted joints, even, in some accounts, broken bones, though for fractures the plant served more as part of the broader treatment than as a primary remedy. The versatility of Sansevieria for trauma care reflects its combination of useful properties: antimicrobial action to prevent infection in wounds, anti-inflammatory effects to reduce swelling and pain, astringent qualities to help control bleeding and firm tissues, and the simple physical utility of its leaves as protective coverings. For a fresh cut, a leaf poultice would clean the wound, protect it from contamination, and promote healing. Much as we discussed for wound care in an earlier conversation, for a bruise or contusion, the cooling and anti-inflammatory effects would ease pain and reduce the swelling that can be so troublesome after blunt trauma. For sprains, as we have discussed, the plant provided both medicine and compression support. This made Sansevieria a genuine multi-purpose trauma remedy, not specialized for one particular type of injury, but broadly useful for the various physical traumas that commonly occurred in daily life and work. Let me speak now about the use of Sansevieria fibers in binding splints for broken bones. When a bone is fractured, it must be immobilized to heal properly. The broken ends need to be held in alignment and kept still while the bone knits back together. This is accomplished with splints, rigid supports bound firmly to the affected limb. In traditional practice, splints might be made from sticks, pieces of bark, or other rigid materials, but these rigid pieces needed to be secured to the limb, and that required bindings. Something strong enough to hold the splint firmly in place, but flexible enough to be tied and adjusted. Sansevieria fibers were used for this purpose in some traditions. The leaves could be processed to extract their tough, durable fibers, which could then be used as cordage for binding splints and supporting injured limbs. This represents a different kind of medicinal use, not the chemical properties of the plant, but its material properties. The physical strength and durability of Sansevieria fibers made them suitable for medical applications that required strong, reliable bindings. The fact that the same plant could provide both the chemical medicine for treating associated wounds or inflammation and the physical material for immobilizing fractures made it doubly valuable in trauma care. There is something elegant about this dual-use healing properties and material strength combined in a single plant. Traditional peoples often sought plants that could serve multiple purposes. A plant that was merely medicinal was valuable, certainly, but a plant that could also provide fiber for rope, or materials for construction, or food in times of need. Such a plant was treasure beyond measure. Sansevieria fit this category. Its leaves contain medicinal compounds, useful for wounds, inflammations, and various ailments. But the same leaves could be processed into strong fibers for cordage, for making mats and baskets, for binding splints, for countless practical purposes. This made the plant a nexus of utility, simultaneously a medicine and a material resource. Its value was not in one quality alone, but in the combination of useful properties it offered. In trauma care, specifically, this meant that Sansevieria could address multiple aspects of treatment. The medicinal properties helped with pain, inflammation, and wound healing. The material properties provided the means to immobilize injuries, to bind protective coverings, to secure dressings. A single plant, growing by the dwelling, ready to serve in multiple capacities when injury struck. Let me share with you some practical considerations about treating trauma with plant remedies. Timing matters greatly in trauma care. The period immediately after an injury, the first minutes and hours, is crucial. This is when bleeding needs to be controlled, when injuries need to be cleaned, when swelling needs to be addressed before it becomes severe. Having remedies immediately available, growing right where people live and work, means this critical early treatment can begin without delay. Traditional peoples understood this, which is why they deliberately cultivated useful medicinal plants near their dwellings. The severity of injury also matters. For minor traumas, small cuts, mild sprains, bruises, plant remedies like Sansevieria could be entirely sufficient as primary treatment. But for more serious injuries, deep wounds, severe sprains, broken bones, the plant remedies were part of a larger treatment approach that also involved rest, skilled manipulation of injured parts, protective measures, and careful monitoring. Traditional healers were generally quite good at assessing injury severity and adjusting their treatments accordingly. They knew when a simple poultice would suffice and when more intensive measures were needed. They knew which injuries would heal on their own with basic support and which required more specialized intervention. This practical wisdom, knowing when to do more and when less is sufficient, represents sophisticated medical judgment. I should also mention that the psychological dimension of trauma care should not be overlooked. Sudden injury is frightening. The pain is acute. There may be blood, swelling, deformity. The injured person is often in shock, frightened, in need of reassurance, as much as physical treatment. The act of receiving treatment, having someone attend to the injury, clean and dress it, apply medicine, bind it properly, provides psychological comfort that complements the physical effects of the medicine. It demonstrates care, reduces fear, restores a sense that the situation is under control. Traditional trauma care, with its immediate response using readily available plant remedies, provided this psychological comfort along with physical treatment. The injured person saw that help was being given, that effective action was being taken, that they were not alone in their distress. The Sansevieria poultice, carefully applied and bound in place, was both medicine and symbol. Medicine for the body, symbol of care and attention for the spirit. Let me speak now about the concept of a plant-based emergency kit. In modern times, we have first aid kits, boxes or bags containing bandages, antiseptics, pain relievers, and other supplies for treating injuries. These are prepared in advance and kept ready for emergencies. In traditional societies, the garden itself served as a kind of living first aid kit. Plants with known medicinal properties were grown deliberately, positioned where they could be easily accessed, maintained, and protected because of their usefulness. Sansevieria was often part of this living first aid kit growing by the dwelling. It stood ready to provide immediate treatment for cuts, sprains, burns, and various other injuries. No need to search for it in the wild. No need to keep dried supplies that might lose potency. The fresh medicine was right there, alive and potent, whenever it was needed. This approach to medical preparedness, maintaining living supplies rather than stored ones, has much to recommend it. Living plants do not expire or lose potency as stored medicines do. They are self-renewing. Taking a few leaves does not deplete the resource if the plant is properly maintained. They serve multiple purposes, not just medical, making their cultivation practical on multiple levels. The hardy, undemanding nature of Sansevieria made it ideal for this role. It required little care, tolerated neglect, and was always ready when needed. As I finish rolling the last of my bandages and set them aside in their storage place, I find myself reflecting on the nature of preparedness. We cannot prevent all injuries. Accidents happen despite our caution. But we can be prepared to respond when they do occur. We can have supplies ready. We can have knowledge of what to do. We can have remedies on hand. Traditional peoples understood this deeply. They lived with the reality of injury and trauma as constant possibilities. They worked with sharp tools, heavy loads, dangerous animals, rough terrain. Injuries were not rare emergencies, but regular occurrences that needed to be managed. Their cultivation of plants like Sansevieria near their dwellings, their preservation of knowledge about how to use these plants for various injuries, their practice of immediate treatment with whatever was at hand. All of this represents practical wisdom about living in a world where injury is common and help may not always be near. The plant served as a faithful ally in this ongoing challenge of managing trauma and injury. It was there when needed, effective enough to help, reliable enough to depend upon, as the evening grows late and the time for rest approaches. Let me gather what we have discussed. Sansevieria leaves were used externally for sprains, with crushed leaves applied as poultices to injured joints. The cooling, anti-inflammatory effects helped reduce swelling and pain, while the bindings provided compression support. The plant was employed for various traumatic injuries, cuts, bruises, sprains, and as part of broader treatment for broken bones. Its antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, and astringent properties made it broadly useful for trauma care. Sansevieria fibers were used to bind fractures, acting as improvised cordage for securing splints. The plant thus provided both chemical medicine and physical materials for treating serious injuries. This dual utility, healing properties plus material strength, made Sansevieria particularly valuable as an emergency first aid plant, combining medicinal and practical applications in trauma care. The plant's role in trauma treatment represents traditional medicine's practical approach to managing the common injuries of daily life, with remedies immediately available in treatment, beginning without delay. The bandages are prepared now, rolled and stored, ready for when they might be needed. One hopes they will not be needed soon, but if they are ready. Similarly, the Sansevieria that grew by traditional dwellings stood ready. Not needed every day, but invaluable when injury occurred. A silent guardian, waiting patiently to serve, ready to provide its leaves for medicine, its fibers for binding, its multiple virtues for the multiple needs that trauma brings. Rest now, friend. Let your body be whole and uninjured. Let your joints move smoothly. Your muscles work without pain. Your bones carry your weight with easy strength. The plant watches in its corner, or rather, simply exists, neither watching nor waiting, but always present, always ready should its help be needed. And that readiness, that patient availability, is perhaps one of the greatest gifts that healing plants offer us. Sleep well, dream peacefully, let the night pass gently over you. All is quiet, all is safe, all is well. Rest segment 18, fiber and material culture. Good evening, friend. I have been working with cordage this evening, examining a length of rope, testing its strength, feeling the texture of the twisted fibers between my fingers. There is something satisfying about good rope. You know, the way it holds firm when pulled, the way it serves so many purposes, the way something as simple as twisted plant fibers can become a tool of such tremendous utility. As I worked, I found myself thinking about the many roles that plants serve in human life beyond their use as food or medicine. They provide materials for construction, for clothing, for tools, for countless practical purposes, and some plants, Sansevieria among them, serve this material function alongside their medicinal one, making them doubly valuable to the communities that cultivate them. Tonight, let us speak of Sansevieria, not as medicine, but as material, as a source of fiber for rope and cordage, for fishing lines and mats, for ceremonial garments and everyday tools. This dimension of the plant's use is inseparable from its medicinal role, and together they tell a more complete story of the plant's place in traditional life. Let us begin with the fiber itself, what it is, how it is obtained, what makes it useful. Sansevieria leaves contain strong, durable fibers running lengthwise through the leaf tissue. These fibers provide structural support to the leaf, allowing it to stand upright and maintain its form, but they can also be extracted and used by humans for various purposes. The process of extracting fiber from Sansevieria leaves involves several steps. First, the leaves are cut, typically mature, fully grown leaves rather than young ones, as these contain the longest and strongest fibers. The leaves are then processed to separate the fibers from the surrounding plant tissue. This might involve soaking, scraping, pounding, or a combination of methods, depending on local techniques. Once extracted, the fibers can be dried and then twisted or braided together to make cordage of various thicknesses. Multiple thin fibers twisted together create stronger rope than any single fiber alone. And the twisting action creates friction between the fibers that helps hold them together under tension. The resulting cordage is strong, durable, and suitable for many purposes. It resists rot better than some other plant fibers, making it useful in humid conditions or for items that might be exposed to moisture. It has good tensile strength, meaning it can bear considerable weight without breaking. One of the traditional uses of Sansevieria fiber was for bowstrings, those crucial components of bows used for hunting, and in some contexts, for warfare. A bowstring must have very specific properties. It must be strong enough to withstand the tension when the bow is drawn without breaking. It must be flexible enough to bend as the bow is used without becoming brittle and snapping. It must not stretch too much under tension, as excessive stretching reduces the power and accuracy of the bow. And it must be durable enough to withstand repeated use without failing. Sansevieria fiber, properly processed and twisted into cord, met these requirements well enough to serve in bowstrings in various traditional contexts. This is quite a demanding application. A bowstring failure during a hunt could mean lost food, and in combat context could mean lost life. The fact that the fiber was used for this purpose speaks to its strength and reliability. The same qualities that made it suitable for bowstrings also made it useful for other cordage applications where strength and durability were essential. Rope for lifting and hauling, cord for binding loads, lines for various purposes where one needed to be confident that the line would hold under stress. Let us consider now the use of Sansevieria fiber for fishing lines. Fishing requires line that is strong yet thin enough not to be too visible in the water. It must be durable, able to withstand the wear of being repeatedly cast and retrieved. Exposed to water, pulled against the weight and struggle of caught fish. And it must be reliable. A broken fishing line means lost fish and possibly lost fishing hooks or other valuable gear in coastal regions and near rivers and lakes where fishing was part of daily subsistence. Sansevieria fiber served this purpose in some communities. The processed fiber could be twisted into fine but strong lines suitable for fishing. This use integrated into the daily economy of survival. Having a plant growing near the dwelling that could provide fishing line meant one could maintain and replace this essential tool as needed. The renewable nature of the plant, taking some leaves for fiber without killing the whole plant, meant a sustainable source of this important material. The connection between material, culture, and subsistence economy is important to recognize in traditional societies where manufactured goods were not available for purchase. People depended on local resources for making the tools and materials of daily life. Plants that could provide useful materials were therefore crucial to practical survival. Matting represents another important use of Sansevieria fiber in traditional material culture. Mats served many purposes. They provided flooring, something to sit or sleep on that separated bodies from bare earth. They could be hung as room dividers or privacy screens. They could be used for drying food or for work surfaces. In some contexts, they had ceremonial or decorative functions as well. The process of making mats from Sansevieria fiber involved extracting the fibers, then weaving or plaiting them together into flat sheets. The resulting mats were durable, relatively comfortable, and long-lasting. This craft, the making of fiber mats, would have been skilled work requiring knowledge of fiber processing and weaving techniques. It likely represented specialized knowledge held by certain individuals who were particularly skilled at these crafts. The fact that Sansevieria fiber was suitable for mat making adds another dimension to the plant's utility. Not only could it provide medicine and cordage, but also these larger woven goods that contributed to household comfort and function. Perhaps most fascinating is the use of Sansevieria fiber in ceremonial garments and ritual contexts. In some African traditions, fibers from the plant were incorporated into special garments worn for ceremonies. This might be because of the plant's general sacred or protective status in those communities, or because the fiber had particular qualities, perhaps its durability, perhaps its color or texture, that made it appropriate for ritual use. The creation of ceremonial clothing represents a merging of the practical and the symbolic. The garment must be well made, durable, beautiful in its way, but it also carries meaning. It marks the wearer as participating in sacred activities. It connects to beliefs and traditions. It embodies cultural values and spiritual understandings. When Sansevieria fiber was woven into such garments, the plant's broader associations would come with it. If the plant was seen as protective, as guarding against evil, then fiber from it in ceremonial clothing would carry those protective associations. The material and the meaning would be inseparable. This reminds us that in traditional cultures, the boundary between the practical and the spiritual, between the material and the meaningful, was often much less distinct than in our modern, secular approach to materials and crafts. The multiple uses of Sansevieria fiber, for cordage, for fishing lines, for matting, for ceremonial garments, meant that the plant held a place not just in the medicine cabinet, so to speak, but in the broader material economy of traditional communities. This is important for understanding why the plant was so valued and why it was deliberately cultivated near dwellings. It was not merely for medicine, though that alone would have justified its cultivation. It was also for the renewable supply of useful fiber it provided. A single plant, or a cluster of plants near the home, could supply multiple needs: leaves for medicine when injuries or illness occurred, fibers for rope when cordage was needed, material for mats when household goods required repair or replacement. And all of this from a hardy, low-maintenance plant that asked little and gave much. This kind of multi-utility made Sansevieria tremendously valuable in traditional economies, where specialization and trade were more limited, where most households needed to be largely self-sufficient in meeting their own needs. Let me speak now about how the fiber users reinforce the healing applications in interesting ways. We have already discussed how Sansevieria fiber could be used to bind splints for broken bones or to secure poultices to injured areas. This represents a direct connection. The same plant provides both the medicine and the means to apply it, but there are also less direct connections. A culture that regularly works with Sansevieria fiber for making rope, mats, and other goods develops intimate familiarity with the plant. People who handle the fibers regularly learn about the plant's properties through direct experience. They notice its durability, its resistance to rot, perhaps its slight antiseptic smell when the leaves are processed. This familiarity would naturally lead to exploration of other uses. If you work with a plant regularly for its fiber, you might notice that sap from the leaves seems to help heal cuts sustained during the processing work. You might observe that the plant is remarkably hardy and resistant to disease. You might make connections between the plant's physical properties and potential medicinal applications. In other words, the material uses and medicinal uses likely informed and reinforced each other. Knowledge about the plant accumulated from multiple directions, from its use as fiber, from its use as medicine, from simple observation of how it grew and thrived. There is also a practical economic dimension worth noting. A plant that serves multiple purposes is more valuable per unit of cultivation space than a plant that serves only one. If Sansevieria had been only medicinal, communities might still have cultivated it, but perhaps in smaller amounts, just enough for anticipated medical needs. But since it also provided fiber for cordage, for fishing lines, for mats, there was reason to cultivate more of it to maintain larger stands of the plant. This meant more was available for any single purpose when needed. If an injury required extensive leaf poultices, the material was there because the plants had been grown partly for their fiber. If a large amount of cordage was needed for some project, it could be obtained because the plants had been maintained partly for their medicinal value. This complementarity of uses meant that Sansevieria was cultivated more extensively than it might otherwise have been, which in turn meant it was more readily available for both medicinal and material purposes. I should mention also that the craft knowledge associated with processing Sansevieria fiber was itself a form of traditional knowledge worth preserving. Knowing how to extract fibers from the leaves without damaging them, knowing the best time to harvest for strongest fibers, knowing techniques for twisting or plating that created the most durable cordage or the best mats, knowing how to judge fiber quality and select the best leaves for particular purposes. This knowledge was passed down through apprenticeship and practice. Much like medicinal knowledge, skilled fiber workers were valued members of communities, and their expertise represented accumulated generations of trial and refinement. Some of this knowledge has been preserved where traditional crafts continue. Some has been documented by anthropologists and ethnographers, but much has likely been lost as manufactured goods have replaced traditional handcrafts in many communities. This loss is not just about losing decorative traditions, though those have value too, but about losing practical knowledge of how to utilize local plant resources for essential materials and tools. As I set down my length of rope and prepare to end this evening's reflection, let me draw these thoughts together. Sansevieria leaves were rope and cordage of various kinds. With the plant's strong fibers extracted, processed, and twisted into useful cordage for lifting, binding, and general use. The fiber was employed for bowstrings in some traditions, requiring strength, flexibility, and reliability, demanding applications that speak to the quality of the fiber. Fishing lines were made from Sansevieria fiber in coastal and riverine communities, providing essential tools for subsistence, fishing with durable, strong line. Matting and woven goods were produced from the fiber, serving practical household functions while demonstrating skilled craft knowledge. In some traditions, Sansevieria fiber was incorporated into ceremonial garments, merging practical craft with symbolic and spiritual meaning. The multiple material uses increased the plant's cultivation, which in turn meant more was available for medicinal applications. The fiber and healing rules reinforced each other. The rope lies coiled on my work table now, a simple object, but the product of plant growth, human knowledge, and skilled processing. It represents the marriage of the plant world and human culture, the way we have learned to transform what plants naturally produce into tools that serve our needs. Sansevieria fiber worked into rope, into fishing lines, into mats, into the fabric of daily life. This is the plant serving beyond medicine, serving the broader material needs of human communities. And yet the fiber uses and medicinal uses were never truly separate. They were aspects of a single relationship between people and plant. Multiple dimensions of utility that together made Sansevieria a plant worth knowing, worth growing, worth preserving and protecting. The plant provided, and people received gratefully, using the gift for many purposes. Wasting little, finding value in multiple dimensions. Rest now, friend. Let the night be peaceful and still. Think perhaps of all the plants that serve us in medicine and in materials, in food and in shelter. In 1,000 ways we barely notice because they have been woven so thoroughly into the fabric of human life. Sansevieria is one such plant, a giver of many gifts, a plant of multiple virtues, a green ally in both health and daily work. The cordage is strong, the medicine works. The plant endures, offering its gifts generation after generation to those who know how to receive them. Sleep well. Dream of strong rope that holds firm, of boats with fishing lines cast into clear water, of comfortable mats spread for rest. All is quiet, all is well. Rest, segment 19. Colonial and post-colonial spread good evening, friend. The night is deep and still tonight, with only the faintest sounds drifting through the darkness. The occasional call of a night bird, the whisper of wind through distant trees. It is the kind of night that invites reflection on larger movements and changes on how the world shifts over time, on how what was once local becomes global. I've been thinking this evening about transformation, about how things change as they move from one context to another, as they pass through different hands, as they take on new meanings and new roles. Specifically, I have been thinking about how Sansevieria, that plant of traditional medicine and village life, became something quite different as it spread through the colonial and post-colonial world. Tonight, let us speak of this transformation, of how a medicinal and useful plant of African and Asian villages became a hardy ornamental of European conservatories, and eventually a common houseplant in modern homes around the world. It is a story of both gain and loss, of preservation and forgetting, of how knowledge travels or fails to travel with the plants themselves. Let us begin by recalling what Sansevieria was in its traditional contexts. Before the colonial era changed its trajectory, it was a plant of practical utility, grown deliberately near homes for ready access to its medicinal and material virtues. It served as wound dressing, fever reducer, digestive remedy, source of fiber, and protective charm. It was part of the living pharmacy and hardware store of traditional households, known intimately, used regularly, valued deeply for its multiple contributions to daily life. The knowledge surrounding it was rich and detailed. When to harvest for best effect, how to prepare different plant parts for different purposes, which species served which specific needs. This knowledge was preserved in oral tradition, transmitted through apprenticeship and family teaching, embedded in the practical life of communities. Now, with this picture in mind, let us trace what happened as European colonial powers extended their reach across Africa and Asia, and how Sansevieria was caught up in those larger historical currents. During the colonial era, European powers established far-reaching networks of trade, administration, and botanical exchange. Ships traveled regularly between colonies and the home countries, carrying not just goods and people, but also plants. There was tremendous interest in colonial times in collecting and cataloging the plants of colonized regions. Botanical gardens were established or expanded specifically to house collections of exotic plants from around the world. Natural philosophers and plant collectors traveled to distant lands, gathering specimens and shipping them back to Europe. Sansevieria was among the many plants caught up in this collecting activity. European botanists and collectors encountered it growing in African and Asian regions, noted its striking appearance and remarkable hardiness, and began to transport specimens back to Europe. The plant was promoted as a hardy ornamental, something that could add tropical greenery to European gardens and conservatories. It was also promoted as a useful plant, though the specific uses were often incompletely understood or documented by the European collectors. Botanical gardens from Kew in England to similar institutions across Europe began to cultivate various Sansevieria species. The plants were studied, classified, described in botanical texts, but the focus was primarily on taxonomy and horticulture, on what the plant was in scientific terms and how to grow it, rather than on the rich body of traditional knowledge about its medicinal and practical uses. Here we encounter one of the central ironies of colonial botanical exchange. Plants were transported with great care, but the knowledge about those plants was often left behind. When a Sansevieria plant was dug up from an African village or Asian garden and shipped to a European botanical garden, the physical plant made the journey intact, but the knowledge held by the village herbalist about which species to use for liver problems or the midwife's understanding of how to use it in childbirth, or the craftsperson's expertise in extracting the finest fibers. This knowledge did not travel with the plant, or if some information did travel. If a collector made notes that the natives use this for fever, or the locals make rope from the leaves, it was typically recorded briefly, almost as a curiosity, rather than investigated deeply as legitimate knowledge worth preserving in detail. This pattern was repeated with countless plants across the colonial world. The physical specimens were valued and carefully transported. The traditional knowledge surrounding them was devalued, dismissed as folklore or superstition, left largely undocumented, and thus lost as traditional societies were disrupted by colonial rule. As Sansevieria established itself in European botanical gardens, and eventually in horticultural trade, it was primarily valued for certain qualities. Its striking appearance, its extreme hardiness and tolerance of neglect, its ability to survive in poor conditions where other plants would fail. These qualities made it popular as an ornamental plant for difficult situations. Dark corners of rooms, areas with irregular watering, places where a more delicate plant would languish. The plant's ability to survive neglect became almost a joke. The plant that you could not kill, even if you tried. This reputation for indestructibility, while grounded in the plant's genuine hardiness, actually reflects qualities that had made it valuable in traditional contexts, too. Its ability to survive drought, poor soil, and irregular care meant that a village family could rely on it being there when needed, even if they had been too busy with other concerns to tend it carefully. But in the European context, this hardiness was valued for different reasons. For convenience, for adding greenery to spaces where gardening was difficult, for decorative purposes rather than practical or medicinal ones, as the plant spread from botanical gardens into broader horticultural trade, and eventually into homes and offices around the world. It underwent a kind of cultural transformation. It shifted from being primarily a traditional medicine and utility plant to being primarily an ornamental house plant. Its medicinal history faded into obscurity. In most places, its role as a source of fiber and materials was forgotten entirely. It became simply a houseplant, decorative, undemanding, vaguely exotic. This transformation was most complete in Europe and North America, where traditional knowledge had never existed and where the plant arrived already divorced from its original contexts. In these regions, few people growing Sansevieria in their homes had any idea of its medicinal uses or its rich history in traditional medicine. The plant was present, but its story was absent. In its native regions and in places where traditional medicine remained strong, the knowledge persisted better. African and Asian communities continued to use Sansevieria medicinally, even as it also spread globally as an ornamental. But even in these regions, the disruptions of colonialism and the spread of modern medicine often weakened traditional knowledge systems. The post-colonial period from the mid-20th century to the present has brought some renewed interest in traditional plant knowledge, including the traditional uses of Sansevieria. Ethnobotanists have conducted surveys documenting how the plant is used in various traditional medical systems. The work we have been discussing throughout these evenings is largely drawn from such ethnobotanical documentation. The careful recording of traditional knowledge before it is entirely lost, pharmacologists have begun testing Sansevieria extracts to understand their chemical composition and biological effects, often confirming that the traditional uses have scientific basis. We have spoken of studies showing antibacterial effects, wound healing properties, liver protective activity, antimalarial effects, all validating traditional knowledge. This represents a kind of circle being completed. The plant traveled from Africa and Asia to Europe as a curiosity. Now, knowledge about its traditional uses is traveling back to European and American researchers who are discovering, or rather rediscovering, though they may not frame it that way, that the plant has genuine medicinal properties. But we must acknowledge the complexities and ethical issues involved in this rediscovery. When researchers from wealthy institutions study plants from traditional knowledge systems and then publish findings, Who benefits when pharmaceutical companies develop drugs based on traditional plant remedies? Who profits? Who gets credit for the knowledge? The traditional communities who preserved it for generations, or the modern scientists who discovered it through formal research? These questions of intellectual property, of benefit sharing, of respecting traditional knowledge while also advancing scientific understanding, these are difficult questions without simple answers. The spread of Sansevieria through colonial networks, the separation of plant from knowledge, the later rediscovery of its medicinal properties, all of this raises these complex issues about power, knowledge, and cultural respect. I do not claim to have answers to these questions, but I think we must at least acknowledge them, must recognize that the story of how Sansevieria spread around the world is not just a neutral tale of botanical distribution, but is entangled with the larger and often troubling histories of colonialism, cultural disruption, and the unequal relationships between wealthy and poor nations. Today, Sansevieria, or Dracaena, as modern taxonomy would have it, sits in homes and offices around the world. A common houseplant, valued for its appearance and ease of care, its ability to tolerate low light and infrequent watering. Most people who grow it know little or nothing of its medicinal history. They do not know that leaves like those sitting in a pot on their desk could be used to treat wounds, that decoctions of the roots have been used for fever and diarrhea, that the plant served as village pharmacy and material supply for countless communities over countless generations. The knowledge is not entirely lost. It persists in some traditional communities. It exists in ethnobotanical records. It is being slowly recovered through research, but it is no longer living knowledge in most of the world, no longer something transmitted from grandmother to granddaughter, from healer to apprentice as part of this represents a real loss, not just the loss of specific information, though that is significant, but the loss of a whole way of relating to plants, of seeing them as allies and helpers, of understanding them through intimate, practical engagement rather than just decorative presence. And yet, the plant itself persists. It grows on windowsills and in corners, patient and hardy as always, asking little and surviving well with what it receives. Perhaps there is something to be said for this global dispersal. Even if the knowledge did not travel with the plant, millions of people now have Sansevieria in their homes who would never have encountered it otherwise. It beautifies spaces, cleans air to some small degree, provides a touch of green living presence in otherwise sterile environments. And perhaps as interest in traditional plant knowledge grows, as ethnobotanical research continues, as people become more curious about the histories and uses of common plants, some of that lost knowledge will be recovered and reintegrated into modern consciousness. The plant sits ready, bearing within itself the same properties it has always had. The medicinal compounds are still there in the leaves and roots. Whether anyone knows to use them or not, the potential remains waiting for humans to recognize it again. As the night deepens and the distant sounds fade into silence, let me gather these reflections. During the colonial era, Sansevieria was promoted as a hardy, ornamental, and useful plant, transported to botanical gardens worldwide through European colonial networks. The physical plant traveled, but often the deep traditional knowledge did not travel with it. The plant was introduced into urban homes and botanical gardens worldwide by the 19th and 20th centuries, shifting from village medicine to houseplant, from practical utility to ornamental presence. In Europe and North America, particularly, the snake plant became known mainly as a decorative houseplant, with few people aware of its traditional medicinal uses. The plant was present, its story was absent. In native regions and places where traditional medicine remained strong, medicinal knowledge persisted, even as Sansevieria simultaneously spread globally in its diminished ornamental role. Post-colonial ethnobotanical research has begun documenting and validating traditional uses. Though this raises complex questions about knowledge ownership, benefit sharing, and respect for traditional expertise, the night is very still now, as if the world itself is reflecting on these matters of change and preservation, loss and recovery. The Sansevieria in its pot by the window is both symbol and substance of the plant itself, unchanged in its essential nature, whether in African village or European parlour. Symbol of how knowledge travels or fails to travel, how understanding can be separated from the physical things we think we understand. We have the plant. We have largely forgotten its story, but the story can be recovered, can be honoured, can perhaps be woven back into our relationship with this remarkable plant. And in that recovery and honouring, we might learn not just about Sansevieria, but about how to hold traditional knowledge with respect, how to bridge the gaps between different ways of knowing, how to see the plants around us, not just as decorations, but as bearers of history, culture, and potential service to human needs. Rest now, friend. The night watches over all, over plants and people, over knowledge, remembered and knowledge forgotten, over the long arc of history and the quiet present moment. Sleep comes gently. Let it carry you into peace. All is quiet. All is well. Rest. Segment 20. Modern Pharmacological echoes good evening, friend. This is our final evening together in these long conversations about Sansevieria. I have been organizing my notes this night, reviewing what we have discussed over these many sessions, preparing to close this particular chapter of study and contemplation. There is something bittersweet about endings, is there not? A sense of completion of having covered the ground we set out to cover, but also a small sadness that the journey draws to a close. And yet, endings are also beginnings. The end of learning about something is the beginning of truly knowing it, of carrying that knowledge forward into whatever comes next tonight. For our final conversation, let us speak of how modern science has circled back to traditional knowledge about Sansevieria, how laboratory studies and chemical analyses are confirming what traditional healers knew through generations of careful observation and practical experience. Let us speak of these modern pharmacological echoes of ancient wisdom. Let us begin with what modern chemistry has revealed about the plant's composition, the specific compounds that Sansevieria contains within its tissues. Researchers have identified various classes of bioactive compounds in Sansevieria species. Saponins, which we have mentioned frequently, these soap-like compounds that create lather and have expectorant properties, helping to loosen mucus and clear airways. Flavonoids, a large class of plant compounds with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties. Alkaloids, nitrogen, containing compounds that often have potent biological effects. Glycosides, compounds where sugars are bound to other molecules, sometimes with medicinal effects. Tannins, astringent compounds that can help firm tissues and reduce inflammation. Phenolic compounds, another broad class with antioxidant properties. This is not an exhaustive list, but it gives a sense of the chemical complexity present in the plant. Sansevieria is not a simple substance, but rather a complex mixture of dozens or hundreds of different compounds, each with its own properties and effects. Traditional healers did not know the names of these compounds, did not understand their molecular structures or mechanisms of action, but they did not need to. They knew what the plant did, what effects it had when applied to wounds, when taken as decoction, when used in various ways, and that practical knowledge was accurate and effective. Modern pharmacological research has systematically tested many of the traditional uses of Sansevieria, asking, do the claimed effects actually occur? Can we measure them? Can we identify what causes them? For antimicrobial activity, the ability to kill or inhibit bacteria and other microbes? The answer is clearly yes. Studies have tested Sansevieria extracts against various pathogenic bacteria, including Staphylococcus aureus and Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which commonly cause wound infections. The extracts show measurable antibacterial activity. This confirms the traditional use of Sansevieria for wounds, for skin infections, for preventing infection and injuries. The plant genuinely does help fight bacteria, which is exactly what traditional medicine claimed it did. Similar testing has confirmed antifungal effects against common fungal pathogens. This validates traditional use for fungal skin infections. The plant was used for these conditions because it actually worked, not because of superstition or placebo effect. For wound healing properties, modern studies have gone beyond just showing antimicrobial effects to demonstrating that Sansevieria extracts actually accelerate the healing process itself. Experiments applying plant extracts to wounds in laboratory animals show faster closure of wounds. better tissue repair, more organized healing compared to untreated wounds. The plant does not just prevent infection, it actively promotes healing. This is remarkable validation of traditional practice. When African or Asian healers applied Sansevieria poultices to wounds and saw them heal well, they were observing a genuine effect. The plant was indeed helping the healing process through mechanisms we now understand better, but which work regardless of whether we understand them. Modern formulations have even been developed ointments and hydrogels containing Sansevieria extracts designed for wound care. These represent a bridge between traditional use and modern medicine, taking the traditional knowledge and packaging it in contemporary forms. Let us consider now the analgesic and antipyretic effects, pain relief and fever reduction. Laboratory studies testing Sansevieria extracts in animals have confirmed both effects. Animals given the extracts before being subjected to pain tests show reduced pain responses compared to untreated animals. Animals with experimentally induced fevers show lower temperatures when treated with the extracts. The effects are generally modest. This is not as powerful as modern pharmaceutical pain relievers or fever reducers, but the effects are real and measurable. The plant does reduce pain, does lower fever, just as traditional medicine claimed. This validates the use of Sansevieria decoctions for general aches, for fever, for inflammatory conditions. The people who drank bitter Sansevieria tea when they had fever and body aches were indeed receiving medicine that helped. Not just engaging in ritual or wishful thinking, the mechanisms likely involve multiple pathways. Anti-inflammatory effects that reduce pain and fever, direct effects on pain perception, possibly effects on the body's temperature regulation systems. Modern research is still working out the details, but the practical result, pain relief, fever reduction, has been confirmed for anti-inflammatory activity. The evidence is similarly strong. Various laboratory tests measure inflammation, swelling in animal paws after injection of irritating substances, levels of inflammatory markers in blood or tissues, microscopic examination of inflamed tissues. Sansevieria extracts show consistent anti-inflammatory effects across these different measures. This supports traditional use for inflammatory conditions, for swollen joints, for inflamed tissues, for conditions characterized by excessive inflammation. The plant helps reduce inflammation, which in turn reduces pain and swelling and supports healing. The identification of specific compounds responsible for these effects is ongoing. Likely multiple compounds contribute. Some flavonoids have known anti-inflammatory properties. Certain saponins may contribute. Other compounds may play roles. The overall effect results from the combined action of multiple constituents working together. The antioxidant properties of Sansevieria have also been demonstrated in modern studies. Antioxidants are compounds that neutralize harmful reactive molecules called free radicals, which can damage cells and contribute to inflammation, aging, and disease. Many medicinal plants are rich in antioxidants, and Sansevieria is no exception. Laboratory tests measuring antioxidant capacity show that Sansevieria extracts are effective free radical scavengers. This antioxidant activity likely contributes to many of the plant's medicinal effects: wound healing, anti-inflammatory action, general health supporting properties. Traditional medicine did not have the concept of antioxidants or free radicals, of course. But traditional healers observed that certain plants seem to promote overall health, to help the body resist disease, to support healing in general ways beyond specific symptoms. These observations may have been picking up on what we now recognize as antioxidant and general health supporting effects. Let me speak now about hepatoprotective effects. Protection of the liver, which we discussed in an earlier conversation, but which deserves mention here as well. The validation of Sansevieria liberica's traditional use for liver problems is particularly striking. Traditional Nigerian medicine used this plant for liver complaints. Modern experiments testing the plant in animal models of liver damage show clear protective effects. The plant genuinely does protect the liver from injury. This is the kind of validation that traditional knowledge deserves. The healers were right. The plant works for what they said it worked for, And now we understand something of why it works. Antioxidant effects protecting liver cells, anti-inflammatory effects reducing liver damage, possibly direct effects on liver metabolism, and regeneration. Similar validation exists for anti-malarial activity, anthelmintic effects against intestinal parasites, and various other traditional uses. Again and again, modern research finds that traditional claims stand up to scientific testing. Now, I must emphasize an important point. Validation of traditional uses does not mean we should abandon modern medicine in favor of traditional plant remedies. Modern medicine has tremendous power. Antibiotics that can cure infections that would have been fatal in traditional contexts. Surgical techniques that can repair injuries beyond traditional healing. Diagnostic tools that can identify diseases early when they are most treatable. But validational uses does mean we should respect traditional knowledge as genuine knowledge, not dismiss it as superstition or folklore. It means we can learn from traditional medicine, can find leads for developing new treatments, can recognize that different knowledge systems can both be valid even if they explain things in different terms. It also means that in context where modern medicine is not accessible, in rural areas far from clinics, in situations of poverty where pharmaceuticals are unaffordable, traditional plant remedies like Sansevieria represent real medical resources, not just placebo or false hope. And even in contexts where modern medicine is available, validated traditional remedies may have roles as complementary treatments, as alternatives, when modern drugs have unacceptable side effects, as sources of new drug development. The modern research on Sansevieria represents a conversation between different ways of knowing. Traditional knowledge says this plant helps wounds heal, reduces fever, eases digestive troubles, protects against malaria. Modern science asks, can we measure these effects? What compounds are responsible? How do they work? When the research confirms traditional claims, it is not that modern science is proving traditional knowledge, right? Traditional knowledge was already right, validated by generations of practical use. Rather, modern science is translating traditional knowledge into its own language and framework, making connections with biochemical mechanisms and cellular processes. Both forms of knowledge are valuable. Traditional knowledge is practical, holistic, grounded in experience. Modern scientific knowledge is analytical, mechanistic, reproducible. At their best, they complement and enrich each other. The story of Sansevieria research shows this complementarity beautifully. Traditional use identified the plant as medicinal and specified what it was good for. Modern research confirmed and extended that knowledge, identifying active compounds and mechanisms, validating uses and sometimes suggesting new applications. As I close my notes and set aside my pen, I find myself reflecting on the full arc of what we have discussed across these many evenings. We began with deep antiquity and oral tradition. Sansevieria is a plant known and used long before written records. We traced its roles in protection and symbolism, its geographic spread, its entry into formal botany with European classification systems. We explored its medicinal uses in detail, for skin and wounds, for ears and teeth, for pain and fever, for respiratory complaints, for digestive troubles, for hemorrhoids, for liver and malaria, for women's health and childbirth. We considered its role in spiritual cleansing and protection against bewitchment. We examined its uses for trauma and injury, its material applications in fiber and cordage, its transformation during colonial spread from medicine to ornament. And now, finally, we have considered how modern research circles back, finding in laboratory and clinic that the traditional knowledge was sound all along. The Sansevieria sits in its pot, as it has throughout our conversations, a quiet presence bearing witness to our long exploration of its nature and uses. It is just a plant, growing as plants do, following the patterns encoded in its genes, responding to light and water and the changing seasons. It has no awareness of the long history we have traced, no knowledge of the countless people it has helped over countless generations. And yet, in another sense, the plant carries all of this within itself. The compounds that made it valuable to traditional healers are still there in its tissues. The properties that modern research has validated were present all along. The potential to serve human needs remains, whether recognized or not. This is what plants offer us. Not just their physical presence, but their potential to help, to heal, to serve. They are silent partners in the human journey, growing alongside us, providing what we need if we have the wit to recognize it and the knowledge to use it well. Our journey with Sansevieria ends here. Friend, we have traveled from ancient village gardens to modern laboratories, from traditional healing practices to contemporary research. We have seen the plant in many contexts, serving many purposes, known by many names, but the plant itself remains what it has always been: hardy, useful, reliable. Its virtues do not change whether humans recognize them or not. It will continue to grow, to offer its gifts to those who know how to receive them, to stand ready as it has always stood. The knowledge we have explored over these evenings is now yours to carry forward. Whether you grow Sansevieria in your own home, whether you encounter it in gardens or in the wild, whether you simply remember what we have discussed, the plant and its story are now part of your understanding of the world. And that is how knowledge lives, not just in books and records, though those have their place, but in the minds and memories of people who care enough to learn, to remember, to honor what plants have been and continue to be in human life. The night is very late now, or very early, depending on how one measures time. The stars are fading. Dawn is not far off. Let us end as we began, quietly, contemplatively, with gratitude for what plants offer and respect for the knowledge that surrounds them. The Sansevieria has been our companion through 20 long conversations. It has been patient with our attention, tolerant of our extended examination, present throughout as living illustration of all we have discussed. Modern pharmacology echoes traditional wisdom. Laboratory research validates village medicine. Different ways of knowing converge on similar truths about this remarkable plant. And so we see that the knowledge was always there, preserved in oral tradition, embodied in practical use, validated now by modern methods, but never needing that validation to be true and useful. Rest now, dear friend. Our long journey with Sansevieria concludes. Let sleep come gently, bringing dreams perhaps of green growing things, of ancient gardens and village medicine, of plants that serve faithfully generation after generation. Let peace settle over you like dew settling on leaves in the quiet time before dawn. The plant will be there in the morning, growing quietly as always, bearing within itself all the virtues and properties we have spent these many nights exploring. It needs no acknowledgement, asks for no thanks. Simply is what it is, but we can be grateful, nonetheless. For the plant itself, for the knowledge surrounding it, for the long partnership between humans and healing plants that stretches back beyond memory and forward beyond sight. All is complete, all is well. The circle closes gently. Rest now. Sleep well. Let the morning come in its own good time. Our